your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another edition of the RES Regional Series brought to you by Relog, and now it's time for Europe as we finished off Southeast Asia and South America. The LATAM tournament just finished a couple days back. Now we're going to home turf here with T-Panda and Kips. We're going to be covering you the first three series of the day. What's been happening before and what's going to be happening ahead. It's the same system, 6 teams in both groups, Group A and Group B. Top 3 go to the playoffs to play for that $50,000 prize pool. And of course, the circuit points up for grabs to all of the teams finishing top 8. So still, even if you don't get into the prize money, you get some points that could award you that land spot at the end of the year. Kips, now that we've finished 2 tournaments so far, what are your expectations for the European tournament, seeing what SCA and SA have had to offer?
I'm thinking we get a little bit of a mix of both. What we saw in SA was a much closer competition than the one that we saw in SCA, all across the board. And I think here in Europe, the front of the pack is going to be mostly closely matched once again. But I definitely do think that we have 1 or 2 stragglers that are most likely going to be very happy if they indeed get a win out of the group stage in any way, shape, or form. So a little bit more divided. And next to that, I expect everybody to be massively influenced by the just concluded Dream League. So a lot of people taking notes from Falcons, I have no doubt. So let's see if we can find some glimpses of that inspiration here and there as well.
At least on the positive side, patch hasn't dropped yet, so if it drops in the middle of the tournament, who knows if things are going to get mixed up a little bit. But let's take a look at the teams that are participating here. Let's start with Group A, for example. What do we have looming there? There's some new names in the mix. This is not a CS tournament. What is Mouse doing here? But, you know, that's just one thing to add. We have Monte, we have Havu, Just Better, we have Navi Jr. and Dandelions in Group A. Something that really strikes your eye here.
I mean, as far as my favorite is concerned, I think that's going to have to be Navi Jr. They've looked phenomenal in the diverse qualifiers that have happened throughout the rest of the season so far. And I think they are by and far the biggest name here to contend with. Like, Navi Jr., really not much of a junior team at all. Don't let that fool you.
And of course, Group A is going to be playing for the next 5 days, and then we have a tiny player break in between because there's so much happening. And Group B will be playing after that on the 25th of March. And let's look at Group B as well, if we have that graph available. There we go. We have some interesting names here into the mix as well. We have LeBron and the boys with the Marsbet team. We have Namiga Gaming. Next up, Team WKWK. And then we also have Yellow Submarine, also coming out from the East European region. And we've got Green Esports that someone's like, isn't that a North American team? Yes, it is. It's Yamsen and the boys that are going to be playing in Group B as well with this one. So I'm actually quite excited to see, because the fact that NA players in the DPC were complaining, what are these non-Americans doing in our league? And now it's Europeans, we have North Americans in our league as well. So I'm excited to see what happens with Janssen and the boys performing versus the Europeans.
They are welcome to earn their spot as honorary Europeans.
But as we are already into the draft, we didn't have too much time for our introductions for this matchup, but we can talk our way through as these first phase bans are flowing. We have a Navi Junior, as he said, not really a junior team, and already experienced one in the last few months at least, you know, filled with 18-year-olds, still have their brightest Dota Prime right in front of them. And then, of course, Niku, the spicy mid laner for this team. He's just turned 15 a little bit ago, so we're looking at a potential Sumail from East Europe.
Yeah, and not just in terms of like, oh, he's 15, you know, we're taking him along because he has so much promise. No, he's 15 and he is doing some heavy lifting on his roster as well. This guy is a prodigy with a capital P.
Let's see if I have the correct microphone in use this time, because apparently my my webcam microphone was set as default. My apologies for that. I should have the proper microphone set up this time. But yeah, Nico, I think, is a very spicy player to look at and to observe. But then, of course, Monte. This is basically like a Ukrainian brawl between these two teams. Daze is the only one who is not a Ukrainian player, so 9 out of 10 in this brawl. What do you think about the Monte team? You know, they are signed by an org. It's a team with players that have been collecting experience from multiple different teams. Didn't Crystallize play with Navi at some point?
He did, yeah, and not in a bad way at all. Like he was with them for several years. He attended a bunch of LANs with them as well, so he's got really solid international experience as well. Moonlight was actually tipped off to me about 2 years ago as a potential for a mid lane pickup for a roster that I was working with back then. Very nice to see that he has also properly made himself to the paid teams now. I mean, the guy I get my talent information from has never been wrong yet, so I'm not actually surprised to see him here. And of course, Eknard, which actually Panda remembered, was a Mega Lada player.
Mega Lada Esports. What a team name. That's just something that has kind of stuck with me over the years. That it's just a team name that you never forget. But yeah, basically the team players collected experience from a multitude of teams, all come together, and let's see if Monte, at least the recent performance, they played in the EPL, they were topping the group, so at least they have something to show, and I believe this is going to be a pretty spicy matchup to kick off the Group A. But now we can talk about the heroes. As we know, the mid lane is basically the new, the off lane is the new mid lane, basically these days, so that is the lane that people are always targeting at the start of the draft. Hence the different types of openers as well. We have the Venge and the Snapfire. So we have a flex snap that can be still put into multiple positions, still detecting a possibility of... Snap can be a super cheesy mid laner. The damage output that the Snapfire dishes out with Lil Shredder just feels ridiculously good. So you got to be watching out for that. But you do want to demote the Snapfire into support if there are some other cores you're more worried about. So see what Monte has on their mind as they bring out the Batrider. And now the Mirana still have another pick to go.
Yeah, very flexible opening here from them as well. Of course, the Bat can still go mid, can still go offlane. And the Mirana, mostly known as a position 5 nowadays. Although I've definitely, I still have my doubts about the hero. It's very good that you get to itemize in whatever way that you like, right? She's very item independent. You always have an escape. The Moonlight Shadow is phenomenal as an engage or disengage tool. There's a lot to like about the hero, but that's not to say that she is going to be doing the most for your team if you don't have, if you're snaking and your arrows are magnetic. This hero works a lot different for you than it does for literally anybody else in the game.
Yeah, that is true. A good support Mirana always lands the arrows, but if you do start to miss those arrows, you start to miss my support. It's like, what is my support doing in this game?
You start to miss my support as a caster for your game. I do not support Miranas that miss.
But then again, these Mirana cores, you do at least get a spicy level 20 talent, basically a free Daedalus crit. It is something that people are looking for, but the late game Mirana is just, I feel like it's a bit garbage. It just falls off pretty hard. It's not like your Blink assassin, basically. This just hits the backline, destroys the support. It takes time to build that damage, and of course, if physical dependent, you're literally just right-click. No real mix damage with the Mirana, unless you have a Mjolnir added into the mix, so... It can be very difficult to maneuver a core Mirana if the game stretches too far. So you already got the Gyrocopter for Monte. That's gonna at least looks like a support, but I think Olnit is a gyro carry player. He's one of those gyro carries. I'll have to double check myself.
You mean Crystallize? Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
absolutely.
Crystallize. Actually, yeah. For some reason, I was thinking about Olnit. That's the carry
He's
for
got
the
a
other
good
side.
win rate with it as well. It's one of those. I think Crystallize is in that regard a little bit of a. I don't want to say that he's getting left behind by the times, but this is very much like a classic carry player, right? We've got the PLs in here, we got the Faces Voids in here, Gyrocopter, Weaver, Spectre. A lot of heroes in his top plate that are not actually very much in the meta right now. And the Sven is a direct reaction to this Gyrocopter where it is like, alright, so you have AoE physical damage, that's great, we have AoE armor, and you're going to try and stand in the back and flak everybody, and I'm going to fly right on top of you and chop you to little bits and pieces.
Yeah, and also a good answer too with the War Cry, basically, just to reduce, like you said, the flat cannon and some of that damage. You could also even demote the Sven into a support, but with the Venge and the Shadow Shaman now brought in, I don't think that's going to happen. But what I am looking at, which one of these is going to be a core, the Snap or the Venge? You could put a 3 Venge, you could put the mid Snapfire, off-lane Snapfire. Holy if they pull off something like a mid Shadow Shaman. I mean, these guys are youngsters. They do feel a bit frisky with their drafts.
They do, yeah. And plus armor into immediate minus armor from Monte. So they are going to go for the individual fight here. Sardar is going to have a good lane versus the Sven, most likely. And then the question is, of course, like, what is the support going to add to that? But I'm sure they don't know exactly who is going to be the support here. I would be guessing, though, that it is going to be the Venge still. Just because of the Bad Rider lasso, you don't want to be in a position where actually lassoing in a core is going to take out at the same time the player that is supposed to be breaking the lasso. And then you've got your swap save in the middle of the enemy team, dying once, twice. I think it should be the Snapfire on a core position here.
Well, at least you can spit the Sven in those terms.
Oh yeah,
Into
that's
that early
some good
Aghanims.
stuff. I love that.
Yeah, that's the good stuff. Like, there are some of these semi-cheesy drafts that if your entire draft composition works on early push, you add a Snapfire into the mix, it changes the dynamics so well because you have the cookie stun, you have high mobility heroes that like to get on top of the opponents, brawl a lot. That's where the Snapfire just kind of sits in very nicely. Great synergy with a lot of those heroes, core or support. But we'll see if that's going to be a mid-snap because he would be paired up versus the Bat Rider at the current time. There's still plenty of matchups open. Of course, Monte, they also have to pick their carry first by the looks of it because I would like to see a Gyro support versus the Sven. Mainly because Gyro support kind of destroys Sven. He has nothing against it.
Yep.
He doesn't level a flat cannon.
No, and Navi Jr. is completely on board. They are very convinced that their Sven pick has stopped Monte from being able to run this Gyrocopter as a core, and they have been banning other carry matchups that the Sven has more trouble with. So Lifestealer is out, Patrol Warlord is out. And Monte here is now going to reveal if that is correct or not, or if they are keeping this Gyrocopter carry.
Yeah, those are also some of the top heroes that Crystallize has liked to play, because his Gyrocopter is indeed in the top 5 most played carry heroes for him. But they bring out the Lina, and yeah, I was about to say something. I might have mentioned something about these early fighting pushing lineups. I just played against a Marcy IO with a Brood mid and a Snapfire in the offlane with a Beastmaster. So they tried to end the game in 15 minutes.
Yes.
I'm looking at Shadow Shaman, Brood Mother, Snapfire all in the same team. I'm getting similar vibes here.
Yeah, absolutely. This Monte lineup is going to be losing towers really fast unless they can put up a solid defense. And the problem that I see with that is that they don't actually have any big AoE teamfight spells to just throw at a group of enemies clustered in front of their tower, right? This is not like you can, oh, I don't know, like, drop a Winter Wyvern ult on top, get some TP support in. There is no Mars arena here, spear some people into the wall. This is, if Navi Jr. is already on top of your tower, I don't see how Monte peeled them back off again.
Well, I have a solution for that. So basically, if you don't have teamfight ultis, just don't fight them. That's taken away a lot from the Broodmother. That's taken away from the Shadow Shaman and the Venge and the Snap from getting those early brawls. Already in the laning stage, there has to be a lot of like grabbing the creep wave, pull up behind the tier 1 and the tier 2, just prevent them from getting any harass action happening in the lane, because you're not winning those 1v1s. Why are you forcing yourself in that situation to fight them at all? Just skip them. Just skip and ignore. Cut creep waves. This is basically a game where you need to stall the game long enough for Monte to be strong enough to face versus Navi Jr. And then we'll see what shape the Sven is going to be. Then again, it is down to Navi Jr. what kind of approach they want to take this game. Is that the one they want to do? Or do they want to play it a bit differently, allow them to farm basically on the side of Monte and try to cluster up early? Because I'd see the best way Navi Jr. can achieve in this game is no space given, no prisoners taken.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel the same about that. I think a lot of it is down to whether or not Monte can manage to take towers in trade while the rest of Navi is grouping on the other side of the map, and how and if Navi manage to creep wave clear with, a single hero under their own towers, which is, I don't think they have the best tools to actually hold a tower while 4 players are showing elsewhere. So as long as Monte trades, yeah, this could still be pretty decent for them. Certainly, if you look at the amount of burst damage and the individual scaling of the heroes, I'd say that Monte looks way better.
Monte does have a lot of perks going their way, which is basically the Lina getting amplified a lot by the Slardar. That's something that really helps. That they put the Gyrocopter into the mid lane to kind of answer an early Broodmother. Get those levels that you need. Very level dependent as well. So instead of putting it as a support, I feel like this might just be the right call. You have Eknart with the Marana support. Batrider being put as a pause 4. Slardar, Batrider both can be a capable lane. And I think they got their eyes set on the Sven here. See if they can actually grab
the Gyrocopter is actually going to stay mid, by the way.
Yeah, there's the lane swap. There we go. All right, so they'll put the Gyro after all versus the Broodmother. Okay, that's understandable.
Yeah, he'll be okay for at least the start of this game, but of course, as soon as the Spider Lings come in on the level 6, the lane changes around, and we're going to see. Well, if he gets the opportunity to flak and take a bunch of them out, that's very helpful, right? But the fact is that
on the bottom lane already, going straight for the Vengeful Spirit here. It's Monte that are applying the pressure, looking for that first blood, just a couple hits away, and they've got it. That will go for QBFY. The first blood for the Batrider, and now Eknard gets to rotate with his teleport straight back to the top lane and help out. Because when I was talking about this Gyrocopter, I could see a reasoning where you could swap the lanes between the Gyro going mid and the Lina put into the safe lane, even if it is your mid player and your carry player playing in their designated roles right now. Is that I've seen some matchups where you could put like Lifestealer mid and the Lina into the safe lane and be like, wait a minute, isn't this supposed to be the other way around because the matchup just looks better? But it's about how do you win the lane? And if you do end up losing that lane for some reason, how much is that going to cost you? So basically just a bit of flexibility with their pick options.
Yeah, and certainly the Lina, for example, would have a lot less trouble with the range of the Shadow Shaman, but I personally think that this is the better way to play it. Crystallize will have experience playing this matchup as well. Gyro Broodmother is a tale as old as time.
Pretty much. Snapfire Lina as well in the mid lane, so Lina does have that range advantage. Snap has the capability of better spells. Scatter Blast from short range. Definitely a spell that hurts a lot, so Lina at least can keep that distance compared to, say, a Gyrocopter. While in the top lane, CS is still being shared pretty evenly for the time being. Forcing out the Brood and the Shadow Shaman. Both heroes that would like to play aggressive, but don't get to do that until they have a couple levels. So Gyrocopter Flak Cannon comes into a really good place for these early minutes.
And the Shadow Shaman, I mean, you still hit pretty hard with the trades, but your range is so darn short and your Ether Shock just costs you a lot of mana for not a lot of returns. You're mainly reduced to being annoying, making sure to keep some of the harass off of your Broodmother.
Yep. Pretty solid attempts being made by Monte to push Navi Jr. While in the bottom lane, which we haven't really looked at, which is the Sven and the Slardar. Pretty tight in CS for the time being. Slardar also wants to pick up a couple levels. Sven, as soon as he starts picking up Great Cleave, I'd be suspecting that he's just going to be quickly pushing out the wave, as he wants to farm also his easy camp next to the tier 1 tower. He wants to get there as soon as possible. Venge could make some stacks already towards that direction. And it would just increase Sven's farm a lot, help him get those early levels, so he could leave this lane at some point. So he doesn't even have to face the aggression from the Bat and the Slardar.
Yeah, exactly, because the aggression of the Bat and the Slardar is something that is 100% going to come. They would love to kill either of these heroes. It's going to be a little hard because this is a double stun lane they're up against, so they can always get that chase down interrupted. But especially if there's a lot of distance between either Ridis or Got the Juice and their tower, I think the chase coming out from the Dire side should be enough to get a potential kill. For now, though, Cubify gets taught that maybe he cannot afford to leave his Slardar alone just yet.
Yeah, Infernal is still pretty vulnerable to being left alone because the Vengeful Spirit can get to harass the Slardar for free. But they do have to keep an eye open on this mid situation as well, because Lina's probably calling out this Snapfire is constantly so low that we could maybe find a kill opportunity for ourselves. Infernal's got the wave in front of his tower, so QBFY can now also make a move towards mid, but Crystallize ends up going down to the top lane as PMA and Daze will find a kill. Eknard, he's got 2 leap charges, but he needs to find the Shaman, and there we go. And now PMA also going in with that level 1 insatiable hunger. He's going to win this duel. So Eknard can't stay around, has to burn that last leap charge to get away. PMA still good, look for a quick snipe if the Morana comes close. But there's enough mana for another Star Storm. He's not going to risk it.
No, especially not with the Jara coming back in. If you overstep yourself there, you absolutely die to another Rocket Barrage.
Bottom lane as well. Ridis is being burnt by QBFY. But just enough for Got the Juice to walk in between. So Venge gets to keep his life intact. A bit of poke onto the Slardar and the Batrider, but a successful trade again for Monte. Moonlight continues to keep Niku low. 40 seconds for the next power rune to spawn. Daze is looking for Eknard here. 2 points in the shackles. But he also sees the Gyrocopters coming in, so good night, Daze.
Yeah,
TV,
that's
no nothing,
a sleepy
so,
bye-bye situation.
It's a freebie for Crystallize. Does miss out on some creeps, but he'll take that kill.
And the fact that all these supports need to stick into the side lanes, though, is really hurting Niku. Is currently, well, at the very least his tower takes down the catapult before too much damage is dealt, but this Lina is already level 6 and Niku is only just now hitting it. He could not stay alone for much longer.
Yeah, and that's a shield rune now secured for Monte, with both supports moving towards the mid lane. Basically, with that kill on the Shaman, they could leave Crystallize alone. He's strong enough to solo lane. Infernal's like, well, I'm just going to have to play safe for a bit. You guys secure that mid lane. And now Moonlight's like, well, you did me a favor. I'll do you one. We're going to come to the bottom lane to chase Ridis here. Bash is connecting onto the Vengeful Spirit, but they don't really need the Lina until now. With the snap rotating is Niku looking for some damage there with one of his kisses. Gets done by the LSA. Gets the cookie on Got the Juice, sends him in onto the Batrider. But Batrider is very low on HP, but the Lina throws in the ulti, and Eknard comes in with a Star Storm, snipes the Sven. Niku going to be pushed under the tower, and Moonlight with the boys, they're able to get a 2-for-1 trade-off.
Yeah, very good stutter step there by the Lina. As soon as he sees that the Venge is already dead, stays out of vision to make sure that the Sven thinks he can actually fight. And once the Sven commits, Lina comes out of the woodwork and is like, hi, actually no. And that is exactly what gets him the opportunity to get that kill. Great sneaky little TP from Egnard through that twin gate as well. Very clever little plays.
Clever indeed, and very smart indeed. Also that they have themselves 2k lead. They have the majority of the CS going in their way. Slardar's having a good time now in the lane with the Sven being pummeled. Once again, Crystallize has come through the portal to help out his team. So Got the Juice is going to go down. Sven will lose his life a second time, and that's going to be his teleport on cooldown. Just showed up just to die.
That hurts, and especially since this is the lineup that was supposed to be starting to put on the hurt once the level 6s come in, right? You get the level 6 on the Snapfire, you get that level 6 on the Broodmother, who does indeed have the Spiderlings at the ready. You're supposed to be putting pressure on towers now, and instead you are the one that loses the tower first. So we talked in the draft about, is Monte going to be able to actually match, not just dodge these fights, but actually match them in the tower department? And instead, we're doing you one better, we get the first one.
Yeah, both aggression-wise and also drafting-wise. I like the way they've gone here, but this gyrocopter's history. That's the world's easiest shackle there for days. Bridges will have to give away his life too with the rotations coming in from Monte. Now playing this mid lane with 3. And also setting up a lot of aggressive vision. They've got the cliff ward for the triangle, but there's no stacks being made for the Sven because, you know, Sven is struggling. So they haven't really been able to make him any because he's not able to clear any of those stacks. Which is a bit of a bummer when you consider it. You'd like to get the Sven online as soon as possible, but he doesn't even have level 6.
No, he does not. And now his entire jungle has been made unsafe as well. This is the Slardar's territory now. We will mainly only see the Sven play around these side caps on, shall we say, the new map instead of the old one.
Yeah. It's definitely a new one for him because he feels like I should be able to have access to a much bigger area. Unfortunately, I don't. Egnard looking for an arrow into the mid lane. They could use the LSA stun to the arrow as a good combination. Brady is also level 5 on the Vengeful Spirit, so no swap. No 6s on the supports yet, but they're going to be coming online very soon.
I can't believe that we didn't notice where any of the wisdom runes went at all. There's just been too much too much fighting in the side lanes.
Yeah, they got one apiece.
Okay. That matches up with what we can see right here. And yeah, there were stacks over on the Dire side. So that is Crystallize and Moonlight taking them together. Splitting the farm. Some communism right there, I approve.
Yep.
And Alina has the boots of travel. Now we see, yeah, I was wondering about this. I thought it made a lot of sense in this game because you're up versus Sven and versus all the armor for the Alina to go in for the magic build. And that is exactly what we're going to see here. Moonlight has got the Aghanim Scepter queued up, so going immediately for the Flame Cloak and then the Eel Scepter after.
Snap going for the TP boots first. I see the Orchid is coming up for the Broodmother, but it's going to be delayed. He's not quite happy that it's going to be pushed back this much. Would have liked to have a much freer time in the laning stage, so it is what it is when you're going up against that particular matchup. Still 2-0, has good farm, is top of net worth, but you want to get that Orchid inside like the next 2 minutes at maximum to really get the most benefit out of it. Because Orchid literally is one of the most broken items there is in the game right now. If you get a good timing for it, it is fantastic. But they are going to get this Broodmother maybe instead. Laguna Blade, oh, Crystallized with the cooldown, gets the last hit on it. And on today's, they go for another kill with this Shaman to fall. Make it 2 for Monte. And there is no bug infestation in this game.
Not anymore, no, and that's very painful for Navi Jr., who are looking at this Broodmother as their one... This was their overall last pick. This was supposed to be a gotcha. And instead, the fact that she cannot keep the Dire jungle closed off to the Dire team, the Dire can just come in there, freely pick her off because there's no pressure happening on the other lanes, nothing distracting them from the Broodmother really farming that jungle out, is that means that their last hope in this game now also gets suppressed. She was top of net worth just now. Crystallize and Moonlight have just skipped, leapt over PMA. And I don't think he's going to recover that distance.
Hopefully they recover faster than I from my flu. Apologize for any possible voice cracks during the course of today's broadcast.
We like it when our casters sound like...
Oh, you mean when I'm trying to imitate Enchantress? Hop, skip, and a jump. As the Mirana is going to get jumped on here and nuked by Niku in the end. So it has been a while since Navi Jr. has been able to find a kill, but they'll take anything that they can get at this stage.
This Bat Rider's all ready to blink, though. It's very close now. Slardar has a blink. These two are going to be an absolute menace together.
Yeah, I love it when both your pause 3 and your pause 4 build blinks.
Yeah, I just hit the timing at the exact same time, and it's just the heroes are gonna start disappearing.
Still a 4K lead for Monte. Navi Jr. gonna have to play from behind a little bit here with their Broods and their Svens. Still have a decent amount of answers in terms of their lockdown, the Snapfire mixed damage, or mainly mostly magical damage, but it does have a bit of extra to add into the mix. Is going for a Diffusal Blade. So this is a good tool versus the Slardar's mana pool, keeping distance. The same thing for the Bat Rider as well. While PMA has been spotted, dodges the arrow. Infernal is stuck on a cliff for 10 seconds as his blink's still on cooldown. They're going to try and jump the opportunity here. All of the spiders killed by the Dragon Slave, and Infernal 1 second, and nope, he's not going to get it, as that Snapfire Mortimer is going to be spitting fire on top of him. Infernal already goes down, fighting in the river as well. Riddies, they've got Bat Rider stunned by the Sven. Sven doesn't have his ulti for another 40 seconds, so this is Navi playing super cautious with whatever they can get. PMA slowly burning. That was his Orchid reveal out of all things as well to get the Slardar kill, and they will still lose their supports for it. Not fully ready for that fight, but they had to contest.
Yeah, that was really awkward for Monte, and I think it's actually an indication of how skewed this game is right now that they get away with 2 kills. They started that one off with a blink reveal of a Slardar getting stuck on a cliff.
Yeah. That was their blink reveals on the Orchid reveal from the Broodmother. But yeah, if that Slardar blink never happened, I don't think we would have ever seen a fight. Maybe Monte would have tried to push the advantage, try to force Navi into something, but Navi only jumped because the Slardar was stuck.
Exactly. No, they would have dodged that so hard, because once the Slardar is up on that high ground, they don't really have any way to kill him fast enough to avoid Monte taking advantage of the vision there. Whereas once the Slardar is dead, Monte is stuck in the river, and they don't see a way to move back up that hill.
Slardar working towards Axe and BKB. Gyro has his Axe on the works as well. Over halfway. Lina's going for an Axe too. So how many Axe are we going to get this game? Sven's going to get one as well. I don't think Snap's going to go for it anymore because that is a mid-Snapfire. And it's Niku who is building a different type of Snap here with that Diffusal Blade.
A little bit weird to have 0 points in the Shredder, but also the Diffusal Blade.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's like surely the extra...
I mean, he just wants the levels, right? He's only using his ulti and his cookie, really. He's not going to scatter blast range. But it's true, now that you do, now he has it. He's got that 1 value point and the fight's about to start. So Infernal already goes for Riddies here. And let's see what you can do here.
A lot of damage. That's what.
Damage there from Niku. And at the same time, they got the Bat Rider locked in there. Only 1 HP pretty much, but not enough. Riddies will fall to Crystallize. As this is a scary, scary Gyro. Daze is just trying to draw them elsewhere, but here comes the Mortimer's Kisses. There's a Yules for the Lina, saving herself for the time being, but there's a stun. Arrow connects onto the Sven. PMA is also going to be in the front line. They're going to take the Lina down. QBFY is going to be dropping as well. Niku grits another one for the Snapfire. Drops the slow on the Gyrocopter, and look at that. Slowly but surely dropping in 14 armor. No worries as they got Magical Burst for Daze and Infernal. He also had his blink cancelled with that shot shotgun from Niku. Another defusal slow onto Infernal. PMA is so low, caught with another arrow, finally getting stunned to death. And now Niku has to 1v2 this fight with the help of wards and a couple spiders. Maybe he gets one. Yes, he does. But he will drop, and it's Eknard who gets that big streak off of the Snapfire. 4 for 4. Or you could technically say that was 5 for 4, but we'll put it 4 for 4 for now.
What an absolute mess there. It is very well played from Navi though. They leverage that newly gotten power spike from Niku very well, and then what they do is, this is the first time I think we see the wards dropped from the Shadow Shaman. And
the Sven ult.
Yeah, and the Sven ult. So they kite out that fight once again to see if Monte wants to commit to heroes that are in range of the Shadow Shaman wards. And when the Lina comes that far forward, we have a re-engage, and we have her dying to the burn damage of the Snapfire from range, and a continuation of the fight by Navi. They are really thinking about if they have the conditions to fight. They are fully ready to disengage as soon as the fight isn't going their way. I think these two teams are very well matched.
I really like what I'm seeing. You know, it is the opening matchup from both of these two. They have their own flair, and they're also playing to their strengths, which is really nice to watch here. But they are going for the Snapfire. Swap safe there from Riddies, from the Yules. So they don't really put the Snapfire in harm's way. Monte is aggressively farming the jungle, attempting to find any pick-off that they can get. But that's their lane ward. Goodbye. That was the one they were hoping to find some kills with the blinks. Nice little sentry into the lane.
And we see PMA, he went to bot for that fight over there as well, and I feel like right now he's actually transitioning around to covering more of his own jungle, just because it's clear that he cannot actually force Monte back the way that you would normally see with a Broodmother. You want their attention, you want them to chase you while you know, make clown faces at them and say, I'm still out farming you while you're running after me. But he feels a little lost at the map at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason to it, because the moment you've lost or almost lost security of your bottom tier 2 tower, this entire red radiant jungle, that's a no-go zone. You have lost this area. There's no reason to go there. There's no creeps for you to hit here. You're gonna have to share the farm with Sven in the top lane, and because you are a Broodmother, you're based on mobility. If you start putting your webs down in the bot lane, which is literally the only lane that Monte is going to be playing for a bit, of course mid and bottom at the same time, they know where to look for you. So you have two players playing the safest farm on the map right now. You have nobody taking the aggressive lane, allowing Monte to slowly chip towards this tier 2 tower. So they're going to have to respond to this tier 2 very soon on the side of Navi.
Well, that's exactly what PMA just did. This is one of the moves that I actually should have said that, you know, he needed to do, because this is the traditional rotation from a Broodmother. You take the tier 1 top, you farm that jungle for a while. Once you're a threat, you go for their mid tower. And he did not get the opportunity to do this now until like 20 minutes, which is, I think, 5 minutes later than that rotation normally happens.
But it is Roche time. Monte are gonna go for the advantage here. They have a pretty strong gyrocopter at the time being, with the Aghanims, the Crystallis on board. Crystallis on Crystallize. Get an Aegis as well.
It's funny how that happened, right? For a while it was like, no, I'm Crystallis, not Crystallize, and now it's no, I'm Crystallize, not Crystallis.
Yes. Yeah, and then we have the Crystallis.
Oh yes.
I still don't know what he is. I just think he's like a Crystal is.
Crystal is.
Christ.
Our Lord and Savior?
Crystalis. We need a Crystalis, guys.
I mean, he does have like long hair.
True.
I'll ask him about this.
Yeah, don't give him any ideas, okay?
No. Like, if we've learned anything from June, it's that if he's not the Messiah, he's the Messiah because he's too humble, and if he's the Messiah because he says he's the Messiah.
Yes. That's exactly how it is.
Anyway.
Well, the net worth hasn't really changed this game, just a small crawl. Navi has caught up a little bit in the last few minutes with those team fights that took place, but still, Monte with the majority of the control.
Yeah, the majority of the control. But we have to mention here that, of course, Navi still do have the better carry matchup. This is all the way back in the draft. They were like, surely they're not going to play Gyrocopter anymore because we have a Sven.
Yeah, I guess you could put it that way. You look at the carry-to-carry matchup.
I do.
Which is unfortunately the only thing that we can't just fully focus on. But you're right, carry-to-carry matchup is definitely looking good. Sven is an interesting hero to that extent. But then you do have a lot of stuff added into the mix, you know, this Brood Mother, a hero that can also scale into a super scary looking hero. Constant threat of the split push, hence the boots and travels being built on the Lina. Also the extra mobility doesn't really hurt, but having the capability of always defending. Because this top lane is going to be pushed in. And then you're pushing the bottom at the same time. If you're Monte, you need to pay attention. Is Brood going to be pushing the top? If the Brood is dead, now we can push. Now we can take stuff, and we're not spending time teleporting around. Oh, somebody got caught because we TP'd away. Finding a pick off into an objective push is basically the game plan for Monte.
Yep. I would be surprised to actually see them leverage this Aegis into anything more than that, though. I don't think we've... I'm not saying ever seen, but like recently, people do not go high ground with the first Aegis whatsoever. Those days are just over.
Yeah, the first, I agree. The first Aegis is pretty bad. To be completely honest, it feels pretty bad. Like especially with the timing that it's usually taken, usually like somewhere between 13 and 21 minutes. It's like your first Aegis. What do you have at that time? Is that like the 10k item that allows you to one-shot your opponents? No.
Definitely not. No.
Definitely not. So you just ignore the fact that you even have an Aegis.
And we don't build auras anymore, so it's not like, okay, yeah, but we have our pipe up and now they can't keep their creep waves from our high ground anymore. If you're lucky, it's like your 3 BKB timing, but that's more useful for winning the fight leading up to the high ground than for the actual high ground push itself. The things that you want on a high ground for a Gyrocopter are like a Satanic, for example. Like, no way in hell are you going to have a Satanic on your first Aegis.
Oh, definitely not. So, as ironic as it is, it's kind of like we get the first Aegis out of the way so we can get to the second.
Yeah. Listen, I blame Tundra. It should be Falcons right now. Like, they are correct. It's just boring. Ooh, that blink. No, yes, no.
They're going to go in with the Sven ulti here onto Vat Rider with the stun coming up for the bench. That's going to be the first one to fall. QBFY down. Moonlight instantly out with the Moonlight Shadow also expiring at the same time. So good grab with that little sentry placed in the tree line. Cameraman has left us in the Roche pit, unfortunately. At least that's what I'm seeing right now. But there are moves happening on the map. There we go.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Indeed.
Yes, as this Broodmother is just getting hunted. Look at this.
Yep, that's the
Infernal
goal.
knows exactly where she is.
In the right spot as well, but just on the wrong side of the tree line for Infernal. They were using the Flame Cloak, freshly picked up Ags on the Lina, so the Spellcaster Lina trying to just get as fast as you can towards the Slardar, who's already blinking in, but just a couple units too short. That would have been their ticket to the high ground. They could have used that Aegis for the push, but now gonna have to skip on it.
And it's the same as with the Bat Riders attempt in mid just now. Both of these could have happened, and it's good that they're taking those opportunities. It's just not working out for them currently. Oof.
Looks like our observer might have a bit of a network lag issue going on right now, but hopefully you can still see the picture as we are, as days will drop. It's the Shaman going a tad bit too deep.
Yeah, he thought he had a solo kill opportunity on the Bat Rider, but his Bat is actually pretty tanky by now.
Yeah, and also for the D ward at the same time, but that's kind of the spot where you lose your life. Hey, Bat's like, oh, I don't want to go here. Well, it's too late for that now. PMA lost his entire spider army and might just lose his life too. He's trying to heal off of the creeps with the insatiable hunger, but there's just too much damage going around. Isolated from the rest and ends up dropping. They do lose the Snapfire at the same time, so this is not good for Navi Jr. Monte, they have mid and bottom quite nearby, but they're looking for any kills that they can get. Really trying to punish them, but is it going to bite them in the ass? Because Inferno's down. Got the juice. It's like, I don't want to fight any further. I will TP away. Daze is down. And there's the Flame Cloak Lina flying, soaring across the skies. And look at Venge, almost dying to just 2 spells from the Lina, but will keep her life intact. And Sven gets to live a little bit longer, but that was not the fight for Navi. I mean, the moment the gyrocopter shows up, whew, all the spiders gone, all the heroes gone, isolating it, and Navi were not ready for that.
All my apes gone.
Yeah,
And he didn't even have to use the BKB there. This is how strong he feels a crystallized right now.
They could still get the Sven here. Really fast move from Monte. Do they suspect this? They see the Venge. They see the Sven as well. Flame Cloak is ready with the stun. Oh, this smoke comes out, so Navi will get the Sven alive for a couple seconds longer, but they need a miracle. They need something to turn it around. PMA is low. Got the juices down. Niku came to help out for the turn, but he can't even turn himself because he's slowed by Napalm. Tries to run for it. Rocket is coming in. Daze and PMA. Can they hit the sideline? Onto the Lina they go. Lina gets the Yules out just in time. Daze is dead, and PMA has to run too. But there's the Laguna Blade. Moonlight survives. And Monte just simply has the higher tempo. What a smoke.
Yeah, that was very good read from them. They're just like, okay, the Sven has nothing right now. We just smoke across the map, we catch him again. And Navi is simply not ready for it. And they're trying for all these cute plays, right? They're definitely trying to make the most of even the fights that they are losing, with cores sneaking back into the fights. We saw the attempt from the Broodmother there to get the Lina, who was stuck inside of the wards. But that's not the same as actually just avoiding fights and knowing when you have to be back. It's trying to be cute and getting at it's an interesting way of being greedy, I want to say, from Navi. They think they can play their way out of scenarios where they really should not be playing at all.
Yeah, they're just trying to bring in the numbers to force some kind of threat effect onto Monte. They just don't want to sack that Sven for free. And they do have the damage. They just can't lock him down for long enough because the amount of control Monte has, you're not going to get a full duration shackles off. It was very close that they could have killed the Lina. They just needed like a half a second extra. So I do like where they're going. They're just being really unlucky because they don't get everything on at the same time. And they really need that to happen. You got to be on zero ping mentality.
Yes.
So I'm proving Navi a lot for these plays that they're making, but they are looking a bit desperate because they are playing from behind.
Yeah, exactly. It's I enjoy it, but I can't, like, you know, sign off on it being like 100% the correct play. That's you know what? I'm not their coach. That's really up to them to decide. And as far as like their style goes here, like this is very enjoyable to watch. And the fact that they at any moment, you know, even when you're chasing them as Monte, Navi can actually decide to turn and snipe somebody out from under you before they continue running. That should give you pause about the attitude of Navi in this game, because they are not demoralized whatsoever. Like these guys are nasty. They're gonna try to make this as hard as possible for you in any way, shape, or form, and they started that really early.
And I'm really liking what we're looking at so far, because it is giving some hope for Navi too.
Absolutely.
They also, with this move, could get to the portal. They want to maybe check Roche, which looks like the idea. Roche could be spawning, and he literally is, on our view at least. But it's going to be a daytime Roche, so they need to go down the portal. They're already bringing in the pit. The moment they walk in, there's going to be nobody there. It's like, well, do we take the portal down and just wait for a little bit longer? We do have vision for a couple extra seconds here. But if they go through the portal and somebody has an A-click on, then they accidentally hit the sentry, they will reveal themselves to Monte that, hey, we're doing Roche.
Yep.
So let's hope that doesn't happen.
You cannot touch that sentry ward.
Because there's always a thing, you know, when you're going through... I mean, of course, they need to place a sentry down first to see it in the first place. But you go for a portal, your first idea is, I might need to use an aggressive spell. At least in this case, they have the ops, so they see. But, you know, these are all just small sequences that can happen, and they can lead into funny oopsies. So Roche is going to be up in the top half of the map, but they're not going to clear Roshan in 15 seconds unless they're all already inside the pit as he spawns, so... They're not...
Yeah, but they can clear it in 20, though. Oh, they just withdrew the spiders.
Yeah, yeah. And it's... Roche is going to move towards bottom. And guess who's there? Infernal is waiting at the portal. It's like, you come on here. They actually have a lot of numbers here, so it's not going to be the wisest move anymore for Navi to move through that portal. Roche is here.
Roche is here, and there is a DD rune available for Navi as well. They are really focused on getting the AC on the Sven first. And there is no good way for them to get all of that done and at the same time also contest Roshan. So that one once again goes into the pockets of Monte.
And it's going to hurt Navi a bit too, because they were ready to take Roshan, who was not up, and now they hear Roshan is roaring in his pit. It's like, well, what can you do?
Yeah, sometimes that's simply how it works. And they're looking at a level 20 gyrocopter here as well. So extra flak cannon attacks from Crystallize. They're starting to be at the point where you need to commit for this guy in order to take him down. And luckily you do have the AC to do that with, but the question is if the Lina is going to blow you to smithereens while you're focusing on taking that gyro down.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't really hit the gyro unless he's isolated.
Yeah.
That's not the hero they really want to fight. They want to start with the Slardars, the Linas. Only if Crystallize is completely alone can you focus him down, because you know he's a huge damage battery, but you're just going to have to tank through it and hope for the best.
Yeah, which is
really not a good target to jump on, because they have all the control to protect the hero that only does damage.
I mean, that's exactly where you want to be with the gyro. It is the ideal situation.
Sven with the AC will help out a bit. He does have a couple hundred gold still to go for the Harpoon. That will help him keep heroes from getting away. Harpoon has really buffed Sven a lot, because he used to be always so stun dependent. It was his only way of catching people. Then we saw these diffusal blade Svens for a bit. Those, I think they stayed only in the pub world. Harpoon really made this hero a lot better.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. It also did wonders for CK for a while. I think one of the reasons that Core Omni Knight is playable currently is because of the Harpoon. This time around, yeah, we're going to wait for the Satanic to be finished for Crystallize here, and once he has that, we are indeed at critical mass for the high ground push.
Yeah, pretty much. You do still need to find the Broodmother. This is again like the getting those lanes pushed out. There is the bug threat. Going through a pick-off into a proper push is on their minds right now. Playing it safe on their side of the map, being cautious that Navi is not making a move, which they definitely could. They've already attempted a couple times here, just not quite fortunate enough to actually catch someone. So always reminding themselves we're not just AFK farming on our side of the map.
Mm-hmm. You know, technically, Tipan, spiders are not bugs.
Technically. How come? You're saying that they're arachnids?
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying.
So what is an arachnid?
What is an arachnid? An arachnid is a spider-like. A bug is
what is a
commonly
spider?
Insects.
Well, we got
Definitely
the
not
lasso
an
onto the Snapfire, so that's your mid-snap. Niku getting caught, needing some backup, gets the Hurricane Pike off in daze. He gets to interrupt, gets the Lincoln's Paw, but he's gonna die. Like,
yeah.
I tried to save you, but I did my job, and I actually did save you.
Yeah, good enough there. Daze has done this several times now, putting himself in harm's way in a position where Monte was kind of forced to go on him instead of chasing the higher value kills first. That does open up that high ground.
They got that pick off, which leads them into the high ground exactly. That's just what Monte needed. Crystallize, leading the troops. Forcing out the glyph early here, PMA. 7-second BKB. Sven also has a 7-second BKB available.
Radiant's bottom
Snap,
tower
unfortunately,
Sounds-
does not quite pack the punch as this Lina and the Gyrocopter together does, so
Radiant's bottom barracks
this is
are
going to have to
under
be a really, really strong team fight.
Looking for swap.
Radiant's bottom has fallen.
We're going to go for it. That's going to be life number 1 on the looks. Riddies is already down. Beautiful stun from Infernal into the backline as well. They've got the Shaman low, and he's going to go down as well. Comes for the buyback. Got the juice. Fighting versus Crystallize. Satanic bumping heals. They can't get through the
They can't get him.
Gyrocopter. And this is exactly what I talked about. You can't just hit the Gyro, but it's the only thing that they could hit right there. Running out of options. So they're going to call GG and tap out on this one. Monte, beautiful game from start to finish.
Yep. No, like you have to go on a Gyrocopter, but you can't go on a Gyrocopter, but you have to, but you can't.
Yes.
And
Dilemma.
exactly, and that Sven could do nothing for most of the fight. Had to walk all the way around, as well as being stunned up for a long part of that BKB that he had, and then does not actually have enough damage to chew through the Satanic at that point. It's Monte did this one really well. They grabbed the tempo in this game, they grabbed the first pressure, and they never really get Navi Jr. get to a place where they were comfortable grouping up, pushing, claiming terrain. That's what their draft was built to do, and they just never got to play it like that at all.
Oh yeah, like I think that was some really smart drafting coming out from Monte as well, responding to Navi Jr.'s picks, recognizing that the Snapfire is going to be played into the mid lane. They see the last pick, Brood Mother, coming out, and you expect a very heavy high push coming out, but you're trying to dodge those fights as well as you can early on. But you also have the right heroes to swap around here, because they probably thought we could play this Gyrocopter as a support, but now that we see the Brood Mother, I think this is a good call for us to just swap it into the carry role. We'll put the Lina into the mid instead. They were probably thinking Crystallize could play Lina in the carry position, but it just made so much sense that even if they throw out these wild picks, we've already answered your draft with a hero before, so we can just swap roles around. And execution, I have to say that I would have liked to see more from this mid Snapfire. It was promising. I feel like there was a lot of promise to it, but it was really Monte that had a clean game idea and a perspective that they wanted to execute. Navi Jr., I feel like they were a bit more time dependent, and they just couldn't really hit their own critical mass.
No, absolutely not. But I do think that this bodes very well for the second map that we're going to get, because these two teams do seem to be quite evenly matched, and I'm very curious to see if Navi can pull some more trickery out of their hat to maybe surprise Monte in the second one.
Well, you heard the lady. Let's take a break, and we'll be back for game 2.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back, folks. We are going into game number 2 versus, Navi Jr. and Monte are going to be going versus each other. It's not me versus Kips, thankfully. So not a quick 1v1 here. We just saw Monte take that game number 1. Even though Navi Jr., they had a lot of promise. Their draft had some ideas. They had some cool little, I wouldn't say, like small things going that way. You know, the diffusal blade on the Snapfire, basically just going for that very optimistic Broodmother last pick as well, even though the draft that they're going up against already had the answers in place. So a very complete package from Monte. Can they 2-0 this one? You were saying that this could be a very tight series. I was hoping, and I am still hoping, that's going to be the case, because Navi Jr., they are young. They are very promising. They're very capable. But is Monte going to be too much of a challenge in their opening series? Well, let's see what the draft is going to lead us into, as they have already decided to ban out Eknard's Marana.
Definitely a thorn in their side on that top lane before, where one of the reasons that I'm surprised to see Shadow Shaman right now is it's just not a strong laner, and neither is the Marana, but in that case it simply comes down to who outranges who. And the Marana partially saves that lane for the Gyrocopter as well. I definitely think that if you run anything else, something brawlier, for example, than a Shadow Shaman there, you can get a lot more out of that Broodmother lane. But instead, if you're determined to run a Shadow Shaman, maybe you do need to take out that Marana, for example. And we are going with the classics.
Well, pretty basic, opener here with a Centaur with a Timber Band. Makes a lot of sense bringing up this one. And of course, like when we still talk about that matchup, it is when you bring up a Brood with the Shaman, you need to really capitalize with a lot of extra points on the Hex to really pump out the extra damage for the Spiders and the hero itself. You get that damage amp. And then the Shackles need to connect, but then you have a hero that just leaps away and keeps being mobile. A one that contests the Wisdom Rune, has more mobility than the Shaman has more range than the Shaman has, like you said. It just made it really difficult for that particular laning matchup to work efficiently, because they had heroes that were constantly getting away. The Gyrocopter and the Marana together would then kill the Shadow Shaman later on before the Power Rune would spawn. They'd send both supports into mid, and the Snap's like, why are there 3 guys in my lane? What are my supports doing? One is dead and the other's kind of locked in the same lane versus a bat. So there were a lot of problems for Navi Jr. in the laning stage, particularly to get the most out of their heroes.
At the very least, they are going to have a very stable lane with that Centaur. I don't think I've seen a Centaur lose a lane yet. Like, that hasn't been happening the entire time that this patch has been up. And Monte has got themselves a Tiny so far, which we've mostly seen as a pos 4. Of course, you can still run this either off lane or mid, or even carry if you're so desire, but it definitely feels like a rough hero to take into like the physical damage DPS role.
Yeah, I don't know about the Centaur. I mean, like, you say you haven't seen it lose a lane. I think I've seen Centaur lose more lanes than I've seen it actually win. So basically just there's been a big disparity with the players that are playing against each other. Is like, is there a safe lane duo that knows it throughout how to either dodge the Centaur or try to shut him down and punish? I think the most recent one that comes to mind was the SA Centaur from Hyde, which seemed to lose every time.
Yeah, all right. I've watched a lot of Dota since then, so
I know you've been watching a lot of Dream League, so probably there it's been a little bit different. Surely, and I believe you, I believe you. Centaur is a strong laner, but there are times when the pause for setup with it and what kind of matchup they're going up against, there's a chance that the Centaur doesn't get as much from the lane as he'd want to, because he never gets. I wouldn't say never gets in a situation where he doesn't get to push that T1 tower down, and the opposing offlaner is having such a good time that they can 3v2 that lane. They force mid rotations into that lane as well. You might have Stampede, but before you do, he feels very vulnerable in terms of his harassment capability. He needs a hero that's able to fight with, and now you have a level 2 that looks really strong with the Grimstroke. You have the Inkswell, and if you get the Stroke of Fate to connect, you know you're getting a guaranteed stun into a follow-up stun. Now you have kill potential, and I like what they're going at here. Plus the Snapfire, so round 2.
10 seconds remaining.
yeah, this could very well be an attempt at the redemption. Attemption. Yes.
Attention at the redemption.
Attemption at the redemption. I'm really very surprised, though, that there was an Enigma pick, and not only did you not interrupt your rant for it, you also didn't even mention it at the end. You are sick, aren't you?
No, I need to see more. I need to see more in this draft, because right now, basically you don't really see the matchup that he's going up against. Is this a support Enigma that they might play? That could also spell some issues for the Centaur and the Grimstroke in terms of kill potential. Malefice can always interrupt. What kind of carry do they want to play with it? It could be this. This could still be 3. This could be 2. I don't want to see a support Alchemist Monte. Please don't do that. And of course the Tiny, which could also be played as a 3. But he also doesn't know his matchup.
But this is exactly where they picked up their carry last time as well. So it's very possible that this is just going to be what they're going to go with. And Monte last time did not. They said we know better than this Sven pick. We can play into it, and they were correct. So I'm pretty sure that this is the kind of confidence play that they're likely to go with. And I gotta say that for me, at least, Enigma, we don't have too much information yet. But a lineup with a Centaur is usually a hard commit lineup. And lineups that are hard commit into enemy teamfights do not like the threat of the black hole whatsoever. It completely stunts the attitude with which they have to go into the game. Always afraid.
Yeah, it's like this is a game currently where you could play a greedier Enigma. You already see potentially 1.5 supports, depending what the Snapfire is going to be. There could be a Rubik still that Navi Jr. could grab if they have the Rubik player for it. That could make Enigma's game much harder, where he can't necessarily go for the... I wouldn't say it's a greedy build, but directly just play Black Hole based, where you go Blink, BKB. You might have to look at other options, and especially if he's played as a support. I like how it's paired up with the Alchemist. The Alch gets a bit of safety for himself. The Enigma can also rotate out of the lane from time to time with the Eidolons farming. Good lane push. Not really a mid contester with this Enigma. Even if they do have the Lina, but he doesn't really want to roam that far. You want to have a good balance between the lane and the jungle with this hero. And Alchemist kind of has the same thing as well. So they will be moving a lot with these two once they have the levels up. You can secure safe solo XP for this Alchemist. Though there is the Centaur and the Grim, which kind of sets up the risk that you can't leave the Alchemist completely alone. Enigma would have to help him out. And of course, is it a Lina support? Is it a Lina mid that they want to play again? There is so much flex in Monte's draft that Navi's just going to have to pile up the pieces that we already have a strong offlane duo. We have a potential mid, and we are going to lock in a Pango. So now it looks like Grim and Snap are put into the support position with the Pango going mid, Centaur offlane, and a carry is missing.
That is probably it.
I'd ban Morphling now, if I was Monte. Morphling
Yeah.
and Slark are the two things that I'm a bit worried about. I don't know if Slark is that great because the Lina is in the game, but mainly as an Alchemist counter. Lifestealer is another,
10 seconds
but
remaining.
you have Enigma versus the Lifestealer, so I don't think that's necessarily that bad.
5 seconds remaining.
It doesn't really kill him, but he buys you enough time for a follow-up stun. You have Tiny and Lina, both with stuns that can follow up on it. I'm worried more about the Medusa.
Interesting. They're worried about a lineup that can actually stand their ground more than anyone that goes in, which is how I'd feel. Like you have a phenomenal setup here as Monte. If your Lina pops off and gets into a position where Navi Jr. has to deal with them, then they have the same issue with being caught between a rock and a hard place as before, where you need to go on the Lina, but you can't because there's a black hole somewhere waiting in the wings.
I think this next ban is really going to tell where this Enigma is going, because they're banning out supports here, which is the Crystal Maiden. Probably they're scouting and their coach is probably saying that, yep, this is not a support Enigma player, so it looks like a 3, or it could even be a 4 if you put the Tiny as a 3. Just getting out some heroes that, either if they put the Tiny as a 3, a hero that can't contest with the tree toss and the tree grab in general, that will just deny a lot of those early creeps. If the Enigma's there, he doesn't like playing Morph and Troll. Those are the two heroes that really hurt. They have seen the Gyro in this matchup, so they'll ban it out directly. But that's a Phantom Assassin that's going to be brought out. And there are no Agi heroes, so you don't have to go for the Revenant's Brooch build this particular game, which has been seen a couple times. Massive crits because there's no armor basically to negate.
10 seconds remaining.
No.
But there is an AC builder in the Alchemist, so that will pump up
5
Monte a bit.
seconds remaining.
It will, yeah, and they also have the burst magic damage in order to deal with that Phantom Assassin plus the always present threat of the Enigma. Now, what needs to happen in this game for Navi Jr. to feel like they can play freely is there needs to be this Pangolier needs a game. He needs a basher, and he needs it decently early on. Before he does that, I'm not sure if you feel free to take any fights at all. And the Pangolier, that in turn means that the Pangolier and the PA can never focus the same heroes together, because that just means that your only way of being able to cancel out the black hole is going to be caught in the black hole with you as the PA. So they have very conditional fights to start off already, just all based on that very early Enigma pick. And now Monte is also going to add a Beastmaster to the mix. This is a lot of damage from range if you can't close the gap as Navi Jr.
But they have a very weak lane, basically. Beastmaster and Tiny, they have to wait for multiple levels until it starts to work out. The Beastmaster is not very efficient in damage dealing early on. He would need something like a Venomancer or something that really allows you to pump up more axes, more right clicks through with the Venomous Gale. Now that he has an Avalanche Toss, if QBFY can get a hero out of position, in this case I'm looking at the Grimstroke, that could be one to grab, but he'll probably have Inkswell on him every time you try to grab him. Allowing the PA to also turn around. And if the PA is the one getting comboed, of course the magic damage hurts, but she'll always be able to jump away after the initial combo is done. So if Monte can't repeat their Mana Burn combo on the PA, they will have to play this lane very calm, look at a tie, and then start pushing after. That hurts the Tiny. Tiny would like to get early net worth to get to that Blink Dagger. And PA also is a hero that does do a lot of damage to heroes that are squishy, but these aren't exactly squishy targets that you have to play in this lane. So now that I get back to the Enigma, which is Eknard's pos 5 Enigma, I feel pretty optimistic here on the side of Monte. If they can, it's really down to this off lane. How does QBFY and Infernal play it out? You can get a lot out of the Enigma Black Hole threat later on. He could even build into a straight Blink Dagger if he wants to. That will grab the Pango. That will grab the Snapfire. Even throwing in a Cookie will do nothing. Stampede won't save you from it. And actually, look at this First Blood attempt here. Aggressive move. Navi has a very good level 1. Smokes are popping. Moonlight in the trees. I think they know where he is.
Oh, yeah.
Poor Lina. Oh, poor Lina. Just a couple more trees that they could get to, but they're going to jump Infernal instead. And now Riddy spots Moonlight. Does get the stroke of fate to connect onto a couple of heroes. Got the juice already low. There's the toss coming out. QBFY will save Moonlight. And nobody seems to die here. Oh, the Alchemist comes out. He's got something else on his mind. They go for the Snapfire, and that's your first blood. Going for Monte, as Moonlight will take it from Daze.
And these are just these tiny little things where you can see, I think, that Navi Jr. is not quite that experienced yet. Because from the way that the smoke pops there, it is pretty clear that Delina is actually over in that corner. But it feels like it's wasting precious time in order to go in there.
They're going to get a lot of damage onto Got the Juice as well. They could even kill the PA here. Has 5 stick charges, but this is a lot of damage that they can deal. And that's not a lot of healing to get. So Infernal will take down the carry. Make it a second kill for Monte. Not the start Navi Jr. were hoping for. They thought they could go for that rune, but PA was left all by herself. The Grimstroke wasn't even nearby.
I think in the previous game we already saw... Yeah, this
Grenade is thrown onto Infernal.
Well, no.
He's just going to TP. Talked about the tanky heroes.
Yeah, and since there's only a stroke of fate there and not actually an Inkswell, that is rough. But no, this is the phase of the game where theoretically Monte's lineup is the weakest. They have pretty greedy lanes. Their Tiny is not going to do that much early on. Neither is the Enigma. And this is the stage of the game where Navi is going to have to get as much momentum together as they can before, you know, this game actually picks up and you're going to be waiting for your PA for a while. And this is not a good start.
At least in the top lane for Navi Jr., they have a very strong combination of the Snapfire and the Centaur, which is looking for a kill right now with a Blood Grenade onto Eknard, but Crystallize will intervene with the Concoction. Love to see an Alchemist that is always spamming that ability whenever he can. Not fully off cooldown, but every opening that he sees, he will throw it out.
Nope.
Saves Eknard's life.
But absolutely, for the level 2 and 3 here, there's immense amount of kill pressure towards the side of Monte. The Snapfire and the Centaur together have ridiculous kill power, and they don't even have to start off being next to you.
So looking at the CS so far, the Beastmaster's getting nothing right now. He has 2 last hits inside the first 2 minutes. At least he has the wave, but this wave is going to push. So Got the Juice will have a massive creep wave for him. Unfortunately, one of those creeps he did miss out, and the stroke basically hit half the creep wave there. Infernal would like to get this lane to push into his favor, but there's the Inkswell. It comes out a bit too late. Does get the connection on the Tiny, but not for a lot of damage. Also, Grim is going to have to bring in some more regen so that they can continue doing this. Courier snipe. Oh, close, close.
Oh, I'm reminded of SVG, like, clearly getting his traumas triggered. About...
Couriers?
He went on like a 2-minute rant about carries not microing their couriers, yeah. And then complaining to him as like a +5 that they didn't have their items, because their courier was dead.
Right. Well, that's rightfully said, in the right place.
He seemed to have some hang-ups.
Huge amounts of damage in the top lane here as the Acid Spray Concoction and the Dolan's combo. This is not a very healthy Centaur at the moment. And a massive way for him to farm, which Eknard is trying to intervene with, while Moonlight gets the first kill in the mid lane matchup versus Niku.
Yeah, we didn't even really get to talk about this matchup yet, just because the side lanes are really very important here, but the Pangolier was always going to lose this mid matchup. Maybe not in a way where, you know, he gets completely shoved out. This is definitely worse than it needs to be. But certainly you never stop Alina from actually farming. She is going to accelerate harder than you. You are never going to be able to threaten her all the way until level 6.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's an advantage for the Lina in this matchup. Now already 2 kills ahead, with Moonlight also getting that kill earlier on, the first blood of Daze. Always when you give the first blood to a mid laner, it always puts a bit of threat on the other one. Yep, I'm gonna have to start my lane from behind.
Yeah, I am curious to see if Moonlight is... He's got the Boots of Travel queued up right now, and I do think he needs those first as bot lane, Scuffle, Kerfuffle.
Yep, also in the top lane at the same time. 2 separate kills happening. Enigma goes down first and got the juice. Might be the next one to follow. So a trade-off does happen. Getting the PA kill very big here as QBFY and Infernal actually going to attempt to Riddies here, and they should be able to do it too. Mango's available for QBFY, just needs to find the Grim, but hey, there's 2 birds. They'll find them. Crystallize also gets a kill in the top lane as a retaliation for Eknard dropping earlier on. So a multitude of kills going for Monte.
Monte cleaning up house on the bottom side is especially really good for them. Oh, not again.
Got the juice. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Sadly, the bird is hitting the creeps instead of the hero, so
yeah.
get to jump out.
I got to get the Snapfire down here as well. But Eknard has also rotated.
Let's see what they can do. Comes the Enigma from behind. Infernal does go down. Got the juice. Will get the kill for himself. But the PA, not in a healthy place. Not in a happy place. But just barely gets out. And that regeneration will help to survive. The Tiny won't be able to finish him off with the tree toss. And there goes Daze with the creeps. The boar. They kept chasing that Snapfire.
Well, that keeps the supports of Navi Jr. plenty busy, which means that they will not be able to interfere in the mid lane at all. Niku is taking a lot of damage. At least the rune was bought, but...
Yep, good usage of the first Laguna Blade there. Really putting the pressure on the Pango. Niku's gonna have to walk home. Even if he wouldn't want to do it, he's gonna have to. Selina's gonna get even further away. Riddies does get the Inkswell off onto QBFY, but nobody to help out. So Eknard for another kill, and Monte are really rocking through this laning stage. They got themselves such a good start with those early few kills that they are ramping up and increasing that tempo. Now is basically the effective timer that they've hit level 4s and level 5s. Tiny is also level 5. They did get 5 assists for him. So he's making great progress towards... now he can start building his Blink pretty much. I mean, you could go for Mana Boots in between if you wanted, but you could just rush Blink now.
Exactly, and this is the point in the game where you're not allowed, as the Dire normally, to dive the bottom tower. You're not allowed to bring that many people, because there's going to be a level 6 Pangolier rotating in, right? And you're going to get a Rolling Thunder to the face. But Niku was so low and quite under-leveled as well that threat was just really never there. I doubt Monte is going to go that deep again.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, PMA, he's only brought himself the Helm of the Iron Will for the Centaur and working on a straight-up Blink. So no Veil, no Shivas, needs to Blink first. They need a Playmaker. Which is also not a very happy sight because they're not really winning their lanes. They're put into this situation. Got the juice jumping wings. Well, but here comes Moonlight. And there goes your PA again. The third death and completely shut down. Monte are buying valuable time and getting massive resources out of these trade-offs here. As Lina's getting stronger, Alk is free farming, PA doesn't have a game.
No.
And Centaur isn't really rocking this lane either.
No, he is not, and that play felt very desperate. Like, if the Lina is there, your PA never gets out. And the fact that you're the one that goes in means that Niku is going to have to use that role to go out there. The enemy has time to split up. And you can see that he's just like, no, this is not even a place to use my Rolling Thunder at all, because you went in instead of waiting for them to go on you first. It's... They're looking pressured. They're looking pressed.
They definitely are. And Crystallize, he's got some backup here. They were looking for the Centaur. Good read as they will get the stun to connect, and he will try to chase, but not enough for a kill. They would have needed one extra spell. Sadly, Enigma and the Lina not there on time, as the Centaur's already moving away. Meanwhile, Infernal, now he's left all by himself, so this is a kill they need to get. But the Stampede... Wait, is there a Stampede? No, they're not even actually popping it there. It's still on cooldown. No mana. They can't get this. They needed this kill. It's 4 versus 1. But no Stampede, no mana for it.
No, and
Another missed opportunity.
No hard disables here either. It's like, okay, the Inkswell, but it takes a bit of doing to get it on top of people. Cookie. It's only a short range, and now
and they go with
Daze.
Daze. Can he get the Malefice? Yes, he can.
Yeah.
That seals his deal.
Deleted.
And the Pango spotted too. So level 6 Tiny already picking up his plus 10 armor from his ult. And there his blink is queued up. Beastmaster maybe a bit deep under the tower, but he's got the tower push. And Crystallize coming in as well. They need to move in with a Soulbind. He's just like, I want to go out, but I kind of need to let you go in. And there's the Stampede. It's a defensive one. They couldn't protect their tower. Might lose some heroes. Riddies. Malefice goes through. His DP's cancelled. They do kill off Moonlight, which is something. A kill for the Pango, very much needed, so he can still keep up the pace with that Diffusal Blade.
Absolutely, yeah. The game is now really on that Pangolier, because we're going to see the Centaur make moves with that Blink Dagger. He's got it in his pocket right now, freshly picked up. And that is certainly going to supply the disables that were so sorely needed.
That's a dead Enigma.
But you know, if it's not a plus 5 Enigma, you're going to need to bring damage to the kill as well. Your Snapfire doesn't have level 6 yet, and is decently limited. Is going to have to come from the Pango in the next couple of team fights.
Yeah, he'll need the Diffusal. He's only a couple hundred gold short from it. He's afraid to show himself in that lane. Meanwhile, since there's no real counter to this Beastmaster, to be completely honest, in this game, you can go for Dominator. Could also level up his animals during the laning stage. One of the big parts why Beastmaster was able to have such a good time. There's no Lich that just constantly eats your boar. Nothing like that. No Doom. No, really, that is like one of the big things that Beast absolutely hates. He's playing up against a hero that just eats your boars, but there's the... with Black Hole. Never mind. Infernal goes down. Monte could still respond with the Grimstroke kill. Another one for Crystallize. Picks up his Sacred Relic on the road, so everything connected. And maybe a PMA Centaur. Yes, sir.
Realized that he was dead as soon as the acid spray went down there. No blink out for you, sir.
Dire's middle tower is under
Very
attack.
inconvenient.
Pretty unfortunate black hole there for Eknard, but was suspecting there to be people. I like when you're thinking ahead, but then you're overthinking it, and your 200 IQ play becomes like a 50 IQ play.
That's where the experience comes in, right? Those are the risks that make you look either like a god or a dog.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't think you're very worried as Monte here, though. You got a 5k.
Not at all. You're
Alchemist.
feeling fantastic. You're hitting your
cruising.
timings. This Alchemist is active sooner than he was supposed to, because usually an this game is like, maybe I have a kill, maybe I've died once. I'm 4-0-1 right now. I have a Radiance on a prime time. I can get my Blink Dagger pretty fast. In 8 to 9 minutes, the active window for Monte is up, but basically maybe a couple minutes off of that because they're doing so well. And it's a PA that still has to finish her Battle Fury.
Yep.
Middle tower
And
has
I love BA as a hero, but I was surprised to see her picked at all in Dream Lake, just precisely because she is slow. Build-up of Battle Fury right now is not good for anyone, but especially not for her. Very clever not to hit the creeps there.
A close call. Blur actually broke, and I think Infernal has an idea. And it's gonna be the right read as well, because he's gonna be right there. Blinks out to Daze. Daze is there. Oh, there's also a Centaur that just happens to walk into Crystallize's stun, so he's just deleted. He got nothing out.
What a mess. What a mess. And Niku just dies on the other side of the map in the meantime. No, wait, he was behind. What?
He was behind them. Yeah.
Oh my lord. I mean, I didn't even get to see him because he was already dead. Were they looking to sneak
is under attack.
A Roche? No.
Dire's middle tower
They
is
saw
under
the Alchemist, thought
They saw
perhaps
the
he was
Alchemist
alone.
and they wanted to rotate there to
Yeah.
kill him, thinking that he's alone. But then the Beastmaster collapsed. They came through the portal. I have to say there was a brilliant read there from the Alchemist to stun the Centaur, because Centaur literally blinked and walked onto the low ground, and an instant click from the Alchemist when he was about to get stunned himself actually stunned the Centaur and killed him.
Oh, nice little quick fingers. Yeah, I gotta say, the Navi Junior that was, you know, a couple of months ago, really working their way through these qualifiers. I'm not sure where they are right now, because this laning stage has looked messy as all hell.
Yeah,
It's
the
not
worst
getting
part
better
is
to get it out of it.
the worst part of it right now in this stage of the game is nobody is actually playing on the map. Like, the lanes are pushing in. There's no real safety here for the Phantom Assassin. She can't just safely farm that top area. PMA's in the jungle, Niku's in the jungle, PA's in the jungle, Snap is in the jungle, Iridius is in the jungle. There's no map presence.
No. Absolutely none. And they have three cores that would really rather stay out of the lanes. And then you'd need your supports to pick up some of the lane pressure, but the problem is, of course, that is where the prime farm is, and you'd rather not take that away from your side of the map just in case your core is needed, and your core is needed bad right now. All 3 cores of Navi Junior are dangling beneath the 3 cores of Monte on the net first chart.
And they're thinking about a smoke here with Daze, PMA, Riddies. Maybe even Niku could join. Has the Diffusal and the Rolling Thunder, just making sure that there's no vision. Actually, they're contesting the 16-minute rune, hoping for a freebie here. But Lena's in the jungle.
Serious QB5?
Or in the triangle, even. So won't be able to catch that. QBFY also had a hunch.
And a
One
tiny little Eidolon. Yeah.
Just a solo Eidolon spotted the whole team.
That's a nice middle finger. Well, Battle Fury's up. 16.5 minutes. That's not
bad.
Pretty. Yeah.
That's not pretty. It's like, yep, that's definitely not pretty. 3 deaths, not a lot of farm, not a lot of objectives taken. At least the positive side is that tier 1 tower is down at the top lane, so it grants you access to a couple extra camps. If you didn't have that going your way, well, I'm pretty sure Navi would be, you know, turtling already.
Exactly. No, that is just a little bit of space to breathe. That they need to thank the Lord for. They have it. Smoke here.
Let's see what comes out of this one. They got Eknart already. Can they disengage with that Stampede? Niku trying to fight for his life, but Moonlight Crystallize hunts him down. Infernal actually gets the last tick, and they've got the snap. LSA stun. Crystallize just calmly walks in. No need for a concoction here. Farm for PA to farm. I mean, space for PA to farm.
Yeah, that space is
That's what it was.
expensive.
That's what it was. Blurs away from QBFY. Despite them walking the same stairs. Lucky not to get detected again.
Yeah, it's just... The PA is slow. The PA is slow. You've been talking about like the Sven having presence at every single stage of the game, for example, as ways of optimizing her mid.
Turn around, Eknard. Black hole. There we go. We've got 3, and this is going to call him Monte for the rest, and that's a party for one team. But it is a disappointment for the other. Navi Junior Daze. Oh, tries to get QBF, and the Snapfire, the Mortimer's Kisses. Gets one connection, but the raindrops are going to keep him alive. Costing you 4 heroes, 14,000 gold ahead from Monte. I'm going to be very curious if it's going to be Navi. Are they going to attempt a high ground defense and call it? Because there's really not too much to play for right now.
I thought surely that we'd
Moonlight's
see
going to hunt the PA too.
an improvement.
Kept right on top of him. There we go. She's spotted him. Instant Laguna into the Yules. No spells to combine it with, so has to take an honest fight, and there we go.
How honest is it when the Tiny shows up, right? But
yeah,
I don't think it would have won that.
Yeah, the Lina was low on mana, so definitely if she didn't have the backup, it could have been her maybe even losing her life. But I don't think she would have done that play all by herself.
No.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And I'm just left to wonder, like, what's up with Navi Jr.? Or is Monte just that strong right now?
Monte is really looking good.
I'm
Guess it is
certainly
the
hoping
the
that's
starting series of the day, new tournaments and everything, expectations and all.
Fully new teams.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Might just be a bit of the
Are scanning.
early tournament jitters.
Dire's middle tower
I
is
think
under
for some
attack.
teams the first series could always be a bit difficult if you are really paying attention to it. It is a 50k prize pool, which is quite a lot of money Navi Junior is going to be playing for. So I look at a team that's filled with 18-year-olds and a 15-year-old mid player. Jitters are definitely a real thing. Monte, though, packed with experience in this team. Crystallize Eknard most notably. Had their pro careers already alive. Way before some of these Navi Junior players have. I mean, to think about it, when Mega Lada was a thing for Eknard, some of these players in Navi Junior were still in, like, secondary school.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower
Or
is
even
under
primary
attack.
school. That was like 6 years ago, so.
Radiant's
When I
top
got
tower has
into
fallen.
Pro Dota, their mid was 5.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that's wild to think about, isn't
Radiant's
it?
top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it is. It makes us sound pretty old, but we're not as old as some of the people that have definitely been in this Dota scene for a very long time. Like, it's funny to think we're kind of the juniors. Kind of.
Yeah, like we are the second or maybe even the third round of talent.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And these are like the new wave of Dota players, so I like to see where the future is leading us on. And of course, I mean, I'm not going to base too much on Navi Junior here just because of one series. Obviously, an opening series is always an opening series, which is sometimes difficult. Sometimes it feels like a walk in the park.
Oh, they got her
This
again.
one is definitely a very hard one to approach for them. But I guess we're going to have to wait for another series to see them really pop off. But it's not over because they're not calling it. They are going to see this one through.
I mean, I'm gonna be a lot harsher. I see a lot of basic mistakes in the drafts and in the way that they're playing these games out that I'm not. That make me wonder about what kind of place they're in right now.
I think it's rightfully set as well.
Regressed from their previous performances.
KBFY is just diving the high ground here, going for Riddies. Spots the Grimstroke farming with an Inkswell, really wants that wave, but will pay with her life, or pay with his life. And that's a ticket for the high ground. So you've got your Aegis, you have a BKB, Radiance, Blink, Alchemist at 22 minutes. This is the timing.
Yeah, there's a pipe here as well. And never mind that this is not a second Aegis. You have some of the tools in your pocket needed to do exactly this.
If I was the true Oracle, I would have said 21 minutes, like I said before, but I'm 1 minute late. Pretty close. As the melee racks will drop in the mid lane. Monte to secure a lane of racks. Navi with the smoke. Tried to look for a potential pick-off, but there's also counter smoke by Monte, so they're nowhere to be seen at the time being.
No, and they've gone looking in their own jungle, but there's really nothing here. And I think, honestly, if you're Navi, you should be glad that you didn't find them. Now that we got lots of juice, you can't walk that close to the high ground.
That is still without a Manta, without a BKB. And actually has the Revenant's Brooch lined up, but you have to get there first. Infernal Smoke has popped. They know that they're in the high ground position. Where they're going to find, though, Crystallize might just want to go in. Self-stun. They can't see it, though. Well, at the same time, QBFW does get the jump onto the backline, though, but this is setting up for Eknard. He's got his Blink ready. He could grab the whole team, but he's going to watch them misery and in pain as Pango is he's going to be nuked down in a matter of seconds. They've lost the majority of the heroes. They call the GG as well. This will be a Monte 2-0.
Dire victory.
Very dominantly.
There we have it. So
Yeah.
Monte really showing to be the stronger team out of the two here.
Yeah, without very little to put in edgewise, like this was a pretty greedy draft from them, which is, and I guess they just really felt that they could get away with that, and they were completely correct. They put a couple of questions towards Navi Jr. in that draft, like, hey, you have a centaur, you want to commit, we pick an Enigma, what are you gonna do now? And Navi Jr. just starts tripping over their feet as soon as that question is asked, actually. And that leads them into a position where, unlike in the previous game, where at the very least they get to play, they survive that laning stage in a decent shape in order to, you know, at least work towards the items. They still have a winning carry matchup. Here, I never even really see them getting into that position at all, and Monte just really pressing on the pain points of Navi here. Very well done.
But Monte, they're not done for the day. They're going to be playing another series versus another team. It's going to be Havu from Finland that's going to be matching up against Monte for the next one. That starts in about 10, 15-ish minutes, so we'll see you then for the next series of the day. Still a lot more Dota to come here at the Rest Regional Europe. We'll be back in a bit.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service. Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back, people. We're heading over to the second series of our day. And at the RES Regional Series Europe, we are looking at a little bit of a different type of schedule. So for people who have been watching this before, there's always every team playing every day. This time, a little bit differently. We have mixed schedules for some of these teams to fit their timetables better. There's a lot of open qualifiers happening and close qualifiers happening in these next few weeks. So to fit all of that, we are watching Monte again, but they're going up against a different team. As you can see on the schedule here, we just finished, we quickly saw the schedule there. We saw Monte take on Navi Jr., and now the matchup we're talking about is Monte versus the Finnish organization Havu. And if we take a look at the Monte players, we show their lovely pictures there on screen as well. Already saw what they were capable of. They dismantled Navi Jr. pretty fairly, pretty strongly there in that 2-game performance. I think, when they're warmed up, they're hyped up, they're definitely ready for this one as well. This will be no challenge for them in their eyes.
No, I definitely don't think it should be. I think Monte is here to do business today. They're going to close on some cases here, and all that is really to be said here for Havu is that what they need to look for is to get to actually play these games and see how much they can get in edge-wise over them. Also, while the Monte players are still on screen, if any of the people that follow Monte or work with them can tell us if QBFY is pronounced like that, or if he's Cubify or something entirely different, I would love to hear from you, because I think he has an interesting name and I'd love to know how to pronounce it right.
Yep, and of course their opponents for this one, Havu, they also have 2 series up ahead. This will be their first one, an organization, of course, less known in the Dota scene, but also pretty well known in the Counter-Strike scene in general. This team basically formed as you could say it's a bit of an academy team type of thing. Not super serious, but of course serious in that way. But these players want to create a career for themselves. Players that are some of the top players in the Finnish scene. Tsunami and Topita, basically in the core 2 positions. One of their highlight star players from last year, Ilbert, from the offlane position. He could make some really good looking plays happen, especially turning games around when he gets a Magnus, for example, for himself. As you can see, Magnus is instantly banned out by Monte, so they will not get one of their strongest heroes in the pool. And also their support duo, Waza and Memzi. Waza, basically, I think he mentioned this on, he's also started streaming. He mentioned that they swap around with Memzi between pause 4 and pause 5, so Waza could also play a bit more pause 5 for himself, and Memzi maybe has a different, unique pause 4 pool for himself. So we'll see if that happens today, or if they are sticking with their traditional Waza 4, Memzi 5.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel very blessed to have you on these games with me here, because it feels kind of awkward to, live in Finland for several years now. I've been fluttering around the Finnish Dota scene from time to time, and I'm very unfamiliar with all of these players, so I'm going to enjoy learning from you, as I hope everybody else is going to do here as well. While we watch them get, mayhaps run over by a primal beast here.
Yep, this is definitely going to be a very big challenge for Havu, considering the competition in this entire tournament. Not only just Group A and Group B divided, but as a whole, they are going to be the underdogs in some of these matchups. And I really hope to see that. Of course, it's the start of a tournament. You'd love to see an underdog perform well at the start, get some important points up for grabs, because Monte already up 2-0 with that one win. Any tie that you can get is going to be very important. Even though we saw in SA, one team, they had 5 ties and 1 win. It was not enough for them to go through because the other teams just scored way more points than they did. But it will still put you in a better standing. So let's see if they're capable of doing that. As you talked about, the Primal Beast pickup here from Monte and Havu, taking a bit of time. I don't exactly know their preference in drafting, which heroes they like to open up with first, what do they want to leave for later. I know Ilbert would like to see his matchups, but he's also willing to just first face tank it, and as we can see, the Mars comes out.
So a little bit of a departure from... I mean, they have played this Mars before, usually with a Rubik pick after. They really seem to favor this Rubik, especially if you look at their recent games in EPL.
Yep. The Rubik, the Waza has also played a fair amount of techies, at least lately. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they pull off like a Mars techies lane, the Rubik Mars, the Willow Mars, something alongside of those. Of course, the Rubik is banned out, so they won't get that. And there goes the techies as well. So gonna have to bring up something different this time.
And as for Monte, I mean, classic right now. We were talking before about, you know, we don't support Miranas when support Miranas when there's no good combos for the arrow and they don't land them. But classic, very much with the Primal Beast, you get the single target disable of the grab. Very much time for a Mirana to line that up into an arrow. I would not be surprised to see her making an appearance here immediately.
Yeah, they did leave that Mirana in the pool, so I wouldn't say against it that it's not a contested hero in this matchup. Hello, Cat. I'm busy casting a game, unfortunately. Still one more.
Cat attacks.
Yeah, cat attacks. Yeah.
No. Cat attacks. If the cat is mentioned, you need to show it.
I mean, she doesn't really like being grabbed. I can try.
Oh, it's that one.
The moment I was turned around, she just jumped away. So we're not going to get cat
Sorry,
on camera.
Kitty.
Also, she's a one that doesn't like being a lap cat, so it would look very awkward on camera, looking like, Panda's torturing a cat in his life.
You need consent. You need consent.
We need the other cat. She's just an absolute fluffball. They're going to ban out the Tiny, and now we're going to see Havu's either pair up or the side lane, and of course, it is the Mirana. Talked about it, and it gets picked up.
It's probably Monte having to think a little bit about what they want to get next. But yeah, Spear into Arrow, of course, also a classic. It's a lot harder to land, of course, but it's still fairly reliable.
5 seconds remaining.
Then what are we going to see from Monte? Because you're building this draft towards a carry, usually that can get out of the arena. So we're thinking things like Morphling, we're thinking Faceless Void, etc.
Yeah, if the game is right, even a Phantom Lancer, just doppelganger your way out. Anything that's capable of disappearing, Blinks and BKBs.
And usually these heroes are not that strong on the lane, and they're going to need a relatively strong support with them in order to actually secure that for them. So, well, there's certainly a strong support, and somebody that the Primal Beast is very happy working with. Get that extra mana going behind you, which is the biggest slowdown for a Primal Beast. It's like, okay, I did something. Guys, can I go base?
Yeah, the classic.
It's like, sure, my cooldowns are back, but the blue is empty.
Well, at least you're providing the aura, allowing the Primal Beast to use your spells more often. Also increases the farming capability of this hero, even though the long cooldown on Primal Beast kind of sets this hero as I'd rather kill than farm. But if I can farm heroes, then I'm using my spells correctly, and my Crystal Maiden is buffing me up with that too. So they bring out the Dark Willow, which is, again, a handy tool versus the Mirana. Every leap might get connected with a root. It's handy to have. And also takes away from Mars's laning partner, because this is very likely looking like a Mirana 5 for the safe lane. So They could still look up their laning partner from Mars, but all the best options are out. The Hoodwink's still there. We're going to see a Tsunami Lifestealer. Okay. Oh, it's good against the Primal. Really good against the Primal.
Absolutely.
You now showed both supports. And if you have to play a 3 Primal, he does not like playing Lifestealer in the lane. So Monte might have to put this into mid.
Yep, and this is also a hero that does very well against both of the supports, right? It's just the Crystal Maiden roots him. Okay, that means I can just pop the Rage. Hey, this is the... the Willow roots me. I can just pop the Rage. And the same goes for any kinds of, like for example, the Cursed Crown. It goes for dodging the Terrorize as well. Terrorize is here, of course, meant to get people to evacuate the Mars Arena instead of focusing down whoever gets caught in there. And then we get a Hoodwink, so... That is
one of the only remaining partners for Mars, basically.
Yeah.
Phoenix and Hoodwink were like the last ones.
Still good burst damage here. The break, I guess not that useful yet in this game, but that does block a couple of potential picks. Although for some reason I don't quite feel like Monte is the kind of team to be running a DK here or something. That doesn't quite feel like their style.
Unfortunate for the Lifestealers, the fact that Primal Beast Pulverize will always go through. So even if you pop your Rage, if you get Pulverize on top of it at the same time, that is a great way to burn out extra seconds of immunity for the Lifestealer. And this is a hero that we do see from time to time versus the Nikes. Not always, but this is a much better offlaner. Now we're looking at a mid-Primal Beast and a offlane Slardar, unless they want to shake things up a bit. And if they get the right matchup for mid, you could still Slardar mid, but I don't think that makes still any sense because of the Primal Beast just having a bad laning matchup for himself. So 3 Slardar, 2 Primal Beast, and a carry missing. Habu, they have the last pick for Topi. So let's see what he wants to play. I don't exactly remember his hero pool. I'm not super familiar with the heroes that he plays. Pretty sure a lot of Finnish viewers are now scorning me. How do I not know my countryman's hero pool? But there's just way too many Dota players' hero pools to remember.
Maybe he can cement himself as memorable, and then it will never have to happen to him again.
True.
It's always the way to do it. And Monte, meanwhile, banning out the Zeus. Seeing a definite lack of magical burst damage over on Havu, who really right now only have the Hoodwink in order to get any kills down fast. I wonder if Monte would be tempted to remove the Lina here as well. Lina, Mars, classic combination. Mars very good at defending that Lina for anyone who might want to go on her.
Yep.
That said, of course, that's only if Monte wouldn't want to... No, they're not going to pick it up themselves because they're still looking for a carry. So...
Yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, it is actually the Pango that reminds me of Topi. He's played it a lot. I was thinking Ember Spirit for a bit, but now that I looked up his Dota buff, I mean, he doesn't have a super high amount of played games, but his Ember and the Pango by far the most picked mid heroes. And now we see the Puck ban, the hero that he likes to play.
I don't think you play Ember into double root here. There's absolutely no way.
Yeah, you don't play it into Primal either. You can, but you really need to know how to be a Ember masterclass to beat this Primal Beast and actually dumpster him in the lane.
Get some Yopaj action going on, something like that.
See, I mean, they have really efficiently banned out both Ilbert's and Topi's heroes. Because I was looking at the DK as well. I mean, now that the Puck is banned, there is a chance for Queen of Pain.
Yes.
Like Wop, you could also pull out the Sniper that they like to play. Not sure if the Sniper is great this game with 2 heroes that just jump you. And they
this is interesting.
Okay.
Once again, much like, and this is interesting about their attitude towards drafting, right? We saw them in the previous series say, we are not intimidated by your Sven. We are better than you, and our gyrocopter is going to do this anyway. And here they're saying, we are not going to have our carry run away from this Mars arena. We're having our carry stand in the middle of that and say, no, actually, this is my house now. You get out. So They have some very strong convictions underlying the way that they play, and I greatly enjoy that.
Yeah, they have. I mean, Medusa again, like a hero that I think the concept of the hero has been misunderstood. At least in the current meta, it's not a hero that just farms. You wanna play around the Medusa, yes, but you also want to bring in the Medusa early enough into action, because once you have a fairly early butterfly timing, it's a semi-unstoppable hero in terms of constant damage output, and you have the lockdown to enable Medusa to do so. So you would like to have an active Medusa at 19 plus minutes, maybe 20 plus minutes, depending what the Manta timing is going to be like, and if you are going for the butterfly build. And then just kind of roll around. You need Medusa to hit objectives, because if nobody else is doing that, you're not getting anything on the map, and then you're basically wasting your time. You're creating for this Medusa to get big. So as you can see, who hits buildings in Monte? There's only a Medusa that really actually sieges here, so they need to bring in this hero active early, and you want to be ahead of this Lifestealer, which they can do with this Monte lineup. Make it harder for Havu to start defending when the Medusa really wants to kick in that tower push.
Yep, and this really puts Havu in a position where, I mean, they get the Bango pick on the end there, which you already mentioned as being a comfort hero for Topita, but also that is a very good source of immediate early Diffusal Blade. But the question is that going to be enough then? Is Tsunami also going to be forced into Diffu? I do actually think that that is necessary in this game, which is not really a place where you want to go as a Lifestealer.
Well, what do you think? Is Monte going to take this one, or do you feel like Havu has a chance? I mean, they are the underdogs, obviously, coming into this matchup, but it is the first game of a fresh tournament, and actually the odds seem to be favoring Havu here quite heavily.
That is extremely surprising to me. I would certainly, not even if I think that this is a very well-rounded draft, and maybe a little low on the point and click disables, which is always a problem for me. Now that I say that, yeah, the magical burst damage is also a little lacking. I can see ways for this draft to work, certainly in a more experienced set of hands, but as far as Monte goes, I can see their philosophy. I buy their confidence after this first series. I don't think that this is the outdraft Havu needed.
Yeah, they're also instantly starting to de-award their own obs, because I feel like Monte knows about it. They are not showing. It's always a good read on the side of the team that puts the ward down, that, yeah, they probably know about us.
Mm-hmm.
QBFY, Infernal Ignite, making their moves towards the bottom runes, and Havu should be taking 2 if nobody contests Tsunami. Nope, they're not going to make it in time, so 2 for 2 split in the bounties, no first blood. Kick off the laning stage.
But Tsunami are going to get caught pretty much in the same way that we've seen. Like, Monte did this in the previous series twice. First with the Batrider pressure, and next after that they also got a PA kill before the landing stage actually started. And this pressure on bot lane is very much an MO of theirs, I'm starting to see. This is a rough start for Tsunami. Immediately under tower, immediately losing CS.
Yeah, and a lot of poke as well there. Not the best of places to be in. They do have the hard camp also open. Waza has made sure that the easy camp is protected so that they can get some pulls in between. They are going to get that, or need to get that early pull if this lane stretches out far, because that's what Monte's goal is going to be. They want to also secure safe farm for the Slardar, but if they are forced into a fight versus the Lifestealer, they will take it. And right now, it's kind of like Waza is just hoping for an arrow to connect or getting the camp open. Now he can go for the first pull. Tsunami's still being zoned out in this lane, so not a very happy place. But Elbert is also destroying this top lane right now, 8-2 on the Mars. So the star player that I've been highlighting, and I still think Elbert is the most capable player on this team, in terms of the cores. I mean, of course, Topi and his mid lane can always surprise, but Ilbert has by far been the player that looks like an actual pro player in my eyes.
And he gets at least one more full level here, maybe two, in order to get like the basis of his lane together. After that, of course, we are looking at the second level Mystic Snake, and the lane gets much harder for the Mars. This is a good way to capitalize.
Yeah,
yep.
That's a great way to get a first blood there off of the top lane. Straight from Memzi. We talked about Memzi being the fresh pause 4 for the team, and now Waza taking over the safe lane support role, which he has been grinding lately. So they did do that role swap. Waza used to be the 4. Memzi was sitting in the safe lane, but he did discuss that he feels very happy about this transition. He gets to play a bit of different types of heroes. And I guess the same also applies for Memzi. We know Memzi's been playing Hoodwink from time to time, but still, I think this is a fresh change of pace. The team has been together for like almost, 2 years, I think?
Yeah, I think I've matches with what I know as well. Now we've got this mid matchup here where Pangolier, yeah, you don't really get to fight this guy. It's absolutely impossible.
He gets to harass at least when he gets to like the Fusel Blades and stuff like that. But before that, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
2 points of Swashbuckles just not going to do the trick. You need to get max out Q until you really start to hurt.
Exactly. This Primal Beast has almost 10 base or like 10 damage over you at this point in the game. He's got insane amounts of armor as well. There's really nothing you can do to him.
Also, fun fact about Waza, his in-game nick. When you always see like somebody's an enjoyer of something, he is the free farm provider.
The free farm provider?
Yes.
Middle tower is under attack.
And he's a super positive guy, like a very PMA player.
I'm always automatically a fan of the people that do that job for their team, because it is a job and it's a hard job. Like, being positive takes a lot of energy. It's hard work, and a lot of Dota players can't find it in them to do the work.
Putting a lot of harass on the top lane for Ilbert here. Getting some activity off of the Crystal Maiden and the Medusa. They want to at least attempt to reply on this Mars as much as possible, because they know that by the time he hits level 6, that is a instant threat for the Medusa. Has to live off of the mana regen. Memzi wants to make sure Mars is getting enough farm, but they're playing aggressive on the side of Monte, forcing out that early spear. Ilbert has to force out the regen, but a bushwhack will keep the distance. So I like what Monte is also doing. They're understanding that they're playing a bit safely here in this lane. Topi is really extending his limits versus Moonlight, while Tsunami is also dropping in the bottom lane and will drop. Waza can't get a reply. Both mid laners were down to 50 HP. Topi was fully tanking the trample. And he was kind of giving the feeling to the Primal Beast that he might get this kill. Oh, Infernal Dash to the tower. Okay, so Waza gets a return kill. And there goes the CM again.
On top. Yep. Very well done. And especially when the CM is out of lane, right? This is also, weird as it sounds, but this is also a health regen for the Medusa. CM being close really makes it a lot hard to harass him. That was a very smart, yeah.
19 stick charges, which he will get to use. Get a bit of that max HP on it. Here's the TP rotations. Hoodwink was considering to stay a bit longer, but it's not going to be enough for a spear to even kill the Primal Beast as he just waltzes away. Moonlight for the kill. So mid-rotation for that. Eknart TP'd into mid for some experience, which is always handy when your support's level 3. But Topi has to get to that rune first. Has Swashbuckle, but there's a Frostbite. And Eknart denies it because the animation was still going. So very crucial. Might even turn into a kill. Crystallize does end up going down, but Topi, he gets his Rolling Thunder off just in time. And he'll be able to move out. Quick pause. So Medusa did get punished in the end, and that was actually Ilbert getting back up from both Waza and Memzi, while the Pango had to move in back into mid.
Very nice. I also want to point out what happened on that kill on the top lane is Crystallize, or sorry, the kill attempt before, is that Crystallize actually did that to himself a little bit. He threw the snake in a position where if both of the Havu heroes move forward, they actually do not have to get hit by it at all. And that was the perfect opening that they recognized that. They're like, okay, fine, we just move on top of you. You threw the snake. That is your only way to keep us at a distance. And instead, we will both be on top of you, and you've lost your only deterrent. So that was a bit of a miscalculation by Crystallize there.
Yeah, and pretty costly too, considering it is 100 mana that you have to use to cast that ability.
Yep.
That's 100 HP less technically for the Mars than the Hoodwink to worry about.
Yep. And it leads into this kill here eventually, where that magic wand was completely down. And then you very clearly you show the Crystal Maiden on mid, so you leave that Medusa alone after the Primal Beast leaves again. That is a green light for Havu to go for that kill top.
The only thing is what happens after this is the Wisdom Rune spawning in 40 seconds. They just sent both supports top. They don't have any TPs. They'd have to take a portal and still try to make it to the enemy Wisdom, which they probably have to skip by now. Just secure their own. There's a lot of traffic in the mid lane. Monte stacking up the numbers with Eknard and Willow as they were trying to kill Topi.
Topi not exactly that healthy right now. Also, that regen rune is a real problem.
There's your face boots up on the Primal Beast, so opportunity for a kill could arise. Waza is stacking, and he's walking right into the arms of the Primal Beast, but thankfully for the leap, doesn't actually have another one, so Moran is just going to die here.
Yep.
Pretty
Taken to the cleaners.
And only got a hard camp stack, but they can't clear it. Memsy's coming in. Eknard is here.
Exactly. Moonlight needs to go base first.
So we'll have a bit of a duel of the supports. Eknard is pinging his position, like, you want to show up for a kill? I mean, I maybe have a spell or two, but I can't actually afford either.
Yeah. Not this time. Alright, Topi is back. Gilbert is going to get level 6 off of, that last creep here. So they're showing up on time, but there's just absolutely no sign of the Medusa anywhere, which makes it very hard for Topi to commit for a kill that he doesn't know is actually there.
Oh, Tsunami.
Arrow to the face.
Yep, catches the Invis rune from QBFY, and QBFY, well, Topi is going to secure it, so Nami walks into a bramble, walks into another bramble, so won't get that one. He is only level 5 on the Lifestealer, has been pretty much destroyed in that bottom lane, so he needs a lot of catching up to do. Medusa is 1,300 gold ahead. As we can see, Mars is topping the net worth right now. Double Bracer with the face boots, magic wand, pretty healthy on the Mars. Pretty good timing considering it's 8 minutes in.
Yeah, this is going to be very important because anytime you go in this game, you're going to get absolutely barraged by anything that the Crystal Maiden and the Dark Willow can throw at you.
You see Topi rolling in, does catch the Willow and a good choke point here. Sadly, there's Moonlight and Eknard, so he can get the kill, but Gilbert, can you respond? Bonk, Arena, spears him away into the arms of Tsunami. Arrow flies in as well, and the Primal Beast is going to drop. Eknard might go down as well, and Havu scoring some early kills here, getting 3, and getting their Pango out as well, who was, by the way, the preliminary setup there for Monte to try and kill the Pango after he's used his Rolling Thunder, but they bring in 4 heroes and get 3 kills.
Yeah, that's really some weird decision-making there by Monte. You know that this Lifestealer is near, there is not a lot of distance between this location and the location of all of the 3 cores of Havu. And I guess they're just underestimating what they're dealing with here right now, because surely, like, we consider Havu to be the underdog. I have no doubt that Monte does as well, but that's no need to just let yourself go like this.
I think what they thought at that moment was they saw them poking mid. It's like, okay, it's not level 5 Lifestealer, not really looking like a threat. What is he doing over here? And they got the Shadow Realm off of the Willow, which looked like, well, he can do Rolling Thunder damage and maybe get the kill, but they could respond after it. What they didn't see was actually the Mars who made the big impact and actually rotated from between the tier 2 and the tier 3, which is where they last saw him, still get to the river and rotate. So Havu just in the nick of time at the right place at the right time, which really changed the whole thing around. So I could see what Monte was doing, but they didn't live off of the information that they had. So you're absolutely right about that.
No, they did not. It's not too big of a deal to them, apart from the fact that, of course, Moonlight, you're a primal beast, you need those skills to be snowballing with, and right now if you're on the back foot, especially the fact that they haven't snowballed any lane convincingly enough that they can take any towers, that's a bit of a problem. You want for your primal beast to be able to storm into places, you know, kill a hero, move out again, and when there's so many TP points up, that's can be a little risky.
Now that the defusal is getting closer for the Pango, timing is still on point for Topi. Crystallize has the Manta also in the works, so Crystallize is also having a very, very good game with this Medusa, which is the big impactor for Monte, is when do they get to play around this hero. Ilbert actually sees the Medusa with Waza here, and here comes the Rolling Thunder from Topi, who's going to be charging in onto Crystallize, onto Eknard. Instant gaze, Arena placed down, spear onto the Crystal Maiden, but it also stones the Pango, so that is his ulti running out just as he walks in, and that's going to be the Pango dead. Maybe he can get a kill. Well, he's close to getting Eknard, but that is a very risky fight to take under the tier 1 tower if you don't get every spell that you want off on time. Perfect Stone Gaze. Actually saved Eknard's life and enabled them to get that Pango kill because it took away a couple seconds of his duration. While Mimsy's in trouble with Infernal, chasing under the tower. Sinister Gaze already applied, or Corrosive Haze, sorry, not Sinister. That's another spell.
Top tower is under attack.
Moonlight just stole some stacks as well. And I think Havu should probably keep a little quiet until they have the defusal on this Pango now.
Smoke up towards the top lane. Primal is still halfway towards that blink. Another kill could lead toward it, and it is the Mars. But they are not going to get there in time, and instead they could just portal all the way towards bottom, and Lifestealer is right next to it too. Here they come through. Smokes are still up, and Mimsy and Tsunami are in a world of hurt. They're going to need some backup. Instant TP from the Mars. Mimsy's already down. Can they save Tsunami? Arena placed down. Spear flies through. Primal is tanking the tower. Moonlight is dropping low. Infest comes out as well for the extra heal. The Terrorize pushes them away, and they're going to have to disengage at the same time. They were trying to save themselves. Ilbert still goes in, catches Eknard, and here comes Topita. The arrow connects as well, cancels the CM ulti. Waza on point, and might die to the Frostbite here. Well, at least they got the kill on Eknard first, maybe even more with Willow in trouble too. Here comes the Medusa. Stone Gaze is applied, and they're going to have to run away. Mimsy is actually stuck in the Stone Gaze for the time being, but Medusa will tank the ulti, but Topi will snipe it with the Swashbuckle. And Ilbert's still going in. Look at this guy. Zero fear.
No fear.
No fear whatsoever. Medusa could drop as well, but Moonlight has already respawned, and Ilbert will die. You gotta give it A for effort, but this is rough if they can get under the tower here and keep diving and get another kill. Doesn't look like they can. Mimsy will slow them down. Still has full resources and almost another ulti available as well.
It's big though. Topi's got the defusal now. Yeah, and that was...
No, it isn't. It's more for more, actually. The recap is just both.
Yeah. No, this was a very, very messy fight, but you hold the tower as Havu, which is something that you're very happy with. And apart from the overstep at the end there, where you're sort of forgetting that Moonlight is going to come back in, they very clearly understand the matchups that they've got here, where they do not fight the Primal Beast unless the Lifestealer is there, in which case they're very happy to do so. And this Pangalier's goal especially is to wait with his ult until he has multiple targets that he can roll on.
As we see from the net worth, it's still a pretty, I would say, uncontested Medusa. So Crystallize is still building this game for Monte. It's just that this Lifestealer is still 16, 17, almost 1,800 gold behind this Medusa, which is the big impactor here. That Tsunami needs a lot of catching up.
Yeah. No, I mean, the thing here now for Monte is that normally you would want this to be the period where you start putting your Medusa in. So she just finished the Manta style, she's pretty big right now. But there is a Diffusal Blade waiting for you on the other side. This is a good opening kill though.
It's not the kill they wanted. They were hoping to get the Lifestealer, so Memsy tanks it. It's a kill, and that should open up the tower now. Tsunami attempting to push down the mid lane, has his Radiance lined up. And you mentioned the Diffusal into the Aghanims. The Pango can really dish out damage. Those are some squishy supports. Don't like the Pango.
A very simple tower trade here as well. Mars making good tempo on his BKB. I think for both teams, apart from the situation that the Lifestealer is in, you're pretty happy with the way that the game is going currently. The heroes that you want to get their items are getting their items. Moonlight is really cheeky with all these creep wave pulls into camps.
Yep. Trying to maximize the push and the farm, both at the same time.
That one did ping the mid tower just now. They're gonna lose the catapult. Oh no, live.
Yeah, shield rune on the Lifestealer, but Glyph makes things a bit harder. Still pinging his position.
Very clearly signaled.
Havu is in position to respond. They don't see any of them right now. Why the Lifestealer is also positioned in that direction. And here we go. Oh, they caught the illusion instead of the hero. The Pulverize also cancels the Pangolier ulti. And this is not good for Havu whatsoever. Monte, full turnaround, 2 dead. That's going to be a third with Ilbert to fall. And they have defended successfully, almost flawlessly. As Memsy is now being hunted as well. Moonlight is right on top of him, gets the stun, and here comes the Slardar. Places the haze on him, isolates the only escape route. And that is 4 heroes dead, and a tier 1 tower saved, and a tier 1 tower taken.
Huge. And really just out-executed there by Monte. Crystallized dodges the spear, pretty much frame perfect. And then Moonlight grabs the Pangolier out of his animation, and everything is over at that point.
Beautiful catch from Moonlight.
Yeah. It was certainly a little finicky. There was a lot of clutter in the way, but it gets exactly the one that matters. And yeah, if the Pangolier doesn't actually get to use that Diffusal Blade, then there's absolutely no way Havu can fight the Medusa. Not a chance in hell.
This'll come in handy.
Yeah, they were relying on that quick burst damage that they have, but Manta dodge into an actual illusion getting caught. So the Medusa does get, you could say, lucky that Manta dodge worked in the way it did, but I guess sometimes you also have to say a bit of skill was also involved.
Yeah.
He knew what to do exactly right after.
It certainly maximizes your chances, and the fact that he was so quick on it means that he was fully ready for it. He was thinking of the fight from the perspective of Havu. Alright, if the enemy Medusa is positioned like this, and I'll want to go on her with the Mars Spear, etc, etc.
So that now puts Monte 4k ahead just from a singular team fight. This was a 2k lead for Havu, but in the last 10 minutes, it has slowly but surely gone into Monte's favor, and with that last team fight, I wouldn't say it's not really a nail in the coffin, but it's a real big thorn in your side that you just can't seem to pull out.
Absolutely. You're still looking for a way to leverage your Pangolier versus the Medusa, and you do need to start doing that before your straight-up damage output falls off as the Pango. So you're going to get another shot on the Aghanim Scepter. That is going to come in at pretty decent pace. Pango farms fast.
Yeah, Ags and the Radiance.
Exactly, but it is sort of your last shot, as at some point the Medusa is just going to be too big for you to take away all of her mana anymore.
Well, depends on the Mars build. Like, do they run out of damage? Do they start transitioning Hoodwink into a potential core? And of course, what is the Mars build going to be this game? Because if Ilbert is a true Chad, he will go for the Revenant's Brooch build. He doesn't have a Vlad's. He doesn't have a Mage Slayer. He's gone for Blink BKB. So he doesn't have like unlimited mana with the Soul Ring. Just a little bit of extra to help him keep up the farm. You could go Revenant's Brooch. You could then start, well, I wouldn't say really looking at Rapiers, but see if he needs the Vlads, because nobody else has built it in the team. Not even the Mirana, who's focusing on the Guardian Greaves. While Medusa is working on a Disperser, so screw the butterflies. This one is just as good, maybe even better.
Going to be... all three of these melee cores of the enemy are going to greatly suffer versus that. And of course the fact that you can simply take off any slows, particularly
Dire's top tower is under attack.
of the lifestealer. Yeah. Fairly easy for you to maneuver around these team fights.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, depends if they get the open wounds on Tsunami, yeah.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
While Roshan is being secured,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Medusa will be happy even if this is a zero objective Aegis just for farm. Choke out the map, get a bit of a lead. They're completely fine with it. Usually you always want to get an objective with Aegis, but in this case, when you're playing a Medusa lineup, you don't have to. You're not in a hurry.
That said though, they lost a bunch of gold lead for the way that they were positioned for that and the way that they did their Roshan, so yeah, they're not quite playing this one as flawless as I would expect, as Mirana gets hugged.
Hugged but not hunted.
Let's see, BKB finished for Ilbert as well. Once this Radiance is up on, yeah, exactly right here, and then the Aghanims is finished as well, this is a power spike for Havu. And I think you have to actually be very glad on Monte that you do have that Aegis.
Oh yeah,
that might give
that
some
nullifies
pause.
a lot. You're right.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't fully nullify, but at least diminishes the capability Havu has because of that Aegis intact. And Ilbert, oh boy, doesn't have the time to actually blink out. There's nothing a Mars can do there. Just unfortunately getting caught. But now Monte, without the big team fight threat active, they can just push now.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Absolutely. This is one of the ways that you profit from having that Aegis in your pocket. Otherwise, Havu might have felt a lot more confident. They might have been positioned much more forward, much more ready to react for these kind of things. And instead, if they feel like, oh well, we don't get to do anything with our timing and we're just going to have to farm until this Aegis is over, then you get the opportunity for pickoffs like this because they're spread and they've already decided that they're going to sit this one out.
Well, let's see what's happening here in the bottom lane. Dark Willow being hunted here by both the Pango and the Hoodwink, but they're bringing in the numbers. At least that takes away from their push, but they already finished off the tier 2 tower in the top lane, so this is really not a bit of a desperation play more from Havu. Monte will get their Tormentor out as well. That's going to go for Eknard. Get that Crystal Clone.
Very useful.
Very useful. Meanwhile, the arena is placed down, but it's just a trade-off for a 9-second BKB charge. So Slardar slithers away.
Pretty
rune
decent.
In the top half, or amplified damage as it is these days.
Yeah. 80 rune.
It feels weird when you have amplified
this
damage
was-
and amplified damage both in the same game.
They don't get to lane default. No, he's going for it.
He's definitely going to go for it. Meanwhile, the Lifestealer actually getting hugged as well. The Rage is being burnt. Might get an Armlet toggle. No, he doesn't even get it off as well. This is not looking good for Havu. And Toppy trying to snipe a Crystal Maiden. If he could just get something out of the way, he can. But that's a Blink Primal. And we talked about the amp damage. On amp damage, you have Corrosive Haze, which used to be Amplified Damage, and a DD Rune that is now known as the Amplified Damage.
It's true.
BKB burnt by Ilbert.
Yeah.
Trying to keep the Primal Beast at bay. He's going to blink out. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the middle lane, Slardar, oh, they can't get close to him. They want to. Swashbuckle is ready, but the Primal Beast is tanking. Crystallize still with that Aegis. In between, Pango does have another shield crash. Doesn't get a connection, though. And are they going to instant smoke? I think this would maybe be the play, but there's a ward right there on the edge of the stairs, so they would have been spotted. They see the Moranas coming in, though. Arrow to scout. Catches the Willow. Also sees the amped Primal Beast right next to him.
That's scary, man. As a dinosaur covered in lightning. I would poop my pants.
Thunder Beast.
Yeah. You can see the power there, by the way. Once the Havu almost gets forced into using it, the amount of damage that the Pangolier does to the Medusa, if she doesn't have an Aegis there, you commit, you win that fight.
Maybe he's able to get out, but did Ilbert go too far? Well, Eknart's not aware of the Mars's position. But you're right, they do have a lot of burst damage, which is what they tried to utilize before, as Moonlight is just going to go straight onto Waza. 20 stick charges and a Guardian Greaves that he just doesn't get to use.
Sucks. What can you do?
If you got both of them out, leap away, could be like, well, we just missed out on a kill. We used the BKB charge off of a Primal Beast, and they could turn. Very, very well calculated. Memzi sees Infernal. Topi is here. Ilbert is here. They could kill the Slardar here, but I think it's taking a bit too long. Ilbert is very cautious. He's so cautious about going in. The BKB is already burnt, and look at Infernal just chasing the Pango and into the Pulverize from Moonlight. Once again, Ilbert drops the arena. Crystallize doesn't get to hit the Pango, but Moonlight is dealing damage. Topi trying to make a run for it. Blink is available. He gets out. The Diffusal Slow was there. Infernal going all the way deep. Can't find him, and they also get the Infest Bomb. And now Tsunami. What can he do? Can he catch anyone? No, he can't. They're going to have to fight Infernal, who's also cutting the creep wave, but Memzi's on him. Bushwhack is available, but there's no tree to land it on. And this one is a bit too short.
That one misses.
No Aether Lens. He's going for Gleipnir first, so no extra cast range.
That one could have gone so much worse for Monte.
And that was almost 6,000 damage that they dealt, but just one death.
It's incredible, yeah. It is, especially the amount of damage dealt into Crystallize there. He was very low. If you get to fully commit onto him, the problem is, of course, that the Primal Beast is in the way. Moonlight's absolutely huge.
Oh, Tsunami's way too deep, but does he have to back up in time? Willow is being focused on Tsunami. He continues to fight versus Moonlight, but he's already down. Crystallize is too strong at this point, and here comes Infernal. Extra damage for Crystallize to deal onto Ilbert. There is no Aegis, you have to remember that.
And here, once again, Crystallize gets so low. It's very clear to see that if Havu can get a good fight together, then this Medusa is in danger. But Havu doesn't seem to quite get the correct openings to these fights. Mostly it is them getting picked off into reacting.
Yeah. Reactionary Dota when you're playing from behind, so they don't ever get to get that initiative in their way. Lifestealer was very deep in that lane too, all the way in front of the tier 2 tower, which the opponents can teleport to. They were nearby, they just weren't nearby early enough.
Yeah, and of course he does not have an infest at that point either, which would have perhaps saved him. He gets to infest into the Mars, and it was used in the previous fight. What can you do?
Monte, smooth sailing. Not really a lot of mistakes made this game. Slardar has only one death. Primal Beast has died twice. The Medusa's died once. So these are all three heroes that seem to be still pretty uncontested.
And now the Medusa is going to first bring in a butterfly, so she does not have to be afraid of the Lifestealer anymore whatsoever.
Yep.
Halberd is going to be annoying to her, of course. But
yeah, but nobody can really hit the Medusa guaranteed now. There's no MKB up yet. The Lifestealer would need another item for that. Exactly. Mars, well, at least the Mars hits, but he's also going for Shivas. He knows that he needs to extend his presence. If he goes also for damage, it's just going to be the same fights where it's very disconnected. They can never be the ones to have presence. And that makes it harder for the Lifestealer to play too.
One of the sources of damage that I think you're actually going to have to rely on is Memzi here. He's also working
he's
on
building
the
into a core. You see the Glaive here. He's going for Diffusal Blade. Interesting hoodwink choice.
I mean, you can build whatever damage item you want next, right?
Radiant are scanning.
Not sure. I agree with whatever, but I guess. I mean, at this point of the game.
Yeah, we're still looking to take down that Medusa, and it has been very close a couple of times.
Dire's bottom tower is
They have seen activity in the bottom lane, and they are smoking right towards Havu. Lifestealer at the back. Oh, please don't tell me it's going to be again Tsunami getting jumped in first. They see him moving out there.
He knows he's out too far, but...
Yep, and that's the jump, but the rage goes out. Arena has 3 heroes inside. Moonlight coming in as well and interrupts the Pango. But what can they do? They've already lost both of them. Stone Gaze, Medusa just absolutely destroys them on that spot, and that's 4 gone for Havu, and make it 5 as Infernal finds Memzi with the Corrosive Haze on top of him, blinks, cancels the TP, nukes him out, and that is a team wipe. Primal Beast, Slardar both dealing over 3,000 damage. And as you can see from this replay, they saw Tsunami earlier, they know where he was, nice arena, but look at how they cluster.
Yeah, and they sort of have to, right? Because you are in a triple melee lineup, or versus Medusa does not feel good. And the Pango cannot actually control his role well enough in order to avoid getting caught by the Primal Beast there. Moonlight's in a perfect position to intercept him, grab him out of that role. Once again, once the Pango is not rolling anymore, the fight's over.
Yep. First phase Primal Beast versus a last phase Pango. And it's the first phaser that's actually doing the countering here. Always a risk picking a Pango into the Primal Beast. And here we see it's in its prime.
Definitely, yeah. Moonlight has looked really good throughout today so far. Yep. Now BKB for the Medusa, so even if you don't get the Pango anymore on that Primal Beast, the Medusa is now not afraid. It's like, oh no, you let him slip through your fingers, that's fine. I just pop BKB, I don't actually take any damage from the diffuse. We're all good.
Well, there's not a lot to play for here unless you get to super late game scaling for Havu, so it's all about, like, well, I think our next timing is at like 50 minutes. To be completely honest, that's pretty much the case. Like, there's no next big item that can really change the course of how things are going. You need like 2-3 items.
Yeah.
You need a BKB on the Lifestealer, and maybe the MKB. You'd need the Shiva's ready on the Mars, plus maybe a half an item of something on top of that. Maybe a shard also picked up from the Tormentor. From Crystallize and the Monte boys, they could start to close out this game fairly shortly. They have a very good lead. They don't have to worry about split push at the moment. They're also planting a banner in the top lane, so that's going to give them extra push. Also get rid of one of the heroes trying to cut a wave to get Memzi out. So now you can really start to choke out the map and start to push high ground.
Put in that squeeze. And Monte is really onto the, I don't want to say luxury items right now, but, you know, Agnum Scepter on the Slardar, you're happy if you get that at 40 minutes as well. You get it on the 35.
Yeah, he's going to be impossible to deal with the status resistance.
No, nobody can take him down. But Moonlight also working on the Aghanim Scepter right now is going to add that much more to the damage output. And it's luxury items in the sense that they don't need anything else in order to survive this game. We've got Shiva's Eternal Shroud on that Slardar.
Oh, they're going in. They got the Pango already caught. Moonlight goes right on top of him, drops the Pulverize, and that's your Pango dead. Has the buyback. if he wants to return to the fight, he does. They are extended pretty far with the BKBs running. Stone Gaze is also used, and Toppy's in a good position now, but they need to make it
best
count.
possible chance.
This is the one where you have to make it count. Rolling in, doing as much disruption as they can. Still an Aegis Medusa to deal with. Infernal looks like he might be the first casualty. Finally they do, and Ilbert, he's low. He has a Life Stealer inside as well, so a little Kinder surprise for Crystallize. But Tsunami doesn't have the impact he'd hoped to have as he's inside the claws of this Primal Beast. Once again, Moonlight Crystallize on top. Mana low on Medusa and actually losing HP
Very low.
now.
She's gonna die.
Finally taking down the Aegis. But Moonlight, he needs 20 seconds and he's ready to go again. Arrow flies in. Medusa is stunned. Lifestealer is coming back into action. Tsunami would hope to get some free hits here. And here comes the Primal Beast charging into the backline. Reduces Waza to nothing. Memsi still trying to poke. Another root coming out onto the Primal. Moonlight trying to run away. 300 HP. Just a little bit more. Memsi could do it. The Bushwhacks there. He's got it. Huge streak secured. Willow dies as well. Crystallize forced away. And they lost the tier 3. And just the buyback from the Pango. But it is a big buyback.
Yeah, that's huge.
Habu still manages to hold somehow.
Yeah, that really down to Monte spending everything they had at the exact same time. That was the Medusa popping the BKB and the Stone Gaze at the exact same time, which makes it pretty easy to, you know, run away from her. And then she's still deep in your base by the time both of those end. That was as clear of a go sign as they were ever going to get. Yeah, Daedalus finished for Memsi, says screw the diffusals.
Yep.
We're a real core
to
now.
hell with that. Let's just try to get as much
well.
Acorn Shot crits as we can get because these supports are still easily killable. Crystal Maiden might look tanky with 2000 HP, but at Daedalus still just chews through that amount of armor.
Yep. Also makes it very easy to take down creep waves, as we just saw. Means that you do not have to show anymore. And we've seen Memsi get picked off several times because he is the only one who can actually clear these creep waves now.
Yep.
You will not have to show anymore in order to do that at all. That's
Did
a very
I
valuable
see a gem purchase, actually? Yes, I did. So a gem for the Slardar. On the courier, flying to him right now.
I believe that that's a new gem. As
Yes,
they had one
he had the
previously.
icon on him, so he picked it up from base or bought it.
Yeah. No,
Look at that. Beautiful scan. That could be somebody. But will it be someone that they know who it is? Oh, Memsi. Tsunami wants to go for this one. I don't know about this one. Maybe he can get a
does he
kill.
have any
Support
choices?
for supports. Yeah, he doesn't really have an option anymore. He goes for it. So 1 from 1. Crystal Maiden out, no hoodwink. Moonlight Shadow is also used. Dusk comes out, Toppy spotted. Trying to go for the root or for the feared. Moonlight wants to grab him, but the BKB's already run out. Tsunami. You look at Toppy to help him out. Spear flies through. Oh, he got silenced. He got Orchid silenced, so he couldn't Arena. So it's just a spear. He wanted to spear Arena, but the Orchid landed at the same time. Hello?
Just takes him out.
At the Mars has his BKB, might have to bop it here. No, he doesn't get the chance to do it. Just stun locked. Just stun locked.
No, you don't have the threat of the Rolling Thunder for another 45 seconds here. Monte is definitely going to press the advantage here.
Backdoor protection is still up for a couple seconds. Creeps are coming in soon. 50 seconds, no Mars. Talked about the Rolling Thunder, another half a minute. Nice read from Infernal, trying to interrupt there.
This creep wave. Incredibly annoying. In fact, you didn't have the hoodwink to take it down. Oh, she's gonna immediately TP into a minefield as well.
Attempt is made here. They got the break onto the Slardar, but that one runs out. Moonlight blinks in, grabs the Life Stealer, has the Halberd, but again just needs to get it off. But no, these stuns are just too much to deal with. You go from Pulverize into Slithering Crushes, into Bashes of the Deep, into a potential Crown also connecting on top of you. The Cursed Crown from the Willow, and But Havu, that's not a rage quit. They will see this one through. It is a crash. So a bit of a disconnect. He has so many like stun to stun to stun.
They're chaining it beautifully, and it feels like Havu has never managed to find a fight where there's several of their cores in the midst of it at once, apart from the one we saw on this Rax defense previously. Because, yeah, these stuns are very easy to layer if you are the Dire side here, but only if you really only have one target to worry about, right? Tsunami gets back in.
See what comes out of this one. I mean, they are trying their best with the high ground defense, but they're just in this one. They were just lacking one tool on top of the other to actually hold it fully, because you can't just waltz in. Like you said, the Rolling Thunder was on cooldown. They got the Mars before he got even his arena or his BKB off. And since their supports have gone for aggressive items, of course, Waza is the one to at least provide something like the Lotus Orb and the Greaves. This Hoodwink is just opted for damage. So you don't have any actual saving Force Staff, Glimmer Cape to try and get your guys out of there from the control.
Absolutely nothing. But it does, I think I agree with that though. If they're in and the execution's not good enough, they're just dead. And you'd rather have your supports deal damage while they're chewing through these hit pools, because again, you are working with the triple melee versus Medusa versus Slardar.
Yeah. Oh, that's a clean shave arrow. Doesn't quite connect onto Crystallize. Tier 3 out of the way. Primal Beast already has the Uproar Dispel picked up ages ago, so every time he gets hit by the Gleipnir, he's just going to set himself free. Ilbert would like to get a bit closer. Another arrow spear. Neither one connects. Well, the spear does, but the full arrow stun is what they were looking for. And another lane secured without the Lifestealer for 40 seconds. Havu, do they just take this desperate fight? Mars tries to deal some damage here. Bulwarks himself, drops the arena. Very low Slardar, and that's gonna go down. Medusa's also low in mana, which they could maybe try to kill, but BKB is up and running, and Topita is being chased up here as he's trying to do as much as he can. Spear misses. Waza coming into the front line, trying to deal with this Crystal Maiden, but that CM ulti, all the damage, all the slows. Eknard. Almost
surgical.
Full duration CM ulti, which you rarely get to see in Pro Dota. It goes through, and Monte, they get the majority, they get them out of there.
Good hold without the Lifestealer being available there, though. I honestly didn't think that they'd manage to do it, but once again, this is one of those fights where they actually connect both of the team fight spells together in I wanted to say in concert. It's not quite a symphony of skills, but it's certainly the amount of confusion and the amount of damage that you need there in order to actually turn the fight.
The good old in concerto.
Yes. Listen, I spent my last week studying math, and now all my languages are out the window. Can't keep them apart anymore.
Oh, Tsunami?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, he drew in enough attention from Crystallized. Meanwhile, Memsy, found by Primal and the Willow, they got the gem secured, and now they're coming in back towards this bot lane. That is the Slardar coming to back up. The Lifestealer is inside the Mars right now.
You should not stick around on bot here.
Yeah, they missed that window of opportunity, and hello, Waza. Infernal might just go for the chase here. Okay, he's going to activate the portal. And Ilbert's trying to secure his buddy. Let's get the hell out of here.
He's carrying an important package.
Yes, this is a VIP delivery.
Saving Private Tsunami. That feels weird. Because every time you say that name, I'm like, what? Is our bearded hosty friend? Yeah.
We need to get Tsunami on the stage one day, so that then we can have Tsunami and Tsunami on stage.
Yes. It's not confusing at all.
Tsunami is he's a morphling aficionado, so I think that might be the origin of his nickname.
Oh, that's entirely
Might
possible.
be.
Yeah. I mean, it's just also a pretty rad name. Like, if you think about what nicknames we all chose when we were like teenagers, because that's when we got stuck with it, then Tsunami could be a lot worse. Talking to you, epileptic kid.
The funny thing about my origin of T-Panda, I wouldn't actually forget. We'll get to that in a bit. Something more important is looming here with Ilbert for the arena. Refresher is popped as well at the same time on the side of Monte. They have already lost QBFY. That's going to be another one
just
to
lets it
almost
go.
drop. They do have Ilbert still hidden, takes down Infernal. Nice quick snipe, but Ilbert will lose his life, and so will Tsunami. And now that should pretty much look like the end of the game here. Monte with Crystallize still in full health. Ilbert is trying his best here, but he does manage to bonk away the Primal Beast, but he's still going to get chased. Hunted. And the end of his life.
Memzi
that Daedalus just
follow.
can't seem to do enough here, as he's going to get caught too.
Sucks. Well, Memzi's back at the very least. Squirrel's gotta do what a squirrel's gotta do. If you can get some lucky crits here, maybe you can get them out of the base.
Arrow. Sadly, it's an Aegis and a tower only doing the work.
Yeah, like you can see the double starfall hit there, barely tickling Crystallize at this point.
Well, there's one usage of the Lotus Sword versus the Pulverize, so no grab for him. But this game is over, pretty much. Still 10 seconds for the Pango to come back up. And the Lifestealer still 20 seconds until he is alive. Monte are making short work of this base.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Aggressive.
Good attempt there from Toppy, but again has to run away from Moonlight. This time he has a Linken's, and maybe it might be enough for a turn. Aegis will pop. Eknard is already down. They have the Willow being hunted at the same time, which they also want to kill, but Crystallize should be able to teleport away. So they'll just take whatever they can. Their Ancient is exposed. So they are able to hold their base again, but every time they've held, they have lost something with it. So we can see where this is going.
Yeah, this is a death by 1,000 cuts, but if you look at how they've been playing this match so far, and if you look at the previous match, where a lineup that got much further than them in, well, at least one qualifier got absolutely destroyed as this, well, there goes Hoodwink. But Havo have been holding very nicely here, and they're doing better than Navi Jr., so at least that is one comparison where you're definitely coming out as a winner.
Well, we'll have to see how those two teams fare against each other if we're seeing matchups go like this. But we'll see. We still have a game 2 left once we get there. But we still have a game 1 going on as here. The arrow will connect on the Medusa. Ilbert is patiently waiting. Still has his BKB. Moonlight has to take a couple hits from Tsunami. Tsunami now faces his attention towards the Medusa, but the Medusa is just way too fast. Crystallize is able to move away, but Tupi is coming in here with the Rolling Thunder. Moonlight is also there. Just gets silenced at the same time, but still keeps on rolling. Medusa low. Is that going to be the death of Medusa? Yes, it is. And Tsunami will take the full clean, but sadly the creeps have ended the game. So Monte will take game number 1. It's a bit of an XD. We agree with Ilbert on that one.
Yeah, but like this one was just all about, you know, going out with one last bang, right? And they've defended well a couple of times. They've lost something every single time, as you said. This time, once again, a very good defensive fight on their own terrain, kick Monte off, but not without losing one last thing, unfortunately.
Hoodwink actually ends up topping the damage for Havu with 29.9k, just ahead of the Pango. And we didn't get to see too much of the Lifestealer. The lane was just way too hard. The exit from it looked difficult. You're playing against the Medusa this game. You need to be ahead of the Medusa, especially by the time if she opts to build a butterfly, you need to have MKB money either already on the way or have it built. So it just spelled more and more difficulties for this Lifestealer to play this game. But I think the real big impactor this game, honestly, was the Primal Beast versus the Pango. the first pick versus the last pick, and the first pick having so much more impact. It's always a risk picking a Pango in this particular matchup, but this one was really spelling I'm confident with my hero. I'm not going to let this one spoil my game, but it absolutely did spoil his game.
It absolutely did spoil his game, yeah. Moonlight just looking really crisp, always on point with his positioning so that he could snatch that Pangolier right out of the roll. Very good laning stage there as well, including a solo kill again, if I'm not mistaken. So he's looking really sharp right now, and definitely a standout player for Monte as far as I'm concerned.
Well, Monte, 3-game winning streak right now. Can they make it 4? We'll be back after the break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service. Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we're back, ladies and gents. Game number 1 between Havu and Monte definitely was a difficult one for one, but a little bit easier, smoother sailing for the other end, which was Monte taking the lead in this series, now extending their win streak to 3 maps in a row. Of course, that first series victory versus Navi Jr. already behind them from that earlier series. But for Havu, the day is not done yet, because they have to play another series after this one, and I'm already want to bring it out that I'm pretty hyped to see Mouse back in Dota. It's always been this kind of household, I wouldn't say joke or meme, but it's kind of been like this this humoristic approach that Mouse is back and TI is looming behind the corner. Well, we still got a couple months to go for TI at least, Kips, but at least we get to see some new Mouse later on today. Just your quick thoughts on that before we talk about this particular matchup, because it's going to be really fun.
I really like how much faith they are putting into a lineup that is primarily led by a coach this time around, this is the Immortal Faith lineup that is put together.
Oh yeah.
And that is something that's pretty novel for Dota 2 organizations. So we're gonna see how that works out for them.
Yeah, and let's see also with what kind of form Havu is going to bring into that one, because seeing this first game, they had these kind of broken team fights all over the place. They were always missing an ability or missing a hero. A couple attempts that they made, they either didn't have arena available. If they did have the arena, they would have their Pango ulti completely dismantled by the Primal Beast. So I would suspect if Topi wants to play that hero, Primal has to be banned. That would also open up his Ember in the mid lane. So a tiny bit of adjustments with Havu. I think drafting has always been, I wouldn't say their weak suit, but they definitely have a lot to learn from here and there, because Monte, they had an answer for everything. Crystallize was also having a free game on the Medusa, completely uncontested. The couple team fights that Havu took, talking about that mid-fight, that mid-tier 1 fight, where they speared the Medusa illusion, a bit unlucky, but still would have led into multiple casualties on the side of Havu, even if they did get that Medusa out of the way. So let's see what kind of adjustments they are going to be making. Is that Primal going to be banned out by Havu or not? As Monte, they're getting rid of the Shadow Demon. They have left a couple of heroes available, the Magnus especially, which was their first face ban. They've gone for the Rubik as well, for Watsa and Memzi. Both like to play this hero. And now I'm just curious, is it the Magnus? Are they going to let it open? Do they feel comfortable enough for Havu to pick it?
5 seconds.
Yeah, I would like to see it for sure. Because what I think I see from the big picture of that previous matchup is one of the things that happens when a team is just a couple of seconds behind what the other team is doing. And when the speed is just a little too much, that's where you get these disconnected moments where you see fights without an ability up yet, where you see people getting picked off and then a split second call to fight instead of farm, that sort of thing. So what you're looking for is comfort. What you're looking for is the heroes that you play the fastest, because you are the most familiar with them. And unfortunately for Havu, that is not going to be the Magnus, not today. Monte do ban it out.
They also got rid of the Tiny. Let's see if it is another Mars opener for Ilbert. It's going to be the DK this time, which was a hero that was banned previously, but because they added the Shadow Demon into the mix, that is a prime DK game, because usually you have Shadow Demon as a counter to this hero, mainly because of the illusions. The illusions that apply that debuff, the Aghanim's DK later on in the game. You get an illusion for yourself that also AoE slows everybody, so it kind of opens up a good DK for Havu, not gonna lie.
It does, but I'm not a fan of early picking DK just because his lane has a lot of weaknesses. And then in the game after, you can definitely now gear your draft towards, hey, we would like to have an easy break available to us here. And of course, we don't see a lot of Silver Edge this time around because it's really not a good value proposition for building it. But it doesn't mean we're not going to be looking for a Hoodwink here. It doesn't mean that there's not like a value increase for the Phantom Assassin. I say that knowing full well that I'm not a fan of the Phantom Assassin right now.
And also the Viper, which is another key hero that we have been seeing.
Yes.
Also demoted into the support role because you already zone out the hero in the laning stage, and then you have your ulti target on one particular hero throughout the entire game.
10 seconds remaining.
So let's see if they decide to ban out either one.
Yeah, because the Viper also ruins DK in the lane. It's absolutely unplayable.
Yeah. Would make sense if they decide to ban it. Then again, they are building another pick-off type lineup. If they don't ban the Hoodwink and Monte doesn't pick it, Havu could also snatch it for themselves. So I'm curious if Monte... they're probably thinking, like, can we risk the Hoodwink open? And I think that's exactly what they're doing. Is if Monte doesn't pick it, they're going to get it again from MZ.
Yeah, and I do think that a Hoodwink game, there's two types of good Hoodwink games. Is the ones where you're going to go in with a single core, you're going to get a long stun off, and then you put the shot on top. The other one is a defensive game, where you're going to be split pushing waves, getting a lot of farm, and then outputting a lot of damage from behind whatever cores you're going to get gone on first. And that would certainly match this here.
That's
and
a good counter.
Oh yeah, like that's a great lane counter.
Great lane counter. DK wouldn't like to spend time hitting a tombstone. Somebody has to get it out of the way. So if you pick Hoodwink here, you don't really have room for a Snapfire. So they have just presented Havu a dilemma with this Undying pick.
They have, yeah. Well, not compromising anything on the integrity of their draft themselves here just yet. Yeah, this is probably a safe lane support Undying, but Undying is the kind of hero where you could pick up a safe lane support Undying for no reason whatsoever, just because it's really good at keeping your lane alive, really hard for an enemy offlane to have good impact into, and it demands answers, as you said, like this is like, hey, Hoodwink, Snapfire, question mark? Bigger question mark, like are you gonna? And Havu's thinking, man. Like, Phoenix, okay. The other hero that gets countered by Snapfire, that's an interesting one.
That's a curveball.
Yeah. What do you...
I mean, these are two heroes that don't even hit the Phoenix at all, so I like that they're kind of like, well, we're ignoring your dilemma, we're presenting a new problem for you. I think this Phoenix could be a smart pickup here. Of course, he, again, doesn't like the decay off of the Undying, but he's not playing in the same lane as he is, necessarily, if this is a 5 Phoenix.
No, and what I'm seeing here is they're going to assume that this Primal Beast is going to have a good game again. Yeah, there goes the Hoodwink. It's going to be very hard to stopping him from doing that regardless, but since this is a big beefy boy and he's going to most likely be literally physically grabbing one of your heroes, you're going to get percentage-based damage on him and percentage-based heal on one of yours based on the Sunray, which is... A lot of the fights that we saw in the previous game would have gone quite well for Havu if their heroes had just managed to survive that grab. Usually, unfortunately, they were dead instead.
Yeah, the only healing source they had was the Guardian Griefs, basically, on the Morana. And if Morana was deleted or removed from the fight, it was not enough extra. Sunray, however, is a whole different universe of healing.
And neither of these heroes hit Egg, but then again, this could be a good Snapfire pickup as well. I do think that Snapfire plus Primal Beast is a very powerful brawling combination.
I love how you're looking at the in-game nicknames for Havu. You talked about the free farm provider, and now we have the lane stomper 5% of the time. Maybe this is one of those 5% games.
Monte is back on their stuff though. They believe pretty hard in picking up this this carry on their third.
Yeah, and it could also be a fourth, but you're right. They have been on a similar pattern so far.
They're certainly threatening it.
And still also keeping their options open with this Primal Beast too. Like, you could get a lot of damage with a Primal Gyro lane. You charge in, you enable the Rocket Barrage to come online if you want to play it as a 4. And there's no real answer to the Primal Beast either as a lane matchup here. So Havu will get to see the matchup. Oh boy. Okay, so we just amped up our laning fighting capability here with this Marcy.
Absolutely, yeah. And that is then most likely a core gyrocopter, although listen, core Marcy has been neglected a lot. If I was Monte, I would feel a little, you know, a little frisky. There's definitely space for them to do something fun instead. I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say that unfortunately Crystallize doesn't seem like the kind of player to do that.
Yeah, that's the thing, because last pick IO, anybody? You know, IO Marcy lane. DK doesn't fare too well against that, and of course that lane is where we talked about in the previous matchup in the first game, I think, where it was the Broodmother. It was like, if you have IO Marcy, Broodmother, and Beastmaster and heroes like that, it's kind of like forcing you into a position where we can never fight these guys until it's like 25 minutes, basically. So we'd have to dodge, we'd have to ignore. If you want to play the lane as a fighter, we just don't play the lane, you know?
Yeah.
Just pull the creeps elsewhere, and we're going to be behind the tier 2s and the tier 1s, right?
Ah, yes, this is yours. We respect your claim.
Yeah. We're going to do our thing elsewhere.
10 seconds remaining.
Elsewhere is exactly
that was a really
the word.
smart idea we had, because with the last time we had to play against that, my lane partner literally just told me they could play the lane. We're not.
Yeah. No, sometimes you gotta cut your losses. I really like when you see that in teams, that they're business-like about decisions like that. They're not like, oh, you know, if I say this, then we have to acknowledge that we ruined the draft, that we did badly there, or that, you know, or maybe, you know, it reflects badly on my confidence to say that I can't take this counter matchup. But sometimes it's like, yep, actually, like, it would be dumb to try that. Let's not.
And this is a DK mid with Offlane Doom now.
Yeah, alright, well. Slap that Viper down, Monte. I am ready. You got your playmakers.
Let's see if they want to take that pick. I'd still go with the IO. Put Marcy carry. Undying 3, Gyro 4.
Yeah? Undying 3 and Marcy carry? Is it Christmas?
I would like that. I'd really like to see a game like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's... You're up versus 3 melee carries again, and you're going to have so much sustain. You're going to be, you know, challenging these 4 burly boys to a fist fight as like a mute little anime girl, and you're going to win that fist fight. And that is something that I, as a caster, would like to be commentating. But I...
Also, if they did pick an IO, you could swap with Marcy and IO who gets to be the carry, because it doesn't have to be a Marcy carry. It could also be an IO carry, but it's going to be an Enigma. There is no counter to this hero, really. So this is a pretty good Enigma game. And it's going to be a post 3 Enigma compared to the 5 that we saw before from Eknart. Moonlight with the Primal Beast again. Crystallized with the Gyrocopter, like you said. Nothing changes here. QBFY with an interesting Marcy set. I don't think I've seen this one before. Probably because you don't really get to see Marcy in competitive. Not too much.
No, you don't. Oh yeah, this is the anime pigtails. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
you gotta give the gamers what they want. You want to, you do. Like, as much as I feel like it's not my aesthetic, like, you know that Valve knew exactly what they were doing when they put her in the game. And they are riding that gravy train, man. I can only, like, that's a good game developer right there. They know what their customers want.
Also, the Phoenix is wearing the Witch Doctor helmet, so...
I love that one. I really love it.
I think that's awful. I'm not a fan of this one.
Oh, no, it's like ugly in a good way. Like it makes a statement.
Ugly in a good way.
Yeah. I think.
Okay, I'm trying to think of an example where it's good, but I guess that Phoenix just has to fit in the box there. So this is, a chance for Habu to tie up the series, and also for Monte to score a 4th map victory in a row, which they look very capable of doing. Their draft is in the right place. Their heart is in the right place. And most of all, the hot streak, it's there.
Absolutely. And I think talking about that Phoenix, I think the Phoenix is the one that I consider to be the saving grace versus the Enigma here. Like, if you get your egg off early enough, it's going to be a deterrent for the Enigma to go for the black hole, because it's going to... it might get interrupted. And of course, once you get your shard up, you are going to get the ability to supernova heal as well with that sunray. So they can't cancel the black hole deliberately, but they have some ways to discourage it and or survive it, which is it ain't much, but it's honest work.
Yeah, sometimes honest work just might do the trick.
Mm-hmm.
They are setting themselves for potential first blood on the dire side of the map here. Holding the high ground position, Crystallize is not moving anywhere.
No. That's just where he sits. Yeah, that's just where he sits on the gyrocopter on before the horn, huh? He did that previously as well. I will hug mid tower. And he can come peel me
still
off.
Might walk in. They are going very deep because they saw the gyrocopter's movements. Ilbert and Memzi, well, they don't quite get to connect.
No.
So mildly impressed whistle.
Mildly, yeah. And this is, we've seen this now from the dire side 4 times in a row, I think. They are once again with 3 heroes behind the enemy Radiant Tower.
Yeah.
Just
and now the odds are also looking like what they should be. Monte with 118 is definitely the more realistic storyline here.
Absolutely. But you know what? This is not like this is Toonami's first rodeo now. He's going to be blocking the creeps on his own as well. Does not get as good of a block, unfortunately, as he would need to. But at the very least, no Slardar's back here to slap him around either. Deny in his face. Man, this Lifestealer is just never going to get a good start to this laning phase.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it at all. It seems like the way Monte is starting off these games is working. We'll wonder how long it takes until teams figure out this. Obviously, when they're looking at the replays, they'll be like, they always do this. Why don't we do anything about it?
Yeah, I mean, in tournaments like this, it's actually a little... sometimes people do not even watch the replays all that much. They just look at the drafts.
Yep,
it happens more often than you think.
Radiant's courier
just some draft analysis. Memzi and QBFY will both lose their couriers. And Toonami is quite deep. He's gonna get pulled under the tower, slowed up here with the blood grenade, by the looks of it too. Yep. Nice body blocks. This is what the Marzi gameplay is. Dispose and then just body block. And Eknart gets first blood off of Memzi. With the help of a gyrocopter flak cannon. It got the damage to blow up the little squirrel.
Yeah, I mean... He's only stealing 4 strength right now, but that's pretty much... I don't want to say that that's more than Hoodwink has, but...
But it's plenty. It's a whole plenty.
It is a lot. And with the range that Hoodwink has, it's actually very hard for it to stay outside of decay range.
Yeah, and I love how flak cannon is still bigger than any range that this Hoodwink can muster.
Body blocks going again. Slap!
Yep.
It reminds me of that old question, like, you know, if you transfer energy by slapping something? Can you slap a chicken so hard you cook it? And Dota says the answer is yes.
I agree on that. I fully agree on that. I like that.
So you look it up sometimes. People that did the calculations.
I know you're into math, at least lately.
Moonlight, once again with his efficiency, and he starts this so early. So early. It's like, hey, why would I be content with just a creep wave if I know that my enemy is just going to be sitting there in the river, slapping some creeps around, and I can do whatever I want? Why should I not take an extra camp? He is correct.
Tsunami is getting quite a lot out of this lane. Despite the 9 denies on Infernal, Tsunami is up to 14. And he'll be able to dodge this stun attempt by Marcy by using a Rage. And Ilbert will get a response here. Also the Tombstone, it does get denied by Crystallize, so Ilbert will lose his life here as well with the Rocket and the Barrage. Gyrocopter pulls the long straw. And this is one of the rare times when I see Ilbert actually having a difficult lane to play with.
He was very impressive in the previous game. It looked really solid. Of course, in this case, right, it's... I guess the Gyrocopter is not that big of a threat, but once you
It's the Tombstone. It's literally the
Tombstone.
Tombstone that just changes things around so much. Because they have to
Forces them to go in.
spend so much time. They basically spent like almost 250 to 300 right-click damage on just hitting at the Topi. Will drop the Moonlight on QBFY. Good read there for the Marcy to rotate for the Water Rune and then lead that into a kill. But yeah, what I was saying basically about the Tombstone drop down, that's like 250 to 300 damage of right-click damage just spent on breaking a Tombstone. Which is a lot from your trading.
Yeah, and you don't even get to have the gold from it because you got denied. It's left there as a hoodwink with 430 HP. It's funny.
It's starting to feel like Medusa here.
Yeah. Cannot catch a flag. Absolutely not. Needs to play very careful with the vision here, as you can see Memsy doing here.
Yeah, but good harass. Still getting to reply. And actually going for the play here, but sadly, look who's coming to town.
It wasn't needed.
They didn't even need Moonlight. Just came to steal experience.
He's just padding his stats. You see what you're doing here. You're not the standout player.
Apart.
Yes, it is.
Two lanes are going well, but this Primal Beast is ahead because of simply just getting a bit of extra rotation there. Even if he didn't kill anything, he got assist gold for just being in the area. Tsunami is having a great time in terms of CS, but even if he has this much last hits, Enigma is still pulling a lead because of all the denies added into the mix. So this could be a response here. Okay, he's going for a straight up teleport. And 3 heroes in mid. So Topi is not happy with all the traffic. The one hero that's having a good game.
No, that's Rush Hour right now, and he would love to be laying that Elder Dragon form into the tower, but instead it's just Eknard is just sitting here now. You can't actually do anything about that. He's gonna steal all your strength and make you feel, well, at the very least hesitant about going for it, and he's the... Topi's just going for it.
This is a tough kill, but they've got it with 3 points in fire, and Tsunami also gets a kill with Waza, so very important kills to be scored, but the DK in trouble. Pulverize is available, another jump in from QBFY, and a nice bushwhack. That just might do it. Topi trying to make a run for it. He's got the burn on the Primal Beast. The slow comes out as well. Moonlight.
Nice.
Oh, he's so low. Really close for Topi to drop. But Memsy saves his life, and now, holy heck, there's a carry Gyrocopter also diving this tower. Memsy gets another Acorn shot off, and Moonlight will die to the tower.
That's a little bit of a bounty.
He'll take that trade.
Oh yeah, that could have gone so much worse.
Killed the enemy mid laner as a support in a 1v3, so hence the tip. But nice recoveries coming out. Tombstone used in the bot lane. Tsunami Waza instantly turning their attention to it. Eknar can't even deny it because of the Fire Spirits. And now Mimsy's here too. Sunray burn. Tsunami has a chance now to take down this Undying, and he's got it. So now Lifestealer, he just went from 2,000 net worth to 3,500 in like 1.5 minutes.
That's
Suddenly ahead of the
from...
Primal Beast.
That was unnecessary. And just when I thought, okay, you know, Monte is slamming the door closed this time, they're not going to sit idly by and have that long of a game again against an opponent that they really should be beating. But no, they do seem to be a little wobbly, and they're giving openings that Havo is beautifully responding to.
Things are definitely a change, and at least you got a feel for it. The shield rune almost destroyed, but the stun comes out. QBFY is in action. Marcy is low. DK is still half HP. They've already traded 1-for-1 as Waza has fallen, but they've got the Doom out, and Ilbert will burn Moonlight. And they will force the Gyrocopter away, but they will go for Eknar to make it another. And that's a sharpshooter if I've seen one. Ilbert will die. Complete miss from Mimsy. There's a Finnish ice hockey meme set by one of the coaches during like a live broadcast of like, you know, a televised broadcast where they put like recaps and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's like a segment where they say like the ice hockey coach wasn't very happy, and then he just yells out loud like, "How can 2-meter passes go 3 meters wide?" And it's just an iconic moment. So that sharpshooter looked just like that. He's shooting in the completely wrong direction.
I mean, listen, the closer you are, the smaller the angle by which you're off, the further the actual distance that you're off. Or not the smaller, but like a small angle still means, at the base, still means a wide angle.
But a good hoodwink should be a good triangulist.
Triangulator.
Triangulator.
Sorry, I just did all the maths. You're not gonna like actually. Oh my god, this one with the angle was also in the exam.
Going places. I have to say, if we look at the Radiant jungle, these two wards have been paying off a lot. The Radiant wards right here have been showing so many moves, while the Marcy went to put an obs here just to the left, as you can see right here, hasn't been giving that much info for Monte. But these, it's been up for almost 5 minutes now. It has shown 4 to 5 hero movements already where Monte is going. So Habu has had so much benefit from that. Yes, they did. So let's make that 6 and 7. Oh. Crystallize is dead in the top lane. And that's an egg used. Not from the egg stun, just egg burn, literally.
Mimsy is on track to have another great game here. That's just Javelin secure. That's a lot of damage. Tsunami is still having a bad time, though.
Well, at the moment, yes. And all TP is up, but not willing to fight it. They see the black hole is there. The Unleash is available, and of course the amp damage on the Primal Beast, and the tower is taken down.
I mean, you're correct, though.
At least the Lifestealer died as he finished the armlet. So
exactly. He's not actually got that bad of a game right now at all. It's a lot closer to the Gyrocopter, who was on a mega streak, mega kill streak, as I might remind you. So
that got taken away, yeah.
Really,
Rich hoodwink.
Well.
But one thing, Kips, a question I want to ask you. When's the last time you've seen a Doom 6th in net worth?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's like a year at least.
Has to be over a year at least, because this hero just farms absurdly fast. So this one is a bit of a wonder.
It is.
Not a good wonder.
No, not a good wonder. And I don't wonder whose fault it is either, because that's like 100% on the Undying. Super hard to fight this lane as a Doom. Of course, the Doom will get back into this, as always, but this
Come
is...
back Midas.
Exactly. This is standard edition Midas.
Yeah, not the game of the year.
No. Exactly. No gold seals for you. No Oscars awarded.
Waza also has a Midas lined up on the Phoenix, so a double Midas coming up for Habu.
Yep. I enjoy the Midas for the Phoenix as well. It's really not like you can buy any other item with that gold that is going to significantly impact your gameplay beyond what you could already do. It's really all about how well you cast your spells. And it's going to ensure that you don't have to sit on the side and farm at any point in the game.
Yeah, I just love his quick buy. Midas into Refresher. I was like, you could see Scythe, you could see Vessel. Screw it, I want double ult.
Yeah, I mean, versus the Enigma especially. Yeah, I can see that.
Enigma building drums after Vlad, so interesting change of itemization. Marcy's going for BKB as support.
Yeah, you're always going BKB as a Marcy.
Yep. And onto the Primal, the Primal going onto the Phoenix here. That is Face Boots now ready on the Marcy, picked up on the Courier at the same time. Extra mobility, always nice to have Face Boots on Marcy, constant threat.
And the extra armor versus all of the physical damage threats that you're going to be facing in your fist fights.
Yeah, this movement speed is kind of ridiculous. It's 400 on Marcy. I don't think that's fair. But let's see what they can do. Toppy, no dragon form, so has to fight at the old-fashioned way. Black Hole comes out, and the Infest will catch Tsunami as well. He tried to save his buddy, but that's going to leave both of the cores down. The tower is also dead. And the full-on brawl from Monte is active and online.
And here we're going to find out that Havu really does not have any playmaking capabilities on their side whatsoever. You'd want a Blink Dagger for the DK, but even then, like, DK is never quite a playmaker, is he? And you certainly do not have an offlaner that's going to add anything to the mix in that regard. Your carry that's going to do that either, neither of your supports particularly, so... There's no good ways for you to turn fights, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I don't know why they even took that fight, to be completely honest, because that's both of their two cores who need to be farming. Of course, the DK was kind of stuck in the situation, but losing the Lifestealer too, that was not a good idea.
You know, if the Phoenix is not in position, I don't think you can teamfight. That should be the lesson that you learn here, and the Phoenix should be a priority TP.
Yeah. Absolutely. Nice lane ward placed down by Monte that will also show all the stuff that's happening in the bottom lane, because that tier 1 tower has already been taken away. So that nice little cliff ward, good placement for it. That shows so much.
That's the cutest.
Also, another good spot is right here. If you can cut this tree on the top left, you can... Oh, yeah. Just go, observe it. Go back to the old ward we had. I'll lead you away. We'll go into this little cliff over here. Cut down that tree.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yep.
There we go. That's the one. That's a good spot for a ward too.
Really enjoy that one.
Thank you.
Ah, that Mercy hurts. That is so good versus melee heroes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And the most important part about playing with that Marcy is the fact that when she jumps in and gets the opener, even if it is without an unleash, it's so hard to get out.
Yeah.
When you dispose somebody and they get that movement speed slow, it is so difficult to get out. And it ramps up all the way to 50% at level 4, which is, I don't know if that's balanced.
I think the real fun part is that you didn't even used to be a ramp.
Yeah. Old Toppy.
It's not again.
A bit of an ill awakening for him. The Bushwhack just missed completely. Didn't connect at all. Primal Beast destroyed all the trees with the trample, so Hoodwink doesn't get to stun anyone.
Yeah, nothing to see here. At the very least, that was the Blink Dagger finished for the DK, so you do get to jump on people now. I'm not gonna say make plays. The amount of burst damage that you have on your side is actually very limited here. You really only have the Hoodwink. Do you see any heroes here that are going to die in just a DK stun and a sharpshooter?
Not anymore.
I don't think I do, no.
I think that time has passed. And yeah, Blink Mage Slayer, like, they're just going straight back to farming. Push out the waves as much as you can. Try to stall the game. Try to keep it as it is. Someone's gonna die, but if everybody else is farming, that's good. Because they have the Midas on the Phoenix, they have the Midas on the Doom. Spot the Gyrocopter here, and Ilbert, okay, he's going to Midas a creep from him. And he also has QBFY coming in, but so is Havu. Dire Scan, just on the edge. And they're going to jump the Primal Beast. He has no idea. He has absolutely no idea. And he gets doomed. Oh, he doesn't get far enough. But the Black Hole has the Phoenix inside. So that's no egg. And Doom is going to be sacked as well. Memzi can't do anything to help him out. They pop the drums and look at that chase speed. Maybe enough to catch a squirrel here. 3 seconds for rebound. Gets Infernal in between. Has got somebody to jump off of, and that's a double QVFY. He'll take it.
Yeah, it took him everything just to get the Primal Beast skill. At the very least, though, Memzi is having a great game. That Maelstrom damage there, and that's an early Maelstrom for a support Hoodwink, is going to be very handy in the upcoming fights. But once again, I don't think that's going to be fights that Havu themselves decide to take. I think it's really all about turning fights that Monte show up for, which is not a way that feels good to play the game.
Not at all.
Gyrocopter already. Aghanims, Chrysalis. That BKB. Pretty much. I mean, surely that's going to be BKB within this Aegis as well. How do you kill him?
Havu was hoping to get like a 50-minute Dota game, while Tsunami is getting caught with the Pulverized in the mid lane. He does have Memzi nearby, and again the same thing. The trees are cut down. Topi has to intervene and jumps inside. Infernal has no black hole, dodging away from the call down. And with that extra mobility coming out from the Infest, they're able to get to a safe distance. But they had to use some extras to realize that, yeah, this Hoodwink Bushwhack doesn't get to cast a lot of spells because Marcy destroys trees, the Primal Beast destroys trees, Tombstone, even if you put in the tree line, destroys trees. How do you ever get a Bushwhack? Just have to play without your W.
Yeah, which is a significant amount of your damage output, as demonstrated on the creep wave here.
He's got the Gleipnir lined up. We have almost a Radiance on the Lifestealer. Phoenix is still very far away from that refresher, but maybe he'll get to it at some point. DK also halfway to BKB. Still another 2,000 gold to go.
Yeah, that's just a Tormentor taken away.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mimsy's looking for somebody here, but it's just to crystallize. Buffed up by MRC, so every time the sidekick is on, he has lifesteal, he has inbuilt extra damage.
Yep.
Maxed out, that is 25% lifesteal, by the way.
Yeah, and since he has an Aghanim Scepter, not even stunning him is going to stop that. His side gunner is just going to keep on shooting, and he's going to keep on lifestealing.
Lifestealing from a lifestealer.
Well, only if he's lucky, because Lifestealer has been dodging Crystallize super hard so far.
And he finds QBFY, has to fight him. Takes the Wisdom Rune. But nothing to run away from. They're going to take this fight, though. They have a good set of spells with the Doom of the Primal. The Egg is there, too. Enigma is just waiting for his chance to go in, but the good thing is they're all out.
Yeah, they all bailed. Okay.
Yep, infesting the Doom. Doom teleports away, and Phoenix gets out as well. They got a kill, they got the Wisdom Rune, and they're out.
Huh. I mean, I'm trying to find something to
talk about a heist.
Yeah, disagree with here for Havu. I mean, they did spend the Doom, they spent the Egg. They certainly can't fight now, but then again, they couldn't fight already. So what's the real difference here? And I'm not sure there is any. They just got themselves the Wisdom Rune. They got reaction onto the enemy team, who all teleported as far away from the Radiant base as possible.
Well, Doom got a lot of gold. He's second in net worth now.
Yeah, got that Octarine finished.
I think that's a huge win for Havu, but in terms of if they can get the waves to push out, sadly, Crystallize is already working on the tier 2 in the bot lane. Not much that they can do about that. if they take on, they really couldn't take more than just that one fight like that. If they do it again, that's going to be building Spawn in the base.
Exactly. No, I completely agreed. Like, I can't actually find anything wrong with it. That is BKB with a minute left on the Aegis, though.
Lifestealer wants Axe.
I do like.
See if that works out versus the Gyrocopter.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah,
always a high chance that you get infested very far away from your team.
True, but you know, he can't lifesteal off of you if you're inside of him.
True. No heals. Bushwhack misses again. No connection there. Primal Beast is waiting in the trees. Enigma's waiting for the black hole. It's just the tower and Memsy basically battling off the siege here. Another missed Bushwhack, just doesn't connect. And that's the tier 3 gone. Primal charges in. The drum charge is used.
Radiant structures are fortified.
DK.
Popped as well. Doom would like to get in, but he has no blink. You have to remember that. He just doesn't appear. He has to walk in there.
I would love to wait until this Aegis is out, but that's 20 more seconds and your racks are gonna die.
Yeah, 15 seconds and he's already
Actually,
low.
no. They're backing, they're backing.
They're moving away. They'll take it the safe route.
That's
a lot of damage dealt, but they just smoked under vision inside their own base. They didn't put a sentry down, so they have very likely spotted Habu making this move. They're moving all the way back to their own side of the map. Primal cutting out the waves. Ilbert gets the jump out. The Doom is there, but he didn't get his Infernal Blade to connect. Tsunami moving in the river back and forth. Phoenix is also there, places down Fighting Vision. But they're not going to come out of hiding. Monte is just going to stay in the cover of darkness.
Decent attempt. Like, they clearly know that that is the moment to go for it, but there's just no way of catching Monte, or once again, just, you know, 1 or 2 seconds ahead of them.
Still, with all of this happening, all those Midases and all the farming capability Habu has, it's just a 2k lead for Monte.
Yeah, it's true, and it's really only the Gyrocopter at that.
Oh, they found the DK. Topi tries to teleport out, but there's no Primal Beast, so he will get away. That's just his 9-second BKB charge. Bit unfortunate. At the wrong place, at the wrong time.
Yeah, but that is, once again, he's getting solid item progression. He is on his way to the cell now.
Nah. Okay, he has his blink now. It's the big difference maker. Going for the halberd.
Yep.
Prevent this gyro from shooting, but they are going straight for the racks. Havu's not in the base right now. Gonna get there in time.
That's some attack speed on that Gyrocopter.
Yeah, talk about the Aghanims buff up, the amount of damage he deals.
Pretty nuts.
That's a Daedalus, yep. Well, the more disarms, I guess that's the better. They can get some more halberds on the side of Habu, but yeah, just a one lane down ward still inside the base, which they haven't dewarded. So I'm a bit curious about. Usually these are taken away almost right away.
Yeah, but Habu haven't really been in their base since the last fight there.
That too. That Ops has been up for a very long time. Now they even secured it with a sentry.
And VFI are really
DK is
confident
pinged out, so they can maybe jump the Doom. Doom is actually going for a fight himself here. Marcy BKBs and runs away. Primal Beast dives in deep. Phoenix is low. Can they save the Phoenix? No, they can't. The egg is never going to pop. The black hole comes out as well from Infernal. And Tsunami trying to make a desperate run for it, but no can do. And Topi, he's able to teleport away just in time. And now the Bushwhack connects, but the fight's already over.
Yeah.
Doom is gone. DK form is up in 20 seconds. Phoenix could buy back with the egg.
And this time it's like, yeah, correct. The Phoenix teleports first, but I don't think it was a fight in the first place.
Gets a 2-man stun, but that's about it. Bushwhack also connects, but still, people are dead. No retaliation. And now he pings out. They have vision.
Yeah. That hurts. That hurts.
Not even getting to their level 3s, their Mantas on the DK. So much still to be gained for Havu, but just not going to get there in time. I love how Moonlight is using the Onslaught to break the Bushwhack tree again.
Yep. Very, very deliberate. This guy really knows his way around how he can best use this disruptive skill set of the Primal Beast. Saw it with the interruptions. Previous map, first Pangolier, and we're seeing it again now. All those missed Bushwhacks are not just an accident.
Roshan is back home right now, as he has spawned again. That's going to be on Monte's sights. And Havu exiting the base. Mid is pushed in, bottom is pushed in.
It's going to be very clear.
This is like a race. This is basically a 100-meter sprint. They need to get there instantly before they realize, and they already know something is up, so they are moving as a stack all the way to the back. Radiance burn. Does he have the Radiance turned off? Yes, he does. And they are going to miss it just, but they have Roshan, which they could also take. There is a black hole up in 40 seconds, so you'd have to do it right now. They're going to start it.
Phoenix
They have the damage for it. Oh, and Phoenix is right there, but the BKB's there from Primal Beast. Finds him, but the egg comes out. Primal is there to hit it. QBFY is already down. They've dropped the call down as well so that they can retreat. Roshan is interrupted. Primal Beast gets a jump. Marcy coming up with the buyback. Will return to the fight. DK does get the stun onto the Undying, but he doesn't have the damage. Crystallize is too strong to deal with right now. Primal Beast is trying to run away from Tsunami this time. Ilbert coming up with the stun. Doesn't quite connect. Doom is available. Can he get to use it? Still stunned. Finally drops it on top of the gyrocopter. His lifesteal is gone. That's the opener for the lifestealer, but Tsunami can't get the hit. There's the black hole from Infernal onto 2. Toffee goes down. Lifestealer dead. Phoenix out as well. And that leaves Memzi for last. And that would pretty much seal the deal. If it was any other team than Habu, they might just call it. But as you can see, Monte, screw Roche. We're going to your base. We're going to get the last lane of Rax. Then we can do Roshan after.
Yeah, especially because you don't really want to take the Roshan without the gyrocopter there. That's their main source of damage. And that is the guy that they're going to need to bring that in. Havu.
A for effort.
Yeah, A for effort, absolutely. Like they recognize roughly the situation that they're in. But once again, the Phoenix goes to that high ground just a second later than he's supposed to, has to scramble. And from that point on, the fight is really just all about surviving while you're essentially caught in the pit versus an Enigma.
Yeah, and also the he did get his ulti off just as the Primal Beast literally blinked on top of his location where he dove. Hoped to grab him with a Pulverize, but just got the egg off. As you can see here, Waza disengages,
so
Primal Beast on him, egg pops, and one hero too deep. That's the Marcy, who is trying to back up and trying to get the opener for the rest of the team. But Monte's rest of their heroes, Enigma is so far back. He's just waiting for his team to kind of get them together, basically. He's just chilling there. Doesn't want to show himself at all. And now Habu feels like they're strong. They could get the Moonlight, Infernal, Frozen, and Casual Blink stun. And it just takes a couple more moments that they're basically running out of tools to fight with. Infernal charges in, drops in another. Finally,
meanwhile,
seal the deal with the black hole.
In the actual game.
Yeah, we'll see what happens out of this one because DK is almost dead already. Topita, Tsunami dead. Waza also slapped to death. Memzi being hunted in the trees. Another, well, you wouldn't really say this. The last fight went better.
Yeah. Yeah, it certainly did. It is good recognition from Havu that they simply cannot allow Monte to get the Roshan whatsoever, because the game will be over. But they can't actually stop them from getting the Roshan anymore either. Which means the game is over. But I think we all knew that already.
Well, I think it's pretty much time to set the sights for the next series for Havu. Still not done for the day, but Monte, this is their finisher for day number 1. Looking like they are going to get themselves a second series victory in a row with the current pace that they've been playing. Pretty uncontested, pretty successful.
And Gyrocopter is waltzing into the base like he owns it. Going to hit level 20 here as well. Go 3 extra flag attacks.
Infernal, Black Hole is ready. Isolates Waza from the fight, and they jump onto Nami at the same time. Hilbert was attempting to make a jump at the back line for the Enigma, and actually is doomed up, but the Lotus does send it onto Hilbert as well, so that will be the end. Pretty much the final buybacks coming out. 4 versus 5. Enigma survives that doom too.
You just don't have the damage to deal with Crystallize whatsoever, so you're trying to peel his teammates off of him, but to what end? He took all your buildings.
It's just they're not getting any item progress, basically. NPC Dota, good guys, Tower 4 top, just high five. Thank you, QDFY.
Good guys. Sometimes I get a reminder that that's what they're called all the way in the code.
And this is the first time in a very long time that the gyrocopter dies, but that's just the Aegis, so. They're diving the fountain, go for the black hole, make a real statement, crystallize. We'll go all the way here.
Yeah, he's got a Marcy to toss him away, he's absolutely fine. The Infernal is like, I'm trying to focus the Ancient here, guys. What are you?
Yeah, it's a bit of a pub gaming end, basically, here, but that's going to be the series. Monte take it 2-0 versus Havu. Fortunate for the Finns that they're going to have to start their tournament run with a loss, but as said, they're not done for the day. Monte, however, they are. 4-0, both 2-0 series today for them, so really showed up on the board. Happy to see that the boys are, they're very, coming in healthy, coming in invigorated, and of course showing what they're really made out of, beating the other Ukrainian stack and getting another victory on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a really very solid play out of Monte here, which is, something that you often wonder about when you get a team in like this, where you're like, yeah, you have a couple of names that you know, but what have they, really, really done? They're not like big names that have a couple of young up-and-comers. It's like, this is a medium stack with medium guys, but they know what to do. Their drafts look really solid. Their play looks really solid. They overestimate themselves a little bit sometimes, or maybe they underestimate their opponents, but at this point it's very, like, the consequences of that are very minimal because they never do anything really weird. So, yeah, looking like possibly a good contender for the group top.
Well, they definitely are off to a very strong start. Monte will play again tomorrow. They have a team called Dandelions that they're going up against. But today, one more series to go. It's time to see what the fresh Mouse roster is going to look like as they play their first game of Dota in a very, very long time since we've seen Mouse play in Dota the last time. But that is after the break. Habu versus Mouse in a few minutes. We'll see you in a bit.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service. Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we're back, ladies and gents, for the final series of the day. We have seen Monte take down two opponents cleanly 4-0 in the end with map victories, 2 series victories for them. That means a loss for Navi Jr., a loss for Habu, and now going into the last matchup, we have Habu again versus Mouse that are coming back to Dota. So this is their first official game that they're going to be playing with this roster. And Kips, let's look at the roster. Let's look at what Mouse has. That's what I want to see. What are the guys that are representing this famed organization in esports? We've got Olnit from Romania. Of course, their coach, Immortal Faith, very highly regarding this player to be the future new hyper carry. Who knows what this guy's going to come out with. We've got Supreme representing from Czechia. We have also some SCA flavor with Force and Narman both in this team. And of course, a POS 5. I was wondering who they're going to fit in with their POS 5 role here. It's Bangin.
Yeah, and I think that this is kind of based on the fact that if you have a voice like Immortal Faith in your team, the traditional, you're not going to get Puppy on your lineup. You're not going to be able to get a traditional strong voice from that POS 5, like a captain with his own, image for the game, because then you immediately have a clash between the guy who's supposed to guide your overall plan and the guy who's supposed to guide your plan on the field. So I can see them going instead for somebody who has certainly the gameplay skills on board, but not the experience as a captain, because what you need most is just a POS 5 who's going to be able to hold his own.
And of course, who we just saw in action, Havu with their roster. Unfortunate loss for them in that previous series. Game 1 looked a bit more competitive. Game 2, they had some ideas and some openers, but weren't quite able to match up the skill of Monte, who are now rocking the top of this group. But still, the team shows promise, and at least from the words that I talked with Waza yesterday, he said that we're totally up for the challenge versus Mouse, and we're going to win. So let's see how they face up with these, because there's some TI experience in this Mouse roster. And Havu, more known as an open qualifier, close qualifier team. That this is basically their first big show in a tournament, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So that's those are fighting words. I'm very curious to see what they brought, because certainly in the previous maps we saw them bringing the fight decently towards the side of I really completely forgot their name now already. Monte. It's also a wild name for a team with only Ukrainians on it. I have to say, it sounds so Mediterranean. Anyway,
Oh, you mean the team name?
Yeah, Monte.
Oh, they're very well known in Counter-Strike.
Oh, they are. Okay.
They're like almost tier 1. They're like tier 2, I'd say.
Shows what I know. Shows what I know. Okay.
So it's a nice collab this tournament with CS organizations expanding into Dota, which is a nice thing. I blame our producer.
Yes. Yeah, and like as much as like I exemplify here, right? Dota is often on an island. It's just like there have been fancy graphics made over the years about, like, for example, the Dota 2 subreddit, people not really overlapping with any of the other esports subreddits, whereas all the other esports subreddits overlap with each other. It's so yeah, give me some, like, force that involvement, drag us out of our cave and into the sunlight, please. Lord knows I need it.
Well, let's see what this first phase is looking like, because Mouse is already targeting Ilbert pretty heavily. He plays a pretty good Mars. He plays a very mean Timber Saw. But his Magnus, again, do they follow the pattern that Monte were doing and got rid of it 2 times in the first phase? He's not really your Centaur guy. I mean, he can play the Centaur. Obviously, he's familiar. He's a pretty wide hero pool in terms of that. But I would love to see him get one of his strongest heroes, and maybe, if the matchup is right, something like a Morphling for Tsunami, who he can really pull off some really good moves, because it feels like that Lifestealer just fell behind 2 games in a row.
It did, yeah, and it's not bursty either. I think a lot of the heroes that we see in the carry role right now have the option to burst people, and that is their way of contributing easily to these early game fights, as opposed to Lifestealer. Yeah, like, he's ready to fight early, but he has to stay in there, slap people, get slapped back, etc. It's a lot messier than a Morphling who shows up, nukes somebody, and waves out again.
At least they have left the Magnus in the pool for Havu, so let's see what they are thinking about here. Mostly looks like they're targeting the support pool. These are both Bangan's and Narman's heroes that they're getting out. Also, we know that Force can play the Batrider. We know Supreme can also pull off a mid Batrider, so nothing out of the ordinary, let's say. Basically banned out for now. taking a lot of time with this third ban. I mean, there's still plenty of heroes. Nature's Prophet, for example, is one that comes to mind. They decide to get rid of the Tiny, and is that a mag? Yeah, okay, they got the Shadow Demon through too, so I think this could even be a smarter idea to get that SD into the pool for them.
SD phenomenal against a lot of the... Actually, a bunch of the carry pool that is available currently does not enjoy playing versus the Shadow Demon at all. We're thinking about the Lunas, we're thinking about the Svens, whether they get copied and their illusions fight back, or the Purge absolutely ruins their ability to move through the fight. This is an anti-carry hero with like a capital A.
Yeah, and this is another one that also excels in the laning stage with the Enchantress brought up for Mouse, and then we continue with our bans. 3 more in total. I'm looking at Uldit's hero pool here, actually. He has, from 18 games, he has a 78% win rate on Medusa. From 8 games, I think he's 7-1 with a Naga Siren. Morphling, he's also 6-1. This guy has some crazy stats on the board. Considering that he hasn't played that much Dota, it's not like he has hundreds or over 50 games on a hero. The highest he has is 22 in Luna. But the win rate's like 70, 77, 73, 87, 85, 71, 71, 83, 83, 83. This guy has like wins on the board. So I can see why Immortal Faith is putting faith in this guy.
Yeah, I mean, properly reflecting the really good runs that they had with... it was Geek Fam, wasn't it? In SCA during the last DPC season. And I do mean the last DPC season.
Yeah, 28-10 total record with Geek Fam. A bit more losses racked up with Team Tickles. And they actually did play a series with Mouse earlier on today. Oh yeah, that was the Elite League, of course. Yeah, that one was going on. They are coming out of a victory. So, Mouse already on the board.
Dire team pick. Radiant team.
I like how they beat the team called Ghostic Lenovo. East Europeans, and then there's Peruvian Yadomi.
Yeah,
Such a wild roster.
I mean, but then again, so is this Mouse roster, right? This is... You're going to have visa problems no matter where you're going.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that is absolutely true. Definitely going to spell some issues getting to places. They banned out the Lifestealer. We got the Arc Warden and the Puck. Why the Arc Warden ban?
Radiant team pick.
Interesting.
That big of a threat?
Listen. If you say Puck, I do say Supreme. Arc Warden is also a Supreme hero, as far as I remember, but we haven't really seen.
Is he that good with it these days? Yeah.
Presence, yeah. Mirana makes a lot of sense though. The combo with the Shadow Demon is a classic. You also get to take down the Ench creeps as she has been picked up for time and time again. Of course, you're not entirely happy going up first to Crystal Maiden, just because that route really messes with your ability to leap out of trouble. But you gotta do what you gotta do. Now, is it time for that Magnus yet? Because you've been hyping up this Magnus. I've seen Ilbert play, and he did actually look very solid. Like just a very reliable offlaner, which is always the road up. Like, be reliable on that hardest lane first, and then, you know, you can start.
I love how they're leaving it, because they know that the hero is still available for them this far. Mal's probably knows it too, and they're expecting it to come out, but Havu's not jumping the gun with it because it's still not going to get banned. They can still 18th pick it. Or last pick Ilbert's hero for the last phase when he sees his carry matchup, because Mouse will very likely want to last pick Supreme's hero. But Supreme could throw a curveball by picking their mid now, leaving the carry open, and then Ilbert will just have to guess what the
this is what I thought, though. This is what I thought. Primal Beast, we've just seen how much messier that can make the team fight for Pangolier, because you can just get snatched out of that Rolling Thunder like a toy in a claw machine. It's like, we get you now.
Yeah.
And yeah, and then the Storm on top of it, so we have here secured the Supreme hero as well. And it's going to be extremely hard to kill the Storm Spirit with any of what they've got on the board right now. Is really not bothered by the Purge either. Oh no, you've made illusions of me, whatsoever shall I do? It's this looks like a pretty free Storm game so far, and now Havu has just 2 core picks left in order to make this life hard for the Storm Spirit. And I think in general, picking up a silence here would be super good for not just for interrupting this Primal Beast, but also for the... Well, this is also an interrupt, I guess.
Yep, and that is also a silence.
Yep, Orchid.
The Orchid Naga. Orchid is what I had in mind, that forced the Storm Spirit to potentially go into a Yule's build this game, which he wouldn't be too happy to pick up, but he also wants to build an Orchid himself. This is a hero that builds a Manta, dispels it. Storm would have to also reconsider the Orchid build up this game because he knows he can't kill this Naga Siren. So great pickup. Also a new carry hero for Tsunami, something different compared to the Lifestealer. And plenty of the map to farm, because you have the Pango in this lineup that isn't that greedy in terms of farm. Because when you build a Diffusal Blade, you're not supposed to farm creeps with Diffusal Blade. You want to farm heroes. That is the item is literally built so that you kill people. If you build a Diffusal and you start farming, you're missing like 75% of the item's potential.
Exactly. Just build a Maelstrom if that's what you want to do. Just get your lightning procs in. The Naga, I enjoy it as well. The lockdown of the net going through the BKB all the way later on will also be very helpful versus heroes like a Storm Spirit. Of course, you are going to be annoyed this game by the fact that the entry is going to steal one of your illusions every single time. It's just something that's going to happen to you, and you're going to have to live with that.
That is true, yeah. Just gonna have to live with it.
10 seconds remaining.
PA and Doom both banned here, so they are not afraid of that Magnus whatsoever. Considering it could be something completely different for Elbert this time. I don't think we're gonna get the Magnus. I'm just gonna say it. Stop thinking about it and move onward.
Oh, but I like thinking about Magnus. I think ever since Spirit 1 TI, everybody loves thinking about Magnus.
Yeah, I guess you could put it that way.
10 seconds remaining.
So what does he like to pick? I mean, he could still go Beastmaster. He has a pretty high win rate on the Kunkka, hence why the ban. Also, could play Enigma, but I feel like they might run out of damage, even though Enigma is a huge source of damage. If he builds himself a bit different, that could work. But I'm not fully sold on the idea of Enigma here.
Meanwhile,
Beastmaster looks better.
Yeah, Beastmaster does look better. I'm very curious about what Mouse is going to answer with here, though, because we are looking at a game into a Shadow Demon. And as far as Onit is concerned, Luna doesn't really like doing that. Medusa doesn't really enjoy doing that. TB doesn't. Sven does most of his pool does not. All the way down until the Morphling. Morphling versus Naga isn't exactly... Nope, you're so wrong, dude.
Okay. Alright, so we'll get the Magnus after all, sure. And Mao's instant response with the Alchemist.
Yeah, that's alright. I guess.
Ultimate Alchemist, 70% win rate in 20 games.
Yeah, and it is one that if you just straight go down the list of his top heroes and you look at everything that is going to be upset by the Shadow Demon, then the Alchemist remains as the highest ranked.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still not ideal, right? If you, because we see Radiant's build these days, we don't have exactly the most faith in the Battle Furies, and that is something that Memzi is going to be very happy to copy. Of course, the slowdown also very annoying for an Alchemist. We might instead see a Mjolnir build up instead for Onit then, which is a possibility.
We'll see if he wants to take that route. Yeah, it's an option. I kinda like the idea of old school Battle Fury, but
build up is so ass, dude.
But there's an SD in this game, so it's basically just adding up a couple ideas into mind that maybe the Battle Fury could actually work in this particular game because of the opponent's draft. But we'll see if he wants to go for it. It could just be the change nothing, go for the traditional. He probably knows best.
Yeah, if you go for the Maelstrom build up here, Tsunami is most likely going to get an Eternal Shroud eventually, it's such a good item for him already this game. And if you rely on the magic damage there as well, then you're really only going to add to the tankiness of your opponent, which is a problem. So I can see the argument for the Battle Fury as well. It's just like you don't really want to.
So, are you more a Mouse fan or a Havu fan going into this one? It's a Force Primal Beast, which I adore.
Oh yeah, Force is a delight on this hero. I gotta say, if I thought these two teams were equally matched, I would have very much enjoyed the Havu draft as well. I think they've got some really good playmakers for themselves this game. They got a good road towards the win. They are lacking the one X factor that I want with a Naga Siren though, which is a secondary scaler that is going to be the one who's actually ending the game as opposed to taking over the map. They don't have that. And that combined with the fact that I think that Mouse has by far the superior experience and the superior players here, I do not think that Havu is going to take this one, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a mountain to climb for Havu, especially with Mouse already coming out of a victory from their earlier series. In the Elite League qualifiers. That is a very highly prestigious tournament, just like the Res Regional, which is going to culminate into a LAN at the end of the year. So Elite League might be happening now, or the LAN even, but we have something to still look forward to. And also for teams like Mouse and Havu, time to grow, time to increase their skill, time to expand, and time to thrive.
Time to thrive. You know what, I know that this set for the Primal Beast is supposed to make him look like, you know, a Yeti, an abominable snowman. I just think he looks cuddly. Look at him, he's so happy.
Just vibing.
Yeah, he's just vibing. Dragging his
Yeti Force.
little toy around. Hey,
So
and
what do you
also
call
some
this?
sprays.
What do you call this beast?
What, a Yeti?
Oh, but is that a Yeti?
No, it's not really a Yeti. It's
It looks like the furball that my cat puked last night. Okay, not exactly.
You have white cats?
I have one white cat, yes.
Oh yeah, that would do
or
it.
gray even. Actually looks like our cat, to be completely honest. I'll go with that. We got a first blood for Havu. It is Memzi who got the last hit onto Bengen, so not exactly the best hero to give a first blood for, but he's going to be very happy. He is, after all, level 30 Shadow Demon. And that's a Radiance Alchemist. Yes, he has lined it up.
We do this the classic way, alright. Well, level 30 Shadow Demon, you have some phenomenal heroes to stack for in this game. And you are extremely good at stacking as a Shadow Demon. Of course, this lane here, you're not the strongest laner. You really just have the disruption here to annoy your opponents with, maybe help your Magnus dodge stuns later on, but as far as like your actual laning presence is concerned, Shadow Demon really only gets going once you get 2 levels into Shadow Poison. And that is a while off.
Can see some good usage for Disseminate this game. A lot of AoE abilities, especially the Primal Beast and the Storm Spirit. Nice damage to reflect back. Alchemist trying to nuke somebody down. CM ulti. Some nice skills for the Disseminate this game.
Just
MZ actually pretty relentless with this hunt here. Oh, he gets the right click off as well, so Bengen does get the kill in the end on Memzi. Even if Elbert tried to skewer him on the other end. Guess he was trying to be a bit too clever there, trying to save his buddy, keeping him out of distance.
Yeah, he tried to have
that also meant that he's not going to get the kill.
Yeah, he tried to have his cake and eat it too. I mean, if he manages that right, that's a lot of finesse, because you gotta get her under the tower so you can get the kill, but not so close that she gets to do what just happened. I don't think Memzi's too upset about that in the long run anyway. He was so low already. Just gonna lead to you eating all of your tangos.
Yeah, we have to play the lane without your support, but I guess every kill does matter in a lane like this. Memzi, though, back in full stats. zoning out this Alchemist for the time being. Ilbert gets a free lane for himself now. Crystal Maiden did have to spend a lot of resources to just stick around and stay back.
We did get a brief glimpse into the mid lane just now, where Tapita is doing just fine versus Supreme. I definitely think that this is a huge difference in experience and skill here. And even if a Pangolier should normally, I think, do a little better versus a Storm Spirit, you're going to be very happy with just keeping up with him in levels.
Oh yeah, definitely. This is a matchup where I'd love to see if Habbo can send their supports into the mid lane. Set up with the bubble and the arrow to try and kill the Storm Spirit before he hits level 6, and that's what also Maus are aware of. These supports, if they start to miss for any moment, they're going to have to be very ready and awake to protect their Storm Spirit in the mid lane, or try to punish another side lane, as Ilbert as well. Huge nukes coming out from Oldit and Bengen. Drops very low. He's also out of tangos. We'll have to live off of the tangos from Memzi. He still has a couple.
This is the point where the Shadow Demon is gonna start counting.
Yeah, another aggressive bubble, so Ilbert has to get away.
Exactly, no defensive disruption. Well played for Maus there. It's like, okay, we just immediately got to cut this off. Force Ilbert to skewer out. And they also have not overstepped to the point where they get skewered on the tower, which is the other risk of playing up versus Magnus, right? Melee carry versus Magnus, like we're going to be looking at the bot lane in most of these games, and then at some point, hey, enemy carry dead. What happened? Oh, yeah, that's sorry, dire carry dead.
Naga also being dove under the tower here by the Primal Beast, but Waz is able to keep the distance. Force, Narman playing very aggressively in front of the tower. Unlucky for the Mirana. There's a creep in between, but Memzi gets a kill on Bengen.
Yeah.
Ilbert gets to walk away, and Memzi continues to harass this Alchemist a bit here, at least prevent him from getting CS. Has a Lotus, though, so they can't kill him.
Annoying. But yeah, this is what we're going to see from Memzi, is just saving the mana, using that Ring of Basi, waiting until you have a whole lot of Shadow Poison.
Nice little tip there. Hiding just in time for the concoction. Oldit ends up stunning himself.
Clever. But yeah, all this put together does mean that we've seen Habbo's supports being real busy trying to make sure that these lanes do not fall into disrepair, which means that the classic rotation into mid for a bubble into arrow, absolutely not happening, and Supreme has just now hit level 6. So yeah, it's going to make killing him that much harder.
On the positive side, thinking about that is, while this mid lane has been going that well for Toppy, he's able to make the counter rotation if the Storm makes a play onto the side lane. If this Pango was having any harder of a time in this mid lane, I wouldn't see it necessarily happen. And it's a gamble 50-50. Toppy gets the shield.
Very nice. Yeah, and in general, I think the fact that the lanes are always pushed out over on they are on the Radiant side in both the side lanes usually, it makes it much easier for Toppy to be the one to rotate.
Bit of traffic into the mid lane. Memzi, Supreme. He took the other way round, and he's nimbly moving around Toppy here. That Rolling Thunder is a complete waste.
Yeah, it is. Especially when you, like, Supreme can just dodge through the tower AoE, because that creep from the Ench is there to soak up all of the tower aggro. Normally you would have had to choose between, okay, do I get bonked by the Pango or do I take tower shots? But he just gets to have the best of both worlds here.
And now he also has to pop his shield rune so he can get some extra regen on the Pango. Ilbert does have RP, but it's going to be pretty difficult to play around it for now. You're going to have to wait for another Rolling Thunders to be active.
I do think
Storm, however, he's not dependent on cooldowns that much, so
no,
he can
exactly.
Only mana reliant.
And you can actually see Toppy moving over, because if you want to get a kill with the RP, you need the damage of the Pangolier to be added. There's no way around it. The supports do not add enough damage. I don't think at any stage into the game, but especially not right now if you're just looking for a quick little pick-off.
They're just trying to kill the Naga here. Supreme is here. Narma's also around. I think he caught a glimpse of it, and now he sees the Storm Spirit. And they are going to send some traffic there. Topi has finished off the kill on Bengen on the top lane, but this Naga seems like they're just going to sack Tsunami. And it definitely does feel a bit bad, but what can you do?
Yeah, Mao's very much feeling that Topi is probably missing, that what place that he's going to go to, well, it's probably top. Means that they can throw everything at that bottom tower, and Topi now is going to have to leave before the backup arrives.
Beep beep. Charging into an Armament to Supreme. Bengen steals the Invis rune and is actually on his way. Topi could die here if he stays for too long, but luckily Bengen doesn't have the time to show up again for the Frostbite. So Narman does end up getting killed first.
Very nice. Much better than his first roll, and I like that he's just choosing to use it proactively when he sees a kill instead of waiting for opportunities in these side lanes. It is very likely that Mouse is not going to give him the opportunity to just, you know, TP in, get a triple kill, that sort of thing. And Bengen got spotted
nicely
there.
scouted out with the sentry ward, so Bengen's Invis rune is kind of ruined here. Topi will take this one, but he's out of mana, so he will have to move out. Has mana boots ready, but the Storm Spirit is on him, and he finally gets the swashbuckle off. Supreme is still on him and gets that double kill. You start to wonder if only he had a teleport. Could have just TP'd after that CM kill, but Supreme, he pulls the long straw, he gets both of them.
Oh yeah, that's very nice for Storm Spirit, especially since he didn't have to rotate for that whatsoever. Now he gets to take one of his own little self-made stacks. Everything's coming up Supreme right now.
Yeah, DIY.
Mm-hmm. It's his
Almost
own
a DUI,
bootstraps.
but that's not the same thing.
This bottom tower is now definitely left to force. There's nothing much a Naga plus Mirana combination can do about this.
Memzi could use some backup here. Topi is here. Supreme is also somewhat low in mana, but he can't get a follow-up connection on it. He has a little bit to go with and trying to roll around, but the right clicks the swashbuckle, and they've got themselves the kill. Waz is here, but so is the Primal Beast from Force. Has pulverized. If they could just see where Topi is going, on the edge of the sentry. Literally on the edge of the sentry. That was the vision where it cut out. He dies on the spot. Waza is trying to do the same thing, but he knows as well. Yep, they have vision here. Arrow a creep. Yeah. Die with, you know.
With honor.
Die with honor.
That's literally what she says. There's a little bit more dramatic moaning involved, but we die with honor.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for the Pango because that sentry only goes so far, but what can you do? They got the Storm Spirit kill at least, so his streak was gone. Mirana got himself a nice payday out of that. Was a 2-2-2 now.
We're waiting to take down a catapult here. It's not going to make that much of a difference with the Enchantress being near.
On the other end of the map, this Magnus and Alchemist basically have they have not died this game.
No.
Olnith is making good progress to the Radiance. He almost has the relic money up.
Nice little farm off.
Actually has the relic money up, let's put it that way. And Ilbert, there's the Orchid.
Yep.
And I'm a happy camper.
Exactly.
So this is exactly what they needed.
That's a great build-up, especially in this game. It might harm his scaling overall a little bit. That's still the chance that you have when a Magnus does not actually go for Echo Saber. There's a possibility that you end up not being able to farm enough to scale. But certainly you know that Supreme is
pretty
coming.
massive attack speed.
Yeah, yeah, it sure is.
But in terms of how it scales with the other items you would build, like if you want to scale right click, in that case you are absolutely right.
No, but it is so important to get an Orchid online fast in order to make sure that Topi can play versus the Primal, in order to make sure that, well, your supports get to play versus the Storm Spirit. It is the correct item choice here.
The mid tower is about to fall. They have a 700 HP range creep, enchanted. Turncoat changing sides on the army, so he tanks the full tower as Supreme finishes it off. So pretty easy pickup there for Mouse. They're already making a move towards bottom. So a difference between maybe Monte and Mouse is that Mouse is hyperactive
Tsunami.
and super aggressive. Doesn't have song. Gilbert's coming in though. There's the silence. There's a chance to turn with the RP as well, but Tsunami doesn't want to stay around because he's not sure he will live. Supreme gets away. And now they might just lose the Magnus Fort. Save from Memzi just in time. And here comes Waza. Waza will take him down. Force might drop as well, as they have gone a bit too far. Havu was ready for this in the end, despite how risky it looked at the start for this Naga. But they're expending these rotations for these kills. If only they could just get this Primal Beast. Waza's used all of his leap charges. Another in 4 seconds. And look who's TPing in.
Very clever.
Oh. Hello.
And Havu once again shows that if the enemy overextends and underestimates their ability to fight on the defensive, they are going to take that fight and they're going to take it well. That Orchid was finished at the, not just like in the right minute, but at the right second, I believe.
Yeah, just in time, because that's probably the delay why they weren't instantly there to help out the Naga Siren was, I need like 2 seconds, guys.
Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Faster career. Gets it. And this is why you don't wait for the Naga Orchid in this game, because you would have lost that fight hands down.
Oh, hell yeah. But she's gonna build it anyway, which is still a good idea to have the double silence. There's plenty of good heroes to silence this game, even post BKB timings. Pop a BKB, you have multiple Orchids to use in team fights, and those Orchids are, if you cast it on the right hero at the right time, they are literally game-winning.
Yes.
So if you have multiple of those in the early game, when you have these early
Memzi's got eyes on
BKBs and low items, that could be a chance. Ulnit is going to get ulted, and those Radiance Illusions are also there. Arrowed up, Vesseled on the spot. Waza trying to deal as much damage as he can. Ulnit will explode. No, he won't. He will throw it into the Illusions here. Waza has another Vessel charge to throw, and Ilbert comes in. They will take down Ulnit. And this is the kind of integrity that they wanted for this series, is that they're going to hit Mouse hard as well. They might look like they're on the receiving end, but they are not going to give an inch. Bengen reveals himself, and Ilbert's ready to go in, has the Orchid, and that is history for the Crystal Maiden. Still has the silence. They just spotted the Storm Spirit right behind him. He's silenced on the spot as well. Another kill potentially. RP coming out as well, and even more for Havu. They spotted Norman, but Norman should be able to get out though.
I mean, are you kidding me? This entire play is made possible because this takes forever, right? They're taking forever to take down this Alchemist. They don't really have the damage. But the reason they get to do that is because they saw Force on bot. They just forced him to TP out of bot. Force goes back to bot. They see him there, which means that the disruptive force that is supposed to break up that entire dive and punish them for it is just not going to be there. And instead, Mouse throws several more heroes after the original one when that TP scroll is still not up.
Yeah, huge sequence. One fight to the other. Going for Havu. Very important fights. They slowed down the Alchemist now. His first death of the game. Ilbert's imp is really showing on this map now.
He is doing great here, and that was just RPs off of cooldown, and if he can keep that tempo up, then you're almost matching the tempo of a Primal Beast, which is pretty insane.
It definitely is. Primal is sitting at 8k right now. Naga has been able to catch up, and Supreme is not getting kills with this Orchid really. Just a couple early engagements that they had, but they have been responded with fierce response. And now he is last in net worth.
At least on the course side.
Let's see what Mouse can do. 4-man smoke on the Radiant side of the map. Havu has been playing around this top area quite actively.
They're very deep right now. You know, if you keep on showing up there, then they're not going to walk under your ward and think they're safe to farm there, Havu. Like, they know.
Yep, SD will walk into the Crystal Maiden. Self-bubbles. And they found Topi at the same time, so unfortunate for the Pango. His life is forfeit. They do get the respawn, at least. Maybe the CM will die, no. 3 heroes gone just like that. So, oh yeah, you overstayed your welcome.
Exactly. No, that top dive was possible because the Primal wasn't there. You don't get to, after that, then just stay top. Because he will be there, and you will be punished. Also, I'm
yeah, the Liam Neeson of Dota, right? I will find you and I will kill you.
You will, yeah. And I'm just finding out that I have trouble not calling him Topita.
Topita.
Like, I've lived here for several years now. It's like Topita.
Topita, yeah, that's the one.
Yes, exactly. And I'm like, Topita. No.
Yeah, you have to do it with a pretty soft T as well.
It's almost a D, right?
Almost like Dopita. Not like Dopita, but like Topita, yeah.
Topita.
Yeah, that's the one. Because if you say Topita, you sound Italian, you understand?
No. I know, it's just... that's what an Ita gets you in the rest of the world.
Ita. Well, this has to be the most even game for Havu so far. So the keys are still in their hand, and same thing for Mao's. They're getting their items online. The Blink is now up on the Alchemist, and the Eternal Shroud was finished a while ago for the Primal Beast 2, and he's working on his Shiva's Guard. But look who's being targeted. The man we just talked about, Elbert, is here. Gonna push him towards his teammates. Saving their ultis for now, because Olnit shows up and he's like, I want this SD, but nice response with the RP. They drop the ulti as well onto Force. He won't be able to run anywhere, but here comes Supreme as well. Zippin', zappin', going across, and they will take 3, and they're yet to kill this Primal Beast. And Pango also hammered to the ground, and Force will live with 80 HP.
They spent all of this damage on a man who had just finished up his Eternal Shroud. And it's most of their damage there is magical. We are looking at mostly just nukes, mostly just the Shadow Demon, and that's man, that sucks. But it's really that is the target you found. It is the target you decided to unleash on, and that is I guess
that's how far we got.
The price you pay.
As unfortunate as it is, and of course, Naga didn't want anything to do with that fight, so Naga was farming, and the 4-man gank basically just backfired.
You're saying, of course, but I do think that it's a characteristic of the top tier Nagas right now, that once they have Manta Orchid, they come to fight. Because most carries right now cannot afford to stay away for longer than 2 items.
Yeah, basically they should be showing up, but I guess the fight was happening too far away. Guess that's one thing that they can always, look at the replay analysis to see, was this the right call to do? But those are also heat in the moment situations. There's no instant T1 to teleport to. It's an outpost that takes 4 seconds minimum. Well, Narman, he is being hunted here, so he's out of position. They will kill off this Enchantress, but it's going to take a while.
Yeah, and it's going to give information on a lot of heroes. If you're a mouse right now, you're like, oh, they're all 5 bot. They're going to walk into the pit right now. Can we do something about it?
Looks like that kill will lead, definitely into that Aegis for Havu. Naga's still in a good position. The Visual Blade is going to be soon up. It's going to definitely help out with that extra damage output and the slows. Most importantly, Alchemist, who does need a little bit of base mana. Hence the Crystal Maiden in the team, so that you can at least pop your Chemical Rage and your BKB. But they are coming, looking for some lone survivors. Memzi has moved away from the portal. Everybody else is keep it out. No one home. Oh,
well,
Primal's coming.
Go straight through. Yeah, and there are 3 heroes. Once again, I don't know what it is about Havu that makes them want to be in this top side of the map so much, but they are going to get found out right now.
There's the charge in. Sees the Mirana. Can't quite catch their first target. Olnit throws in the stun. He's also ulted by the Shadow Demon. He's got no mana. He's got nothing left. Memzi is killed, but everybody else gets away, so I guess you could say that that is somewhat of a smoke gank dodged. Not too much given away. Naga had 0 mana for that fight.
Yeah, that was really not the one that you wanted to take, so good dodge. Now, the thing that I'm curious about is the fact that this Naga Siren picked up the Aegis. I think that obligates Tsunami to now join with his team.
And he should RP is used, but there's no one there.
No. Oh no. Well, that's kind of a first miss for Ilbert here.
Let's hope that doesn't happen too often, because we can see what that can do to a player. But Ilbert has been like very aggressive this game on the side of Havu, so if you whiff an RP, if you're an aggressive player, I don't think you care.
No.
If you're a defensive player and you whiff an RP or a black hole,
Yes.
you start to fear using it even more.
Exactly. That's like, oh god, now the next one needs to count even more.
Yes,
And
yes.
As far as Ilbert has been playing this, he's already had, what, 5 RPs this game? It's like, oh no, I missed 1 out of 5.
Yeah, not a bad ratio.
Nope. Or 4/5's good.
A lot of
I'd
skill
sign
shots
for
in
that.
this team. Like you have the arrow on the Mirana, you need to get your RPs on point.
Yeah, this is quite high execution, which is one of the other reasons that I'm surprised at how well they're doing right now.
Yeah, still keeping up with the pace. Even though Mouse is ahead, we can now start to feel that Alchemist lead. He has that AC on the run. Basically, now this Alch is fight ready. And that AC is going to make things a little bit easier because then they can start pushing objectives after every pickoff they can find. Ilbert shows himself under the tower, skewers to safety. Memzi also knows that something is up, so he will back away. But there's a good ward placed down here. That is showing a lot of the traffic.
Yeah, so where I'm at currently is that I think that Habu is running out of damage. And I don't think they can take down Force anymore. We saw that previously. And I think that problem is only going to get worse.
Well, Naga Song has been used. Plaza will drop.
Preemptively. I think she was correct there. If Force is in there earlier, she gets stunned out of that TP.
Yeah, no risks taken there.
It's one of the ways that you play forward with the Naga Siren. You need to know when to hold them, you need to know when to fold them, and that was very much a fold them moment. But, once again, no use of that Aegis, whereas if you give it to Toppy or if you give it to Ilbert, then you're going to get use out of it for sure. And that's where I was at with that Naga, like why do you give Naga the Aegis previously?
Yeah. They have the Bloodthorn now up on the Naga, and they still have a minute to use it. I mean, minute 10 seconds is cutting it close if you want 1 minute of action, but you kind of need to get to an objective if you want to use it for that particular purpose. Are they happy just stretching out this game because they know that they can still get SD illusions from this Alchemist no matter how strong he is? At least, I think this might have also something to do with Tsunami having such a rough series last game that he just really just wants to optimize farm and stretch this towards late game. They have Magnus, they have Naga Siren. There are some good things to look at for Habu late game. Even though the Naga might feel like it falls off a bit, I still maybe they do feel happy going into late game.
I don't trust that, unfortunately. We're going to have an Enchantress over on the other end who's going to be scaling. The Primal Beast is... They are already lacking damage to take him down. Supreme hasn't even been in this game yet. And then we still have Allnet to deal with as well. I think that the individual heroes just scale really deep over on the side of Mouse. And the anti-carry from a single Shadow Demon can only get you so far.
Wind Waker is also lined up for the Mirana, so definitely they are looking at these big items.
I mean, not just for yourself to get deals versus the silences, but also getting to actually purge silences off of your teammates when there is already one Orchid in the works and potentially several more to follow, depending on, you know, Bloodthorn on the Alchemist. That Orchid on the Ench is not that weird of an item to see either.
Oh yeah. Ilbert has also lined up the Ags for Magnus, so get the Horn Toss. Collapse cosplay. That's how it's always going to be known.
Yeah. Well, that we have TI in Copenhagen now, which means that for sure I'm going to be attending. The question is, should I cosplay again? It's been like 6 years.
That has actually been a very long time since you've been doing cosplay. Well, Tsunami, he's going to have to cosplay the one being jumped on right now, but he's got a song and Olnit's still hammering away. Memzi will drop the ulti on Olnit. And this gank kind of backfires, but can they get something out of it? The root is still there for a second. Oh, Ilbert. Almost whiffed an RP there. Acid Spray canceled his blink, but he trades it again. They see where Ulnit is, and there we go. The RP is onto 2. They got Supreme on it as well, with the Primal Beast, and Supreme is down. Force is low on HP. Ulnit trying to turn things around as well, but it's already one loss for both sides. They've got the Magnus very low on HP, but Ilbert will drop, and Mouse will still, despite the hardships there, will pull out the longer straw once again. Last time it was Supreme. This time it is the whole team. Topita.
Oh,
Topita. Still trying.
All right.
They're trying to use the Tormentor as well to assist them a bit here, but you know that does also hurt you, you know. And Tsunami is dead. He got nowhere, and they called Waza.
Yeah, no,
this Primal Beast is in your base, by the way.
Yeah, no, but like he does not care. There's a reason why I've been hammering on this guy being too big to take down right now, because he knows it. And Havu already knew it from the last fight, and now everybody can see that there's just not enough damage on Havu to do anything about the Primal Beast, and they need to pick off heroes around him. Which is,
Witness me. Witness me.
Oh, what a movie that is.
Oh, what a movie, yeah.
That's one of my, like, top 10, I think.
Well, big win for Mouse. Basically getting almost everybody out of the way from Havu. Even if they had that RP, it looked like the damage was very limited. It was building up so slowly onto a Storm Spirit with 12 armor, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, they got that part of the job done. But Ulnit, nice re-engagement there with the Alchemist.
Yep. And they understood very well which heroes needed to be in front now that the BKBs were out and which ones needed to, well, not be. Apart from, of course, the fact that the Storm Spirit, if he does not get to BKB, it doesn't matter.
At least the CS department is pretty nice for this Naga. 435. That's almost 150 more last hits than the Alchemist has at the moment, but one is scoring kills and one is scoring creeps.
Yes. And at some point, this Naga Siren, because she hasn't really given them creep wave problems, she hasn't really made them chase after her either. You know, we've seen one ult and TP out, which was mostly preventative. We haven't seen much disruption out of her. She's mostly just done her thing, and Mouse has said, you know what, thumbs up, you do you, girl. You live your truth, queen. And then ignored her.
But back to the cosplay question. What cosplays would you consider?
I like building armor. The sewing part, like I can do, but I really enjoy building armor.
Are they gender based or anything?
Oh, anything. I've considered the DK, like the
I was thinking
wood
DK.
set before.
I was thinking DK could actually fit you pretty well.
Exactly, because I'm big as well, right?
Yeah, tall. I mean, tall.
Yeah, that's true. I am. That's enough to slap some armor on and look big.
Also, I think you could make a pretty neat Ember Spirit.
And with Ember Spirit, I feel like I'd be stepping on the terrain of Rehab, who has already done Ember and won like everything you could.
Someone's cosplayed something somewhere, you know. It's just hitting too close to home.
No, that's my girl.
It's hitting too close to home. I see.
She is the best, and her Ember is like insane. Like my ego couldn't handle.
I'd be happy to see a new Ember. Reeves does some great cosplays, that's for sure. Like the Night Stalker was amazing. It was fun being under that Night Stalker wing.
I know, right?
But I'd still be happy to see someone else do it because, you know, that's what the cosplay contests are for as well.
Yeah.
You know?
And it would
see the same hero 5 times.
Hey, another Crystal Maiden.
Hey, the skateboarding weaver, let's go.
And that was rad.
That was rad.
I've, you know, if I had money, I would do Skywrath. Because I've always wanted to build a part of, you know, a pair of those wings that fold out.
You can just do the chicken taunt everywhere, you know.
That's
It's the Venge chicken, but you could do it as a Sky.
it's pretty hard with like, 5 kilos of wings and
But hey,
tubing
you
on
know,
the
you know
back.
how the joke goes. What's heavier, a kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers? As Ilbert
toss.
goes and finds force, this has been seen before, but now it's a success as they take down the Primal Beast and they're going to go for the hunt. Topi can't quite catch Narman, able to move away. Supreme and Uldet are ready for the re-engage. Soaks up the stun. Keeps on moving after, and Ilbert is still got that RP, but Uldet's already on him, so Ilbert has to get the hell out of there. RP is used, and he's on his way out as he pushes Supreme under the tower.
Supreme.
Big stun from Uldet, but it doesn't really do too much. The Supreme is low, and the Aegis is down. But that is him returning, and Primal Beast also bought back. So Tsunami, oh, look at that movement speed slow. The enchant really causing issues for him.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Just like at the Tormentor, he got enchanted and he moved nowhere.
But Havo did really well there. That is, yeah, sure, you get to kill Force, you get to isolate him all the way. And they get to take down the Aegis before the high ground as well. Now, the only problem is, of course, that they used all of their spells. Every single one that mattered.
They're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way now, as they've got the Shadow Demon already soaking up the attention. Orc's still towing away for the Pango. There's not much that they can do. Swashbuckle spam. That's pretty much all there is to it. Force will soak up the most of it. He doesn't worry about it. Hold it. Arrow flying in from the side. Doesn't catch a hero. You've got to find some really neat angles to try and hope that those would catch and connect on someone. Hold it. Goes to the low ground for now, but Supreme will continue with the push. Naga, illusions are in, but the melee racks are already down. You do have to remember that was a buyback from the Primal Beast, so Mouse, there was a bit of vulnerability showing on their side too.
Yeah, and that's not just a little bit of vulnerability showing, but that's also a vulnerability that remains for the coming 7 minutes. Where, well, we've seen what can happen to Havu when they overengage on a Primal Beast and get desperate to take him down. But they did do it once very cleanly as well, and they have that Horn Toss in their arsenal right now, so there is a possibility to take down the Primal Beast and leave Mouse unable to fight for basically 2 minutes straight. That would be huge, and that is an opening.
See if they can abuse that.
It's gonna be hard. But you gotta play for your outs.
Yeah.
And this is an out.
Looking at these Wind Wakers, it's not just the Morana, it's now also the Pango. SD wants a Yules, so we're going to have 3 Yules on the side of Havu, which could make a lot of sense. If there's no real, like, anything to save you while you're using your teamfight ultis, trying to just completely isolate them from a fight or saving your teammates for 2.5 seconds, those are pretty long seconds in a teamfight.
Oh yeah. Now I'm purging off any of these silences. Once the Wind Wakers come out as well and your teammates are not BKB'd, you can actually just snatch them right out of the hands of Force. There's a lot of things you can do.
Naga illusion, chasing a Naga. It's a dire illusion, that is. Narman's like, yep, I'm playing my favorite Ench game here, by the way. I get to press buttons and I get to do something with these illusions. And they're taking the fight. Topi is super deep, trying to catch somebody. Uldet Arrow
Force
doesn't quite connect either. And they're fighting at the backline with Ilbert having to battle versus the Primal Beast. He's forced himself on top of the high ground. And the Supreme jumping in. But is that BKB going to do enough? Tsunami gets the song off. RP is the only ability not used, so Havu still have a lifeline. But that was such a disconnected fight. You have Primal Beast on the left end. You have Pango at the mid-river almost.
Yeah.
Just trying to catch someone.
I don't think that was disconnected at all, actually. I think that is the 2 teamfight disruptors doing exactly what they're supposed to do.
Not sure if they saw Narman there, but that would have been an opportunity to jump the edge.
Oh yeah. They
have no vision whatsoever. If you look at the map on the side of Radiant, from their fog of view, they see nothing. You see that they're in the triangle, completely blank on the map, while the Dire team, at least, Mouse do have separate
Dire's
locations
middle
that they have
tower is
spotted
under attack.
and scouted.
And no vision placed as of yet either. Morana's not carrying any wards, and the SD only has a sentry, so...
Yeah, and their shop is empty.
Oh no, but there is one actually on the cliff, up top lane.
Okay,
At their favorite spot.
Yeah, their favorite spot, yeah.
No, not that one. That favorite spot. Yeah, right there. That's a ticket.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the only ward that they have and the only ward that they can get because their shop is empty. Out of stock.
Yeah. Well, that really covers what you need to do in a smug like this, though, because if you don't catch anybody on a smug like this, when you're hemmed in your base, you're trying to get out, like, your primary objective certainly is to try and find a good fight for yourself, but your secondary is to get vision down so that the next time that you do this, you actually have some information to work with.
Question is, can they de-ward on their way out? They have a gem on the Marana, so if Waza just gets a bit of arrow vision in the river, maybe they could spot that ward in the river cliff. That is a difficult ward to sometimes spot because no real high ground position shows it unless you are the ones controlling the triangle. And since you're not controlling the triangle, that's going to be very hard to spot. Good spot for a ward. Mouse. We got Ench BKB coming up. We have Primal BKB coming up. I love how this has been 40 minutes and Primal still doesn't have a BKB because he doesn't need it. How absurd does that sound?
No, he's just too big, man. And it really all has to do with the fact that there's no proper right-click scaler over on the side of Havu right now. You can do that eventually with a Magnus, but this has already become a utility Magnus by this point. So that's not happening either.
Yeah, get the Lincolns to save from the Pulverize.
Yeah. It's like, alright, all you gotta do is, you know, make those stuns.
Yep. And I like how Mouse is playing it. There's no need to push high ground. All you need to do is just wait for your opponent to walk into your arms. You're the ones commanding the game. You're in the lead. If Havu wants to make something happen, they're going to have to come to you.
Yeah.
And that is either you push the tier 1, you're coming to them. You push the tier 2, you're coming to them. You push high ground, you're coming to them. You go to the triangle, you're coming to them. So this is fully in Mouse's control at the moment.
It is, yeah, which is a little bit nuts to think about in a Naga Siren game where the Naga has not had a hard time whatsoever and is in fact ahead of basically.
Let's see what comes out of this one. This is a big one. Topi already precast and gets the connection onto the Primal Beast. They have the Enchantress also in vision. And they might just get Norman out of the way. That's a fresh BKB, but they got Olden in the RP. Can they get the damage done? Tsunami only just now gets on the Alchemist. He's low on HP. Olden trying to fight for his life. Now he's running away. Throws in the stun. Connects onto 3. Takes down Ilbert, and that's going to be Taupita also going down, losing all of their heroes. And the Nagas trying to TP away, but no teleport. 10-second cooldown. Just the song survives from the stuns. There's the Primal chasing as well. Memzi throws in the bubble, but he's going to get hunted by the Alchemist. He is out for the count as well. And Havu, they just don't have the damage. Every time they're isolated in these fights so that they can't get everyone on top. Olnit survives. And in the end, Mouse, they do 15k to the 8k of Havu in damage.
Yeah, very, very rough. I mean, you know that you can't go on force, so he's gonna live, and eventually he is going to be able to pop the uproar, and then you're sort out of luck. So you gotta get things done before that, and they have decided beforehand that they are going to focus down on it, which means that they ignore the Ench over on the side. They spend a bunch of extra time trying to get on it back into their team, and by that point they just haven't killed anybody and forced turns. And they're correct in that they should be ignoring force and killing on it, but they were just not in the position to do that. And when that happens, you just need to make sure that you get enemy heroes down as fast as possible. That Ench should have been dead.
Yeah, and the downside of having these two Orchids is that almost everyone has a BKB now.
Yeah. Look, they've completely disengaged from that Ench. Just not trying whatsoever.
And now Tsunami trying to run to the Alk. But that RP had already lost over a second of its time. They just can't connect at the same time.
And now Force is exactly where he wants to be, in the middle of 5 heroes.
Yep, and a full duration CM ult.
Once again, these Crystal Maidens have been having some real good times today, letting it go.
Definitely a rough game for Havu in the end. Not able to cause that much of a dent against Mouse. It has been Mouse's game. There have been moments, but they have been very slight moments where Havu might have caught a quick breather, but never really established dominance versus this Mouse team. So Mouse, with the Aegis secured for Supreme, they could just march to the high ground and force that fight from Havu, as they know that they've been winning them so far.
I mean, you do need to respect an Agnes Magnus on the high ground. You can't just simply walk up.
He's gonna try and make something happen with it. Goes for the horn toss. Axis there. Narman's down, almost burning up the Aegis as well. They got the buyback coming up from Narman, but he's got a while until he gets back into the fight. But Havu, they've lost 3 already. Supreme's Aegis is gone, but that's 4 dead, and there's the GG call. The one good play you could try and make can happen, but Havu, they just don't have the damage, and that will be their 3rd consecutive loss. And so Mouse will take the lead in this series 1-0.
Pretty convincing win in spite of how long it takes them. But once again, I am very impressed by how Havu holds. Their laning stage looks really solid, their rotations look good. Yeah, they're not quite caught up to the tempo that gets played at this level, but the fact that they get this far with a pretty high execution lineup is nothing to sneeze at. It's just that Mouse has a way better read on the game, and they realize that if they just sit back, if they wait for Havu to make the mistakes, then there is really not enough damage onto Havu, not even if they get like extra items or anything, to stop Mouse from taking over in the end.
Oh, definitely. And this was such a great showing from Mouse. Ulnit's Alchemist uncontested this game. Same thing was actually for Ilbert, who did get some great plays with the Magnus. We saw the response on their side of the map where they got to fight. The Orchid timing, perfect. Just literally crisp, perfect timing for that. Then the other fight that they took on the top half of the map where it looked like they were extended too far, but they still got to punish after. So 2 good fights for Havu, but everything else was Mouse. So let's just put it that way. This is so much of a better team. We talk about the TI experience versus a team that plays opens and close qualifiers. So you have to hand it down. Havu, they gave an effort, but Mouse was just way too strong. But Kips, we have one more game for today. That's going to be after the break. So will Havu get their first win on the board, or is Mouse going to get a second 2-0 as they already got a 2-0 from their earlier tournament today? We'll find that out after the break. So don't disappear too far, guys.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service. Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you're with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Some things never change, but maybe something will here with our final series and the final game for today in the Rest Regional Europe, as we have already witnessed two full series get closed out. 2-0 for Monte, and now Mouse take the lead 1-0 versus Havu. And for Havu, this was, for them, the most competitive game that they've played today, but still, that being said, Mouse looked dominant and strong from start to finish. I honestly, when I look at the way that they played out this game, Mouse just seems 2 steps ahead the whole time. That the way that they're executing their team fights, the way they're positioning, and for Havu, it doesn't look like desperation mode. There's definitely some good things going their way, but it's just not as good as Mouse's performances, unfortunately.
No, that really isn't. Like, you can see that Havu, in the previous series, they really had to adapt to the tempo. Here still, like, they're doing a really good job. You can see them learning as the day progresses even, which is very impressive. But that doesn't mean that you're actually going to be fast enough to keep up with the plays of these teams, that you're going to be, having your item timings meet up in good places like it seems to almost naturally happen for these really good teams, right? Or that you're going to have all of your players available for a moment when all your spells are off cooldown. Things are falling through the cracks because this is just a different speed than what they usually play, and that's not weird. But it is going to be weird if that means that they still get to take a game off of Mouse here. Who knows, though? Stranger things have happened.
That is true. Definitely stranger things have happened in any tournament that has been played out. And for Havu, they can score a win here and there. Would now be the time to do it versus Mouse, as they have got a plenty of Dota to play. I mean, tomorrow Mouse is having a day off, and actually the day after also they have a day off because they will be focusing on their Elite League run, which they're also doing at the same time in the West European closed qualifiers. That should be finished by the 12th. So tomorrow, I think the whole bracket is basically played through. No, sorry, there is still a third day, of course, of those qualifiers. And then they will get back to action here with our Res Regional. So playing multiple games here and there. But with this draft, we can already see Mouse again. They're targeting the offlane primarily. They are following suit with the previous game plan. The thing is, they were the team that let SD through, and we could see Memzi with that level 30 SD have some impact. Unfortunately, the Enchantress was also an issue for Havu, so their illusions got turned against them, and Mouse had theirs too, but I felt like those Naga illusions were also pretty annoying to play up against.
They were. I think the biggest deal for me was that we did get to see the Magnus for Ilbert, and it was exactly as you described it. He seems to have a lot of agency on his hero, a lot of feeling for where he needs to be, which targets he needs to grab, and a lot of willingness to just use that RP to, try and bash a hole in this game to see if his team can creep through there. So everything put together, if they get another opportunity to pick up this Magnus, I think they should just go for it again, because that was really just, you could see that he could lead with his body in that game. He goes somewhere and it feels really natural for the rest to follow up.
Yeah, it definitely did seem to click in nicely and bring in everybody from the side of Havu to fight with that Magnus. But what I would like to see is if they open up with the support, I'd like to see them grab the techies, for example. But we are shifting things around, and he is going to go back to the Mars. But of course, this is a flex pick that could also go into the mid lane.
Yeah. We could see Toppy on that. I mean, his Mars gameplay also looked really good, to be fair.
Yeah, Ilbert's Mars, that is, yeah. Like, he was definitely very capable with it, and they're also going to snatch that Enigma right away. No second thoughts, basically, on their end. Band of Rubik, so Silencer not a very hot support in this current meta. You could still pick up heroes like Avenge, for example, which is another black hole counter.
10 seconds remaining.
But a lot harder to execute because you need Venge to do so many things at the same time in team fights. So he can't just solely wait for the Enigma to go for the black hole.
No, exactly. I mean, there's a bunch of, like, I want to say niche ways to counter it, right? There's a lot of people who value Tusk, for example, because you're always going to be able to punch, but then the Enigmas start casting the black holes underneath them. Fangoliers with bashers are a possibility.
Yeah, and even some laning matchups like the Trolls and the Morphlings. I would still like to see that Morphling come out from Havu, but I haven't really seen, well, we haven't actually seen Tsunami pull it out, at least in the recent experience. I want to actually take a look at what they played in the, was it the EPL? See what kind of drafts they were cooking there, because they did play, I would say, a bit of a variety of heroes. They did have, actually, there is Enigma also in their hero pool. There's the Troll, Winter Wyvern, the Nature's Prophet, Faceless Void even, which we haven't really seen of late. They did play versus Night Pulse. Unfortunately, that was not a win for them. But Enigma is also a hero that they like to play, so I'm pretty sure they are on point with Ilbert calling out Enigma positioning and how to approach a team fight so that they don't get completely screwed by just one singular ability.
Yeah, I gotta say, I would like Havu at some point to actually start playing ranged cores. I think I've seen 3 games now of 3 triple melee core, and it's I'm cool with it. It's they've shown that, and it hasn't worked. Please give me at least 1 ranged core.
Just the range supports, it looks like what we're going to get for Havu so far. There's the Venge we talked about, and of course the Hoodwink will be a good pair up with it. So good synergy in general with all of these heroes.
10 seconds
I mean, what I really like about this here is the Spear and the Sharpshooter combined together. You have the Gyrocopter that takes a very nasty amount of damage from that particular magic combo. But they are looking to slow down that Mars as much as possible. We already saw the Undying versus the Hoodwink. Very, very, very dangerous for the Hoodwink to be caught by a Decay. And of course the Flat Cannon, if that ends up being a carry Gyrocopter. And they're going to leave that for Havu to guess. Is that a pause 1 gyro? Is that a support gyro? Because Pango and Enigma are definitely cores.
I mean, it could still also be a support Enigma, right?
It could.
Support Enigma, core gyro Pango. It's a lot of flexibility. Very annoying to think about, but I do imagine that this is going to be a gyro plus an Undying. And then we're going to see the same principle here from... Yeah, the lane is really good. And it's going to be the same principle as we saw before, where we saw Monte pick up the Medusa versus the Mars and just saying, like, you're going to go in, I'm going to go stand my ground and not give a damn about it. Come and do something about me.
But to be honest, if I look at this matchup, I'd like to see a Morphling now.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of good spells to steal. You could turn into Gyro, you could turn into Pango. You also have a good matchup versus the Enigma in the lane, even if he is a support or a 5. If he's a 5, then he's of course going to be in the opposite end of the map. But if that is a core Enigma, which by the way Force absolutely loves to play. Force Enigma was, I think, one of the highlight Enigma players I saw last year out of the pause 3 role. His Enigma has always been fun to watch.
Agreed. No, absolutely.
But his Mars is much better, but his Enigma's great. I'll put it that way.
I mean, Force Mars is definitely on a different level. There is Sniper.
All right, they're going to go back to the Sniper strats. So when I see Sniper, this could be a mid-Sniper, very likely. And leaving their carry option open completely here. So what I've seen them pair up with Sniper, I could see the Morphling work. I could see the Troll maybe work.
Troll Sniper.
5 seconds remaining.
Troll Sniper, yeah. It feels weird because they both do the same thing. But it's not the weirdest that I've seen. I've seen them play Muerta Sniper. Like Muerta carry.
Yeah. That's definitely even more of the same thing. I mean, Sniper versus the Gyro, the fact that you're most likely never going to be in range to get Black Hold. This is a possibility of a Kanda build-up as well. Which, well, you know, it's currently patented by Extreme Gaming, but that doesn't mean we can't see other people use that to great effect.
Mm-hmm. Also, Mouse is suspecting the same as I am, that a carry is missing out from Havu's draft. But you did get your range core, so that is something. He's also most likely paired up versus the Pango in the mid lane.
They really did have to at this point.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
And a second ranged core. Okay. So
heroes that do similar things, that feels like Havu's go-to.
Yeah.
Sniper and Weaver.
Alright, but the Weaver is going to go in. And you're going to... Okay, so that is not actually a core Gyrocopter. That will be Narman. Allnit on the PA. So that is a very classic Allnit hero, right? Even like last year, he was one of the few people running this, and I do agree that getting a carry here that can actually bridge the gap is suddenly a necessity. Is that Gyrocopter, you play it with the notion of, okay, I'm going to stand my ground here. you don't get to play stand your ground versus a lineup that outranges you. They are doing the standing of the ground, and you're going to move up into them. So on it with the Phantom Assassin, a lot better equipped for that. That said, of course, you're looking at 2 natural MKB builders, I want to say here, on both Tsunami as well as Topita.
Yeah. And the classic, of course, like how do you counter a sniper? Usually pick up Centaur or a Phantom Assassin. These are prime heroes to just get on top of the sniper, try to blow him up. Havu, when they've been playing sniper drafts before, they can pull a laning stage lead for themselves, but I haven't seen them being active enough in the mid game, which seems to be their biggest weakness of kind of falling a bit stable. Or stale, actually. Let's put it that way, and not stable, because stale, I feel like, sometimes covers a bit more of what they do, because their mid game seems to be the biggest issue. What is the move that helps them open up the map? How do they get to their objectives and kind of get control of the game? They lack that fear factor, right? Where you put your opponent in a position like, man, this hero is actually scary, when he might even have same net worth as you do.
Exactly. A lot of that is going to come down to Tsunami, I think. I found him overly passive in the previous map. And here on this Weaver, there is no real excuses to hide behind. Versus a Naga, you can always talk about, too busy with the waves, wanting to secure further late game. But for a Weaver, if you don't leverage the fact that you are an ultra high damage dealer early on, then you're just clearly not utilizing the hero well enough. And a lot matters here, whether or not Tsunami is actually going to be going in, putting pressure on the supports, getting that tombstone down, etc.
Well, we'll see how this game 2 turns out between Havu and Malz, as it is going to be the last game of the day. Both teams have then played out their full day. And of course, for this tournament, day 1 for Group A, chance for Malz to push themselves a bit forward in terms of points. And Havu also to score their first map win, get a tie. Could be very important, because there are still 2 other teams that have yet to play in this tournament. We have Just Better and Dandelions. Dandelions with some very interesting names in the mix. We look at like Desire, V-Tune, Palantimos, like these, I won't say old schoolers, but definitely players that have been around for quite a long time. So I wouldn't put them in that category, but close to that.
Palantimos was very much like a baby player when we picked him up for Vega. And I think of all of like the carries that have made the transition to the position 3 best, he is, much like Ace, one of the ones that I thought it was very much, it's suited with the personality. So I'm very excited to cast my boy Nikita.
And of course, Just Better with also some of ex-members. Desire used to play with Skylark, Spartan, Focus. Those are going to be playing, I believe, tomorrow. At least, wait, they're not actually playing.
Geek Freaks. Greek Freaks. Excuse me.
Yeah. So in 2 days, Just Better will be playing their first opening series. And of course, Dandelions open up tomorrow versus Havu. But those are for the future. Group A will play out completely, and then we have a player break. We return with Group B in a couple of weeks. So write that down in your calendars. We have this full 5-day packed schedule.
I'm very excited to actually just be doing 3 days in a row, really get a feeling for how this group builds up, seeing the first steps of these teams in this tournament all develop one after another. It feels good to get that complete picture as you're going along.
Yeah, we have been doing a lot of split days before, so now we get like a real hurdle.
A leap in one go. As Memsy just taking pot shots on it. Like, yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm also I also got this nice full week of casting. 6 days work week.
That's rare in the esports business for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna do some qualifiers with Waga.
Oh.
on Thursday onwards. So I will be here for the first 3 days. Then on to the next one. Be back for Group B, most likely.
This laning stage is going off to a very calm start. I mean, certainly the top lane is not going to produce kills anytime soon. Here on bot, we are the all eyes on Narman. This is the damage.
Yeah, he needs to get to that level 2 to really have an impact. Homing missile, rocket barrage. Tsunami Waza, they do hit level 2 first, allowing them to get that early poke, and you really want to get that small timing advantage on your side. Sadly, Narman is denying every single Eidolon as Waza and Tsunami are trying to burst through them. General 46 right-click damage, but it's just enough.
The Weaver is very nice versus the Eidolons because you do get to keep a bunch of range from them, and then every once in a while you Sukuchi through, and you can get last hit a bunch of them if you're lucky.
So some bit of pinging going on in the top lane. Memzi and Ilbert considering fighting, but there's a tombstone that they're going to have to worry about first, and Ilbert's like, yeah, I can't really come and help you out, bro. Might be first blood for Ulnit, but Memzi's able to get out from vision. That is a Lotus also secured.
Very nice for Ulnit. And then the only thing we really have left here is this mid lane, where the sniper has held his own just fine throughout those early levels, which is the only times that the Pango is really going to be hitting him. And now that the levels in the headshot and the take aim have gone in, it's going to be that much harder for Supreme to cross the distance.
So what I like about this off-lane duo, as I'm talking about that, Narman is trying to run away, but a huge amount of minus armor, almost enough for Tsunami to get the kill, and leaves Narman at low HP. Is the fact that they have the rockets and the barrages, and Malefice and the Eidolons. You know, literally these 4 abilities together can deal so much sustained damage on your opponents. Because you see the rocket connected on someone, you're going to pop Malefice if you're in range. You have Eidolons already doing the early poke, and then they get stunned on the spot while they've already been taking damage for the last 4 or 5 seconds. Get even more damage and potentially even kill someone. Weaver, not exactly the highest HP on a carry. Same thing for the Vengeful Spirit as a support. So you can get some great trade-offs here with Enigma Gyro.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that rocket barrage is especially dangerous for these two. Both very high armor, but quite low HP. Getting isolated is going to hurt. As the Gyro is sneakily hiding in the trees up top now.
Also, I can see that Waza has been really busy with just right-clicking Eidolons. He has almost 13 last hits already. Almost more than his carry does.
Alright, Narman is just diving.
It's an attempt here in the top lane. Ilbert is low. Ulnit will survive. Narman's still trying to get some vision, and he's got Ilbert for the first blood. And Memzi might go down too, under the tower. Tries to finish off a kill. He'll get Bengen, but Ulnit will also respond with a kill. So make it 2 for Mouse. Bottom lane, Waza also down to force with a solo kill. Tsunami, he might drop 2 if Supreme shows up. So yeah, that's just 2 lanes. Losing heroes on one side.
And that is one of the things that happens when you are rocking a sniper in the mid lane. He is not going to be rotating unless he has an absolute, like, very clear, okay, there's several heroes under this tower and I'm going to be able to punish several of them at once with a single shrapnel.
Just got in time back into the bottom lane to surprise Force right behind him. Force just basically just stood still, recognized his fate.
Good read from Havel on the mid lane here as well with the Venge. Like, I guess not that good of a read since she doesn't realize that this is literally a death trap. But on the other hand, she was here before this could happen to the sniper.
But how much regen is that actually going to give? Not enough. So takes away from the Pango, gives his life away for the cause. And now they're going straight to top for Ilbert. Level 4 Mars, trying to farm a camp.
Yeah, and he's too far up. He knows it.
And the tombstone is already down. Does he recognize that tombstone being placed down? The spear flies through, but the Undying catches it instead of the Pango. Doesn't disrupt the Rolling Thunder. And there's another kill for Mal's, and this this is already looking like a real blitz beginning.
Yeah, and especially the fact that this Weaver, for example, is not in a position to currently punish that. He's level 4. Force just hit level 6. Means that there is heroes shown on all the other lanes, and this Weaver still cannot go in and punish his lane opponent for that fact.
And just some of the perks that you get from your gyro support. Supreme, well, not the best of places to be, as
no.
Habu will get a freebie out of that one. Bangan is also forced away. Hilbert, not sure if he can catch him. He's got face boots, he's trusting his movement speed, and he's got him. One more hit should do it. There we go. Hilbert takes another one. As he finished up Supreme, he'll also get Bangan.
And that really puts all it into the jungle now. Really to be doing about it. Sniper, successful involvement. Not many stacks left for him now. He's going to have to make some of his own.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, the hoodwink versus Undying. I mean, that.
Go always got the little fear on you. Toppy is being chased by Supreme, waiting for the low ground push, but Supreme is going to take another route out. He's still got the rocket coming in, and Narman's going to go all the way to Toppy, but Ilbert's here to soak up some of the damage, and they get the turn. They will get themselves the kill, but Toppy will still go down. Mimsy dies to Bengen as well. I have a feeling that those zombies did the trick.
Feeling as well. Yeah, it's triangle stacks versus a Pangolier, never as safe as versus basically any other lineup. He's going to be very happy to just come rolling in, check out what's up.
Rolling, 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 rolling.
Mm-hmm. And unlike previously where we saw the Pangolier always being matched up versus somebody who could interrupt it, Primal Beast, there is no good ways to stop him off here.
Triple net worth lead there for Mouse to kick things off. Ilbert struggling to keep up with the pace, but at least with the 1 or 2 kills going his way, has helped him a bit. But he now has to face against a level 6 PA who has no need to go into the jungle and just happily farm this lane. Waza will be taken down by Narman. Toppy is trying to respond with a bit of damage on the gyro, but gyro disappears into the forest. Force will have to tank the tower. Assassinate is ready with a sharpshooter. Double projectiles. They got it. That's some sharpshooter action right there. Love to hear that click, click.
Yeah, I mean, Finns noted for their enjoyment of sniper action, aren't you?
Oh yeah, Black Death.
White Death.
What do you? Yeah, the White
Go,
Death.
go wash your mouth out with snow.
I was trying to beat you there. You know your history. Bangan under the tower here. Waza will get the kill on that. Also the tombstone on top of it. So Ilbert giving him a nice little tip there.
Come on, Waza. Ilbert needs his blink. He didn't have to take that.
Takes everything that he can. Like, there was a funny moment. I was watching Waza's stream, and I love how his like we talked about his name before, the free farm provider.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can see that he's also doing some work here, setting up for another kill for Ilbert. He played his safe lane as a safe lane Mirana with some random Ursa, and he was 4-1, and the Ursa was like 7th in net worth.
Yeah, free farm provided.
Yeah, yes, for free farm provided, yes.
I see.
Well, this is super aggressive from him, but he'll go for it. Gyrocopter drops low. Sadly, no one to respond as Force is also here. So Toppy has no time to charge up his ult. Also, you can see a Pavis brought up by the Gyrocopter, so that's going to be always handy, soaking up some of the extra damage from a sniper.
Mm-hmm. And Gyrocopters are already so tanky, right? So much.
Also, I feel
base
bad
armor,
for
so much
Topi there.
HP.
He just missed an entire creep wave because of the cliff. Tower to all the CS.
What can you do? At the very least, now the top tower is down. Tsunami is actually shifted to the top side of the map, which means that there is some space to breathe for Havu.
Radiant's middle tower.
Funny thing, by the way, Kips. This could be a game where we have 3 Maelstroms on Havu.
Huh. Yeah.
I already see 2, and then I see this Agonism on the sniper. Is this what he really wants to go with? The assassinate?
Yeah, Ags Kanda.
Ags Kanda sniper, okay. Well, we'll see if that truly... that's something I have never tried on sniper before. You just gave me an idea. It's probably gonna be horrible. But
yeah,
I feel like I need to
during
try
the
it.
build-up, you don't really add that much at all. But
Yeah.
once you're there, you are an absolute menace. And this is one of the things that... One of the reasons why I'm not such a big fan of the Weaver pickup here is because you do really want 2 brawlers to be able to take the attention off of your sniper, but you don't have that right now. You're rocking a Weaver instead. It's going to be fragile. It's going to be up versus a lot of
and also,
damage.
when we talked about the Revenant's Brooch, you are going up against 2 Agi heroes. Force will drop here eventually. Here, Ilbert, this time, he even though Waza goes for the swap, Ilbert will get the last hit for the kill. Might die to the
Waza might
Dolans.
still die, yeah.
Oh, so close. Not enough, though. We'll have to get back to that thought in a bit, as Tsunami is now being initiated on. Does get the time lapse off, but the rocket instantly connects, and the Rolling Thunder is also on top of him, so no way of him surviving. Important kill, and this Weaver is just falling further and further behind.
Yeah, he was already behind, but by now he's, well, not quite on par with Memzi, but getting way closer than is really comfortable. And
Yeah, he's getting lapped by
Yeah.
Verstappen.
I mean, aren't we all these days? Aren't we all?
Very fast mouse.
The Flying Dutchman.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, there's a flying gyrocopter, at least, if that's close enough.
It'll do.
It'll do.
And yeah, when your Weaver has a game like this, you know, I normally talk about the PA, like, yeah, she needs too long to build up. It's really not feasible in a climate where carries just come and join once they have 2 items, and the PA kind of needs 3. But you know what? This Weaver is... He doesn't even have his first item yet. It's 14 minutes now. PA already has a Battle Fury.
And also one of the lowest levels in the game. Only behind, only ahead of the mouse supports.
Yikes. Yikes.
Yeah, not in a very happy place indeed. Ilbert, though, still the carrying force for Havu with 7k net worth on this Mars. Still capable of causing a lot. Topi is also working on his Agonims still, so going to be halfway now. It's going to take a lot of time until they're capable of fighting back. Mouse, they're already ready. So they're constantly... Oh, they see Tsunami again.
Bring the pain. It's hard to properly chain stun him here, though, unless you get the Black Hole out.
Yeah, last time they almost perfectly did it with the Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder and force out the time lapse straight into a rocket.
Good times. This sniper, the Aghanim Scepter, is just not going as fast as you'd really want it to.
Yeah, meanwhile, I was talking about the double Agi cores, this Phantom Assassin. Battle Fury is ready, working on a BKB, has Revenant's Brooch and Agonims on the list, so... All it is going to jump from target to target, and if it happens to be one of those cores, well, hopefully your mana pool is sufficient enough.
Yeah, hopefully. As the PA deal right now, though, the fact that you kind of need to be ready to fight on Battle Fury BKB, it's not quite ideal. You're not really built for it like other heroes are, but at the same time, you can still do a surprising amount of damage because, you know, a crit is a crit. You have that. damage steroid in your pocket.
Yeah, now that you're this far ahead,
Yeah.
might actually get a big punch out of this PA.
Exactly, like you... I wanted to say you could do an Ame and wait until you have your entire kit, but the thing with Ame is that his team was losing in the meantime while he was doing that.
Yeah.
And right now, Mouse is having none such problems.
Havu taking over the top half of the map once again. But there's also a smoke from Mouse. Nobody in the triangle. And the Radiant Scan also connects, so good read from Havu. However, they don't have the Weaver now. Are they in any shape to fight back? Because they are fleeing.
Not if they get the
Waza
sniper
will be
first.
there
No, Waza
to,
is in a good place.
Yeah, he popped the smoke at least off of the gyrocopter. And there's the vision placed down. Sees where they're coming from. They also have no wards on their end. Gyrocopter just picked up a sentry, so he could deward that cliff.
Yeah. Toppy waited until he saw that D-ward come out before he actually TP'd.
Yeah, and bank an instant deward there too.
Olmint is kind of deep, and I think they've got some ideas of him being there, but yeah, Tsunami doesn't really go looking.
This should make my life easier.
Well, the double maelstroms are up. Sniper is now 200 gold, 1200 gold short from finishing off the axe. And is that still going to do anything to them? Well, it's an extra stun on top of the assassinate. Also an instant shotgun.
It's a shotgun. It's definitely going to be a really good tool to disable the black hole with. Already said it's very unlikely that he's ever going to catch the sniper. But on top of that, it now also means that if they do not catch the sniper, he doesn't actually get the black hole. That said, Force doesn't really seem to be pressed to rely on this black hole at all. He's just been going to good old aura build. We've got a
Supreme
Flans
finds
online.
Memzi. It's been a while since we've seen some action, but sadly, this Pango also has his means, his ways with his Blink Dagger, so you might be able to dodge with a Sharpshooter, but Supreme fast on his fingers. Meanwhile, Arena has been dropped, Gyrocopter is low, Olmit gets the slice, Waza with the swap, gets himself out, Narman dies in the chase, Topita will get the kill, but Ilbert, he could use some backup here. He's still soaking up, he's still surviving, Enigma goes down as well. They thought they already had the kill. Waza's trying to run away from Bengen with no mana. Bengen dies as well. Olnit diving under the tower. Topi, BKB popped by Olnit. Topi still needs something to get out of the way, but he can't. Tsunami, he also time shifts or time lapses himself just to die. Doesn't really make a dent. Olnit will be able to get out.
Memzi guesses.
He sees the dagger direction, but the bushwhack's not going to connect, and Supreme's right in front of the sharpshooter. And
now
Olmit
MC's gonna
thinking about going in. He wants to go in.
think Olmit would have gone there if he knew that Waza had like none mana.
He was at least trying to get a dagger to help out his buddy for a kill. Maybe he gets him. Maybe he gets it himself. But Ilbert was surviving for surprisingly long there. They thought they had the kill already. And I think he got like a big stick heal, and he just continued to right-click the Enigma, and he's like, well, he didn't actually die. Oh, I'm dead.
No, and that's exactly the importance of somebody standing at the heart of the fight when you have a sniper and a weaver. And the problem is that since you didn't win this fight, there's absolutely no rewards for Ilbert doing the right thing. And this can spiral downwards very quickly, where he keeps on dying because he died the first time. And eventually he's not much of an obstacle anymore, and then your two fragile your two fragile other cores are going to go down as well.
They're trying to contest Roshan, but Ilbert's going to walk into Bengen. And there's the Tombstone. There's going to be a lot of hits required to destroy it. The arena is in between. Tombstone is down to half. Couple misses there from the Weaver. Bengen is also dropping low. He might just drop. He's going to fall. Black Hole is there, but the swap save just in time from Waza. He'll take the bullet for the team. Ilbert pushes the Pango away. Weaver's going to go right on top of him. Tsunami gets the kill with the Shukuchi, but Topita's going to be left all by himself. And with 3 heroes remaining on the side of Mal's, they've still got the firepower they need to kill off Tsunami. And that's going to be his end as well. One more hit, and that dagger and the dust will do it.
And that was, well, more or less the snowball effect already in action, where the longer this takes, the harder it is for Ilbert to stand in the front like that. He is going to have a BKB finish before the next time we do this fight. And I'm hoping that the shard is also going to be finished for the sniper before that. Definitely think that shard is... I wanted to say integral to keeping him alive, but honestly with the BKBs already being up, I guess he is correct that he should work on the Force Staff component of his Hurricane Pike instead.
Yeah, and they'd like to get a Tormentor as well, but they're not really a Tormentor lineup at the moment.
No. And I think it was Memzi who was pinging it as well before the call to actually contest the Roche came out.
Yeah, one or the other. This PA net worth stonks, really. You can see it, 15,000 at 22 minutes. Aldit had a very chill series so far.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Unbothered, in his lane, moisturized.
Thriving.
Absolutely, and that puts us now very close to the Revenant's Brooch. It's... I don't want to say that that's game over, but that's certainly the lead town population Havu.
Oh, a lot of difficulties ahead for Havu. Maus, they've been looking solid with their individual plays. I have to say, I might have doubted Bengen a bit, but at least this is a good warm-up series in terms of the level of competition they have to go up against here.
Dire's middle tower
I really want to see somebody truly challenge Maus and see what how their players kind of click in this, because I know Supreme I wouldn't say pretty well, but I know Supreme well. Also all the way back to the Hippomaniacs days. I've always enjoyed having a short chat with him every now and then. Feel like he had always that big potential, but then Saberlight was the one who, you know, took the crown.
Oh,
those boys. Yeah, poor Toppy. It's just that easy.
At the very least, it did cost a Bengen just now. And Arena not yet used. It was an aggressive swap play. Yeah, and Ilbert is going for the Blade Mail. This is the way to do it. Okay.
Reflect back as much as you can.
Yeah, there's a lot of wild, uncontrolled damage over on the side of Mouse. No matter if it's the gyrocopter or if it's standing in the Enigma, I wanted to say call it a puddle, in the Midnight Pulse. Angolier bouncing around. It could be worthwhile.
How much damage do you actually reflect with a Blade Mail if you get hit by a Revenant's Brooch Dagger? How does that interaction change? Because you reflect damage from all sources, does that literally just mean that you're Blade Mailing even more damage? Because you have armor. Because I don't remember the formulas on Blade Mail and how it impacts your armor and how much damage it reflects back.
Not exactly, no. Is it more effective versus...
I'll have to check that up for tomorrow, because it's just such a complicated thing. I should know, but I just don't remember.
I mean, same for me. Like, I could... Like, my guess would be that it's more.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what ends up being the thing. Actually, Hoodwink has a Silver Edge lined up. Not a Hoodwink item, but I guess anything will go at this point.
Any port in a storm. And yeah, you need to break this PA. You have absolutely nobody who can fight her otherwise. And the Sniper is not building an MKB. The Weaver is working on an MKB, but might never get to use it. You know how it goes.
Yeah, Sally forth. Is it through difficulties to victory or utter annihilation? We'll march there together.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Man, which poem is this?
I don't know.
Oh. You're sounding like you're quoting something.
Nope. Just improv.
Making it
just
up as you go along.
random ramblings of T-Panda.
Listen, that's just the power of a voice and confidence. Like if you have a voice and you know how to use it and you say shit confidently, people will be like, yes, that's deep. Tell me more.
I mean, any port in the storm that's kind of a like, hey, Gibbs has a way of words.
That is a known saying, though. I did not make that up myself.
I know it's a known saying, but it's like when you coming out like snap, you know.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ilbert being hunted here by forces called Force and Aldit. But these they might get a second chance as Ilbert is cutting the wave. He's maybe playing it a bit risky and greedy here. As Supreme will find Memzi. Is the Hoodwink building another Daedalus? Huh? Ilbert has the BKB up, and there's the Black Hole. You're not running from this man. Godlike for Olnit. 9-0 now. Memzi still hasn't died to this Pango, but finally taken away there by Supreme. Almost gets the deny by the Centaurs, and Waz is being hunted by a rocket.
He's busy. And I can't believe Narman and Bengen can just stay where they are right now. That ward was brazen.
The way you say Narman and Bengen, it sounds like a TV show.
Narman and Bengen. They are a little bit of like a... That sounds like a comedic duo, doesn't it?
It kind of does, yeah.
Narman and Bengen.
Narman and Bengen.
Is under attack.
Narman is the I think the straight guy in that situation, and Bengen is the... Which is funny, because I'm pretty sure that between a Swede and an SEA player...
Oh, the equivalence is uncanny. Alnit. Pop his BKB there as he's quite deep inside the enemy base, and Topi has finished that Ags. Now there's no Black Hole that needs to be cancelled as it was already used, but they're trying to catch somebody. Or can it catch anybody really at this point? Memzi has that fresh Silver Edge. Sentries on top of the high ground. He will also know that he doesn't want to spoil the surprise. They're going for the long wraparound. Force is out there
Tsunami gets
on the other
spotted, though.
end. They see Tsunami is also wrapping around. And here comes Ilbert. Oh, misses the spear onto the PA. They'll be able to get out, but they do get the connection with the stun. And now Ilbert, he is himself standing inside that Midnight Pulse. Has to man fight versus Gyrocopter. Waz is about to drop. Memzi looking for another round inside the triangle area, but Mouse is not giving it away. Topi teleports away. Tsunami looks to also be able to escape. Clarity.
I feel like that smoke out was almost a little too reflexive.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Like you only chased them away from your high ground. There wasn't exactly any like super huge cooldowns that they forced out. The conditions were still the same. Like that Black Hole was down before, it was still down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they can still continue with the siege. They are doing a decent amount of damage onto the Pango, forcing some kind of threat here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So the Undying decided to hide himself inside a tombstone for a bit.
I mean, it's called Grab Ally. I guess Undying is an ally of the Tombstone. But
yeah. Grab Ally. Never got used to calling that name. I just called it the bunker.
The bunker.
Because it kind of looks like a bunker. Like no matter what cosmetic you're using on the tombstone, it kind of looks like a bunker that you hide in.
I think the square one looks like an outhouse.
Yeah, but like yeah, you're just hiding inside the toilet, you know.
Exactly.
I'm safe.
Yeah, it is when the axe murderer comes to your remote.
So is that the real reasoning? Like when you see that outhouse-looking thing, if we put OD in it, it's the outhouse decorator.
Finally.
We can actually finally put it into action.
The prophecy can be fulfilled.
Yes. Need to save that for one day. We see Undying and OD sometimes shared inside the same draft.
Maybe at some point inside the same tombstone.
OD and Undying kissing in a tree. Roshan will be taken here by Mouse. Meanwhile, at the same time, a tier 2 trade, so pretty much Habu knows what's up. They're going to just get anything out of the way, and that is an objective on the map. There's TP's coming in, though. He's going to have to hurry his way out, but he's already poked tries to go for the teleport, and he is interrupted. Pango gets lucky with the bash.
Yeah, I mean, that's Pango for you. That's a lot of hits at once. And the PA is pretty much fully kitted now. This is Revenant's Brooch, this is Kanda. She deals absolutely terrifying damage, either from far away or up close. And the only thing that's now really missing is, well, Aghanim Scepter and, as she herself has queued up right now, a Rapier.
Illusion.
Oh, that Sniper Courier.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yikes.
Gonna be a bit unfortunate for him. Toppy hasn't really made a lot of progress. Finished the Crystallis since he's done that Aegis. Sorry, the Axe.
Yeah, well, he upgraded to the Hurricane Pike, of course, and this was
Oh yeah,
supposed
he
to be
did
the
have the
point
Hurricane
booster.
Pike. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he was.
I was a bit worried. Like, did he only finish the Crystallis after?
No, luckily
Axe
not.
is like, we've got a Weaver Black Hold, which Force will happily take for the team. Attempt by Oldit going all the way by himself into the high ground position with that Aegis, and that's a one
This
shot.
is why.
Yeah, this is absolutely wild.
Oh, but they did get him into the fountain there.
Yeah, and they do have him trapped behind enemy lines. Narman is coming nearby. It's like you can jump on me if you want to. Spear never comes out as the stun is already onto Ilbert. He was trying to spear him back. I have to say, one-shotting Avenge, that is always something.
Yeah, that is something to behold. That's quite a tanky support. 18 armor.
Narman is being controlled for the time being. Force is also charging in for the Malefice, trying to keep the Mars as busy as he can. Another nice shot there. Ulnit attempting for a second time, but he's going to soak up on some mean damage here. Memzi's also here. Memzi just doesn't have another Silver Edge available. Ulnit will take down Waza again. And he's gone for 70 seconds. Die back on him. Bangan dies. So Dopey is able to throw out a lot of Assassinates, which this
is
needed
such a hard push.
And Memzi is also throwing in Sharpshooters, connecting onto the Gyro. Gyro is low. Tsunami trying to get the kill. And there we go. That's another from Topi. And another shotgun onto the Enigma. But here goes Ulnit, and he's just cleaned out. That's how quickly things escalate. You might have difficulties with the push, but a moment arises, and Ulnit seizes it.
Maybe you have a shot here. If the Weaver doesn't go in that far, because surely the Sniper can finish off that kill by his own, and then hopefully on the Weaver you can punish Ulnit for going in there, because you have got the Gleipnir. You can keep him rooted in place for a little bit.
Another attempt here. This one has to count. Ulnit with his BKB just jumps out of the arena onto Memzi. Memzi does have that miss chance, and Ilbert will die. And it does seem like that might just be the final attempt coming out from Habu. Mouse dismantling the base. Second lane already secured, and on to the third. They are going. PA does have that Rapier lined up. Mars, unfortunately, he will never get to his.
Never get to his two Rapiers, actually.
Oh, PA, don't be a party pooper. Just change to Abyssal as he sent his courier to the secret shop. Just buy the damn Rapier.
Yeah, I'm always sad when they do that. It's like, yeah, you're right, but you're no fun whatsoever.
Yeah, you want to play the fun heroes and the fun builds, while Gyrocopter, pinned to the tier 3 tower, does get hit by the Sharpshooter at the same time. Supreme rolling in the back line, though. Got Ilbert controlled. Ilbert down. That's 2 heroes out. Make it 3. Sniper will respawn, only to see his entire team dead. And there's not much of a fight left in Havu anymore, so clean victories for Mouse.
Yeah, I mean, clearly Havu have just sworn to not GG out until like the absolute last second.
Well, we have at least seen a blitz beginning for Mouse with their first series here with this fresh new roster. Great stuff. No complaints about how Mouse is playing the game. They definitely looked like the true winners and the true leaders coming into the series and after the series. So no real points of weakness.
No, none at the very least that Havu has been able to show here. Like, certainly Mouse looked like they They were taking their time a little bit much here and there. But once again, that's not really a flaw so much as it is just recognizing like, hey, we don't have to push everything to the limit here, and we're going to do this if we just, you know, play to our own timings and take it easy. And that is exactly what happened.
That is exactly what happened indeed. Havu, at least they knew that these difficult opponents will be showing up today. How hard they were going to be, probably weren't expecting those laning stages to be that rough. Tsunami especially, pretty rough day for him in general. Only had that one good Naga start to the game, but then just lacked the impact on the carry. But in general, I feel like there wasn't a lot of expectations riding on Havu going into these matchups. So compared to how they performed, I feel like that was an A for effort nevertheless. So let's see if they can learn a couple things from these replays of their games and see if they can strike back harder with their matchups that remain, because, you know, 6 teams in the group, still got 3 more series to go as he finished off the 2 today. But we're done for the day. Monte getting 2 victories, Mouse getting the last one here at the end. Havu and Navi Jr. are left without points. Fortunate for them, but we're done for the day. Kips, thank you for tuning in. Thank you, production. Thank you to all of you people watching. We'll see you tomorrow at the same time. It's going to be again at, was it 14 CET? Yeah, that's the one. 14 CET is going to be the time again for another 3 series of the RES Regional Series Europe. So until then, take care of yourselves, everybody. Good night, and bye-bye.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.